progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
everybody, and welcome to Gamers8 2022. We've got 6 weeks of some of the best esports competition in the world. I'll be your host, Lawler, and alongside me, Spaceman, calling the action for you to start the day. Spaceman, it's bright and early for us in the morning, but obviously different from across the world. How you doing, money?
Dude, I'm so excited, man. We've been waiting for this for so long. We had the qualifiers just about a month ago, and we've been waiting for this tournament to kick off. It's one of the biggest prize pools of Rocket League, of maybe any esport up there with TI. And man, it's going to be a ridiculously good couple of days.
We've got a lot to cover today. We're not going to waste any time doing so. Let's take a look at the overall schedule and what we've got going on for you all today. There's going to be 2 separate streams, but primarily over the next 6 weeks, we're going to have 7 different titles covered here for Gamers8. Some of the best competition in the world, some of the best titles in the world, Spaceman.
Yeah, you got all of the best esports all confined under one roof as the players and teams have descended upon Riyadh. You got week after week after week of games and matches and tournaments, and it's great to see Rocket League up there with some historic names like Rainbow Six, Fortnite, PUBG as well. But we get a whole week of basically just Rocket League, a couple of days, and I'm so grateful that Rocket League's in this position and that these players have an opportunity to play in an area like this.
Hey man, we're a little bit biased here, obviously, as we get to kick off the show, and it's a really cool feeling as well for us, the fact that this event and everything else not only gets to start and we get to be the ones to do it, but also the fact that Rocket League as that mainstay for us is the one that kicks it all off. So we're really excited, but we've got a lot of stuff to be covering overall today. We're going to focus in primarily again on Rocket League for the broadcast and talk about what we have in store for y'all today. And we're going to do that first and foremost by checking at the format. Again, for those that are new to this or haven't seen the qualifiers that happened with Gamers Without Borders, which was a $1.5 million charity tournament, teams came through a qualifier to then make it to this main event. There's going to be 4 groups of 6 teams or 24 teams total playing in a double elimination bracket. That's going to be going on for the next 2 days in best of 5 matches, where these teams will start in their best of 5 playing a 3v3, and then the losing team gets to pick between 2v2s or 1v1s. They then go back to 3v3, and then we do the opposite, whether it's the 1v1 or 2v2 that wasn't picked, and then back to 3v3 again. After we get through that and we find our top 2 teams of every single group, we then go into the playoff format, which is 18 single elimination in best of 7s. Similar regards to the way that the series is played, except for now games 1, 3, 5, and 7 are going to be those 3v3 matches. The players wanted to advocate for that competitive 3v3, and we're not going to be holding them back at all. So should be a lot of fun here, Spaceman.
Yeah, we get to see everybody in their natural environment, which we've seen for around 8 months or so now, given this entire season. But we also get a nice taste of what came before in the crew battles. So the 1v1s, the 2v2s, how those will play out, and when those are utilized will be the talking point for us here on the desk. But I think that it's an excellent option to have 3v3 available to start a series.
You know what else is an excellent option? Taking home $500,000 as we take a look at the prize pool. $2 million up for grabs. You talked about it. This is the largest Rocket League prize pool we have seen ever. It's absolutely insane. Imagine winning and taking home $500,000.
Season 1 of RLCS was 75,000. You just show up to this event, you literally unpack your bags, and you get 15K. Like, it's just the amount, the sheer magnitude of this prize pool is absolutely insane. Like, you're looking at like Dota money. The fact that Rocket League is in this position and we're doing it for over a couple of days, and these players have an opportunity to win some serious cash for the entire year. You have one good weekend, you're not even worried about Worlds. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
I just won a tournament and we got paid $10,000 for the entire, like, that's the entire prize pool. So by coming and just showing up, 15K, absolutely crazy. So again, a lot on the line here. It's going to be interesting to see and if that has a mental effect on any of the teams, but primarily that is a lot of cash. So should be exciting to see on how it plays out. These breakdowns, again, every time you get further in the bracket, it goes up exponentially. So a lot of crazy stuff there, Spaceman, primarily just in the total and sheer amount of money that is on the line, but also for a good cause. Again, it started off with that Gamers8 charity event, then transition to this. And that brings us to our 24 teams. We've got 24 competitors that are going to be competing here all together. There's a whole lot of them from all over the world, which is always the exciting thing, is international competition. Getting to see competition at a level where we don't normally get to. It is very rare. So as we take a look at all 24 teams, Spaceman, I want you to kind of point out some of your favorites for the people back at home.
I mean, you got to be looking. If we're talking about favorites, I think the fact that Team Falcons, given how they performed at the Spring Major, obviously now on home territory, obviously we're going to keep our eyes on them. FaZe Clan as well. This is a big opportunity for them to continue to work through some of their problems. But I'm looking at kind of the young guns at O1 Esports, F16, all the way down there lower left, Orlando, who on Twitter were so excited, and I'm rightfully so, to be involved in this tournament. And it's a lot of these younger regions and players that are finally going to get a chance to build up and round out their resume. And doing it against some of the top teams in the world of any region, this is the opportunity they had been wanting for so long to prove that not only is MENA here, but South America's here, Apex here. This is an opportunity to really show that these regions are competing.
100%, man. You're talking about the Twins on F16 weren't eligible to play in the RLCS this past year because they weren't 15 just yet. Now getting a chance to be bullies coming over into this tournament. So excited to get their first look, as they are going to be absolutely destroying most likely in MENA next season. So early preview for a lot of these rosters, which is always really exciting. But again, that is just the teams, but we have to know how this all plays out. Now, for those that are just tuning in, we do have an A stream and a B stream, and to make it really simple, we're going to start with Group A. This will be on the A stream. They will cover this in fruition. We're going to start with G2 and Guild. Those are your first round buys, as they are the invited teams coming through. And on the other side, we've got Luminosity Gaming and Detonator, and Complexity Gaming and Twisted Mind. Should be some exciting stuff here in the first round. But again, we have international competition to right out of the gate here, Spaceman. And to know how these are going to play out is one thing, but then you add in the crew battle element, and it's a totally different broadcast.
Yeah, this isn't a situation where we're sitting and watching like a team like Detonator and saying, well, they could maybe take a game, but in threes all the way down the stretch, is it really going to be close? They have a real opportunity to stun Luminosity early on because of the fact that they have twos available and ones if it comes to that. So we will hit on constantly the choices and the decision of when to use some of your best players on their best moments during a series. It's almost like a weird tactical timeout, but this is an opportunity for a lot of younger squads to get a leg up on the competition. And knowing that teams like G2 have made some changes, they're bringing in the likes of Mist. There are gaps here where some of these younger squads, just in terms of experience, can really take it to the old ones.
We'll jump into Group B. That is what we're going to be covering primarily here on this broadcast. Starting off with Rogue versus Team Secret. We'll dive into that in just a bit here. You then have next up Heat and Anka. Obviously, Heat being that former Juicer squad recently getting picked up. Excited to see how they play out, as they are missing one of their star players and have Reziers coming in. So that should be fun. We've also got Endpoint, a team that has solidified themselves as a top 3 despite the change with Archie and everything else going across. And then we have Space Station Gaming as well, a fan favorite with Baby Dan.
Yeah, I would really love to see at some point if Endpoint can eventually come up against the likes of Semper, because Archie is still currently on loan, and he's been that way for a couple months now. And ever since the change from Seiko going to BDS, Endpoint have looked promising, but it's yet to feel like they've gotten over the hurdle. And when Archie's playing his best, you argue his top 5 player in Europe. So Endpoint certainly trying to use this entire tournament to the best of their advantage to get some extra reps in for sure. But in Group C, it just gets even nuttier, Lawler.
It doesn't change, and no, Corelli will be joining us later, so trying to jump the gun on me here, Spaceman. But no, Group C, this is going to be the second half of the A broadcast. You got Semper and F16. That is going to be a nail-biter to kick it off. You've also got Orlando Pirates and Owl, and then FaZe Clan Furia, your first seeds. A lot of focus, obviously, on that Furia roster showing top 6 consistency. And then the second half for our Group B, or I should say our B stream, is going to be the second half of our broadcast. We've got All Mid and Gaming Gladiators, Renegades, and 0-1. Shout outs to CJ and the boys. And then you've got our favorites, Team Falcons, a team that many consider to be the #1 here, and Dignitas, another heavy star-studded lineup, trying to bounce back as well.
Yeah, those Space Station Gaming did take first in the last tournament we did about a month ago. Team Falcons are playing on home territory now. Like, this is their best opportunity to maybe capture championship in the past 2 weeks, because they looked really close in the Spring Major. But again, they're not worrying about Moist right now, but also they are playing with the confidence of knowing that they're at home. They have the crowd there, the team's there. Like, this is their territory, and they can relax. They don't have to travel. This is a huge opportunity for MENA to continue to put more extra stars on their resume. And knowing that MENA makes up about like 24% of all the participants that are currently in the event, like 18 out of 75 players, that's nuts. That's an overwhelming majority, and that's what you want. So everything is riding in the right direction for Falcons.
Hey, man, we alluded to it, but the schedule for this broadcast today, as we take a look at it, is pretty straightforward. We've got two groups that we're covering. We're covering Group B and Group D. We're going to start off with Rogue versus Team Secret and then go into that Heat Anka game. And then the winner of Rogue versus Secret is going to go against Endpoint. Same thing on the other side, up against Space Station. After that, we'll then go into the Group D matches, and we'll be doing the same exact thing for their group. All mid Gaming Gladiators. Winner of that goes to play Falcons, which I would hate to be that team. And then you've got Renegades and 0-1 going up against Dignitas. So a little bit of a breather for some of these teams. And that's the exciting thing is for those guys that have that first round bye, all it takes is one series win. That's all you need in order to get into your playoff time. So some pretty important stuff in this double elimination bracket, and dropping down to those lowers does not make it any easier. So a lot of really exciting stuff on the docket for us today. But our first match of the day is going to be Rogue versus Team Secret. Without getting into too much detail here, Spaceman, early indication, early kind of thoughts on this first match.
I think Rogue will have the leg up when it comes to threes early, but as the series does go on, Team Secret have proven that not only are they capable of playing against international competition, of course, they got 12th in the spring major, but also Rogue's kind of inability to find sustained drives together with that cohesion. Maybe a big reason why Zanil's now in place of Aqua, given age restrictions and all that, but it's going to be a very interesting conversation to dive into because there's a lot to talk about with Rogue.
International matchup about to kick off. We're going to take a quick break for everybody. When we come back, we will dive exactly in to what makes this Rogue team tick. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back. Lawler and Spaceman here getting ready to kick off match number 1. We've got Rogue versus Team Secret coming up next. Should be an exciting one. Primarily, we're going to focus in on Rogue first. There's a lot of excitement around this roster, primarily due to the fact that, one, they're here and very animated, and number 2, they've got a player on loan from Torrent. They've got Zanil on the roster here, Spaceman.
Yeah, you call it excitement. I call it hesitation. I'm a little bit worried, but I will tell you this, okay? With Aqua being out and Zanil being in, the loan from Torrent's begun. Now, does that help the defensive Rogue? I think that's the big question, because when Gyro's playing with confidence, this team feels like they can challenge anybody and keep pace with anybody, but it really comes down to whether Gyro's playing well and how Zanil fits in. We'll see that as the game unfolds.
Well, let's see how they're feeling. We got a hype video for you all. Let's take a look at Rogue. Rogue roster looking and feeling good, and Gyro primarily at the forefront of that roster is going to be the one we focus in on. Should be pretty exciting as we take a peek. And the talk of the town, obviously, Taroko, we know, has been their kind of lead when it comes to ones, but Zanil, the obvious focus for me, Spaceman.
Yeah, I think that defensively, he brings a lot to the table that could help with Rogue's ability to stabilize in the back line, something they have struggled with all season, even with Aqua, and their ability to clear the ball out to midfield with clean touches. But also, it's going to be interesting to see how Taroko then slots in counterattacks and rotations, because with Gyro sometimes playing a little bit shaky, he felt that he had to step up and kind of run that one spot. So does he fall back to a slot shooter? We'll see how it plays out. I think this is an interesting dynamic for Rogue, and one that could pay off if they can put it together early on.
Well, on the other side of the coin is going to be Team Secret, a roster that has a lot of excitement, just coming off of a 3-0 sweep on the best team in Europe in Team BDS, and finally giving South America that first win as the second seed coming into an international event. So pretty exciting stuff for them. But let's take a look at their hype video and see what they've got for us. So many mixed emotions in that hype video. Don't know if I'm supposed to be quiet, afraid, sad, happy, in love. Who knows? Either way, we've got Team Secret on the docket. We got Sad, Knight, and Drafino. My focus is always going to be on Sad. Something that doesn't get enough love is the fact that he is a KBM pro, one of the few alongside LCT over on Gaming Gladiator. So should be a lot of fun watching this play unfold.
Yeah, like one of the only ones you're really going to see in this tournament, let alone the majority of like RLCS competition, top Rocket League. But the entire squad here, I think, is an interesting sample size for how really South America has propped up in the past couple of years. Now, granted, this team in likes against Furia, they're probably right below, but Team Secret has started making waves. They really did it in the spring major. They've been doing it all year, and now again is another opportunity for them. That's what I look at, is this is an opportunity to continue to get better and to prove that this team works going into potentially Worlds. So this is a huge moment for Team Secret as an organization, as players in Rocket League as well.
Yeah, looking at both of these two, we've gotten the opportunity to actually see Rogue, but in the past we haven't seen Team Secret. So yeah, taking a look at our head-to-head between these two lineups, it's very difficult to kind of stray away from the fan favorites. Obviously, Gyro, we talked about his emotional effort and decide that when he is feeling it, he's really good. But for Sad, I kind of a play on words, I guess, and the fact that we talk emotions and his name's literally Sad.
Yeah, if he can make Gyro that, it's going to be a good day for Team Secret. But I think the biggest factor going into this first series, given the fact that they start off in threes and then it's whoever loses gets to choose, I think if you are Team Secret, if you can start to do what South America doesn't do as often, which is rely heavily on the physicality in the demo game, if you can do that against Gyro, get him uncomfortable and take Taroko out of his slots and out of his lanes, you're going to have a pretty easy time against Rogue. Now, granted, Zanil could change things, but for Team Secret, we talked about a little bit before the show kicked off. We wanted to know how they would approach not only this competition, but if they would start to meet kind of that international meta of the physicality that has certainly cropped up this year. So it'll be fun to see if Team Secret make changes and adjustments, but for Rogue, it comes down to confidence at the end of the day.
Yeah, curiosity for me, obviously, with Aqua not being in attendance, he was one of their star players in twos. So who's going to fill that role, who's going to be the one that stands out for that is going to be really interesting. And on the other side for Team Secret, we just haven't seen them. They're an invited team. We haven't got to see how they field their roster. So it will be a learning process for us on broadcast as well, and a couple surprises. But, you know, we talk about the depth of Rocket League and how much of a chess match it is at the high level. I'd still go for a map pick ban phase and that kind of depth as well. And we kind of get that here with the crew battles where we get to see the differences there. So it should be a lot of fun and a lot of entertainment here, Spaceman.
You know, it would have been really interesting if you used somebody in like 2s and like you couldn't use them in the 3s. Like it was like a pick in the ban system there. But yeah, I think that for Rogue, you're probably going to see in 2s Taroko and Gyro at this point. I don't know how Zanil will slot in just yet. Maybe that changes. But in 1s, most likely Taroko. On the other side, I think if you're Team Secret, you kind of know what to expect. And the nice thing for them is they probably don't have a lot of different game plans that Rogue are ready for. Like Team Secret could just pick whatever they want and try to use that to their advantage early in the series.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the preparation looks like for teams coming in, because we have seen some international scrims going on where they play a few 3v3s, a couple 2v2s, and a couple 1s. So it is going to be interesting to see on how that field applies. And it's not like they have to stick to it, right? Like just because the prep work we've done says, hey, this is who you're playing with, doesn't necessarily mean so. Before we get into the match and before we get into our opening ceremony, any quick thoughts that you got, Spaceman? Real quick, give me something good.
The only thing I'm thinking about is you win 1 series and you already get like $10,000 more. That's all I care about. It's just absolutely insane.
Well, while we've mentioned the prize pool, it's $2 million here for Rocket League. Gamers8 is much more than that. This Ultimate Gaming Festival is uniting some of the world's largest esport titles under one roof for 6 weeks. We've got festivals, weekly concerts, and competition from all over the world, but it is my pleasure to officially state Gamers8 starts right now. What? And we've got to be home? That's what's going on over there. Everybody on that broadcast team, I am super envious of as we bring it back. Lawler and Spaceman. What a great way to start off the show in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I mean, you saw it, man. 6 weeks, a bunch of different titles, $15 million in prizing. We're in for a treat here. If this is just the start, Spaceman, and knowing we have 8 matches to go just today.
Yeah.
I'm speechless.
I saw a galaxy come out of that floor. Like, bro, are you telling me that's how we're starting? That's the first 30 seconds of this stream? That's incredible. Like, listen, the games are going to be as good as they are, but shout out to the production team that put this entire thing together. Like, they were not only fantastic when we did the like kind of the prelims for this entire event during the charity tournament, but the fact that they were able to get all this together in such short notice and like the players are there to experience this. this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for these players. Like, soak it in, dude. This is amazing.
Gonna be a whole lot of fun here for today. We're gonna focus in now on our first match. We got Rogue versus Team Secret in our head-to-head. Should be an exciting one as we take a look over at Taroko, the one's main for the roster on Rogue. But again, this is some of the cool stuff that we get to see, and hopefully we get to hear some of the banter as well. Obviously a heated topic lately going on here, Spaceman, but all smiles as we take a look now at Team Secret. The guys vibing and having a good time, so maybe a little distraught early on. We'll have to see how it goes, but looks like they're having fun.
Calm is just sending all of his energy to Taroko right now. He's just throwing it out there. Really, I think he's actually throwing it to Gyro because that was who you want to be getting hyped. But I love that we get a look in with the players because this is such a crucial part of the competition. And not only will these games be as interesting as they should, but in game modes like ones, you would love to see kind of reactions if you get a crazy last second goal or you really beat your opponent head to head. It's going to be so cool to watch them live.
Again, exciting stuff across the board as we get a preview of all the players. And again, we can't thank production enough. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes. The fact that we're running 2 separate streams and we're still getting on the secondary stream, not there in person. The fact that we're going to get to do interviews, we get to see these people in person. Like, there's a lot of really cool aspects that we're trying to provide here. So again, massive thank you to all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, as well as bringing me and Spaceman in. Crowley will be joining us later and he'll say his own thanks, but you know, we'll see if that's a risk later on or not, depending on how this evolves. So should be a lot of fun for us today. A lot of Rocket League action all together. So we can start focusing in on the nitty gritty here, Spaceman. Rogue and Team Secret going in. Obviously, Rogue right now, our 9th team in North America. Currently missing Aqua, their young star player that they brought in recently, is going to be sitting in for Zanil on loan from Torrent. Again, we've been talking about kind of what dynamic is that going to bring? What's that going to do to their foundation as a play style, their identity as a team, where it's primarily, you know, Taroko sits in back, holds down the fort, and you let Gyro and Aqua kind of lead the charge. Is that going to be different with Zanil? What's that going to look like?
Yeah, I think the offense now is much more predicated on Gyro in this instance, because usually it was Aqua gets ball, then Gyro gets ball, and then if nobody scores and we're struggling on the counterattack, Taroko's going to have to clean up the mess. In this instance, though, Gyro should be the one kind of running point and calling the action. Taroko can go back to being that second option that he used to be when First Killer was on this team and what really worked well for him. And the fact that Zanil is here can just help tighten up the counterattacks down the field. I think this amalgamation of a roster for Rogue might end up paying off in ways they didn't expect, but it really comes down to what version of Gyro do we get.
Yeah, again, obviously there's a big decision as to why they picked up Zanil. Out of all these rosters and all these opportunities, I mean, you see, hey, we can pick up basically anyone we want as kind of a free ride to 15K. Like, who do we go with? And the fact that they still settled on Zanil should tell you something and a reason to be confident. So the big focus here is going to be definitely trying to find some sort of offense. It's always been Rogue's kind of plague is, hey, we have the ability to put a couple shots on, but it's never really sustained. How do we find a way to make this consistent? On the other side for Team Secret, that physicality, something that South America tends to lean away from, or is that something that's going to change up? We see a lot of that also in ones as Gyro already chasing one down with minimal boost. But it is Rogue pretty much on offense here in the first minute.
Yeah, and if you're Rogue going into this, you should know that South America leans away. So you're going to use that to your advantage. You're going to get up physical downfield. You're going to try to cut down the lanes and make these 50s as choppy as possible. Granted, what a great 50 that almost leads to an opening goal. For Rogue, they have struggled with clean touches before. I wonder again if Zanil will help that, but it comes down to execution in the end. There's a couple of shots that ring out early, but not a lot falling for Rogue. But this is kind of the kind of pressure. If you're a Rogue fan, you want to see this. You want to see them past midfield with possession of the ball, getting quality shots.
Again, as a reiteration for those that are unaware of the format, we're going to be starting here in these crew battles with a 3v3. Just get everybody's feet wet, make sure everybody gets on the field. And the losing team will then pick between 1v1s and 2v2s. The ability to decide, hey, how do we want to tackle this chess match? After that, we then go back to 3v3s as Ashan almost comes in here for Team Secret. Some pressure for them finally as this one passes across. Then we go back and pick the last one we haven't seen yet, whether it be ones or twos. And if we manage to get to a game 5, then we go back to 3. So players advocating, obviously wanting that 3v3 competition, especially with a prize pool of $2 million, makes a lot of sense. But again, a good double touch opportunity here from Taroko doesn't land. So we're going to see the third person in rotation, Zanil, slow it down a little bit, try to go for something on his own.
And that's what's scary about this entire tournament. It's like, again, you show up, you unpack your bags, you have a good flight, and you get 15K. If you come to this tournament and you try your hardest and you get a series or two, you're talking about an exponential growth of tens of thousands of dollars as you go on. And that's clearly a big chunk of change for a lot of these players and for teams, yes, like Rogue, who will not be going to the World Championship and they want to have a chance to compete for that prize money. So this is an opportunity to end the year on a high note, and it's certainly a way to test out the waters for potentially a new teammate. As a great save is made through there by Team Secret to keep this one away. Still 0-0, 2 minutes in, and this has been about as close of an opening 3-man hit for both teams I think you could have wanted.
Well, double commit on the back wall could be a problem, but it's good control here from Team Secret. Just going to slow it down, go for the solo play with Knight. Plays it over the top again. Defense already there. Again, no goal just yet. Ball lofted up high. Sad. Trying to drop that down low. Doesn't end up hitting the touch. And all doesn't matter is the follow-up is there from Team Secret. Good defensive rotation. Rogue's been working on that quite a bit as they sweep through, finding someone on their way back, not putting themselves out of position. There's a good redirect by Sad, kind of one of the players we want to focus on here. Has thrown possession away, something that Spaceman, with the Rogue HQ, you've seen way too much of.
So much of, but to end on a kind of a high note, as this game dwindles away, I've been very impressed early on with Zanil. His ability to cleanly catch the ball off the backboard, to clear it away on the defensive end, get downfield for a hit, and then if he doesn't find the angle he's looking for, how quickly he gets back in to challenge a lot of these touches. It's these constant pressure from the front of the box. One more bump out, a chance now for Team Secret, but Zanil will once more take it down the field. Plenty of boost to work with here. Looking for Taroko on the opposite wing, can't find the pinch. An extra bump that just keeps the play going. Zanil doing a very nice job early on to establish kind of his rhythm, and it seems that it's helped Rogue feel a little bit more confident.
Again, we talk about, hey, maybe we will see Taroko more in rotation, but I'm actually glad that Zanil is not afraid to move up. There's a lot of times when you're that fill-in guy, you don't really get those touches, and all of a sudden it's like as soon as you go to make one, you're not really in a groove. You're not in that rhythm that you mentioned. So the fact that he's working cleanly in rotation, he's getting involved very early on, I think is really important for them, and might be one of those players that's something we haven't even discussed really, is who's going to be filling in that other twos role. The assumption is that we're going to get Gyro and maybe Taroko, but at the same time, I don't know if they want to play and make Taroko play every single match that is possible. So even just to see on how this one plays out, as we are finally now through over 4.5 minutes of gameplay, coming down to the wire. Still no goal, but plenty of offense from both sides. As the last-ditch attempts launch downfield, they're probably going to kill that one, and we go into overtime in game one.
You know, that was a flurry of assault from Rogue, and that's great defense by Team Secret to not concede anything early, but these kickoffs have been relatively neutral for both teams. I do wonder if it will change as the series does go on. However, as things stand now, it's been constant Rogue pressure. They just haven't been able to capitalize. Maybe that changes. Another great challenge through the corner. A chance now to clear for Team Secret and a chance for possession. They're going to hold it here as a flip towards the side. We'll get Zanil falling out of the goal line. And another quick counterattack down the field by Rogue.
Good space given from both sides and not afraid to be patient with it as well. A lot of times we see that forced early on, and not the case here. Obviously Team Secret and that South America region do a really good job on the back end, but it's going to get over the top. Zanil, the stand-it, get the first goal here on the board.
Ooh, great pinch and self-serve to his own. That's a beautiful read by Zanil. He had been flying downfield all game. The dude hadn't stopped moving. I think he burned more boost than anybody in the lobby combined. In the end, the defensive hold that we had wondered about for Zanil does come through, and that's the question mark. Was defensively, what does he bring to the table? But what do his counterattacks do to the speed of Rogue? What does it do to the formation of this team? And if Gyro's not going to be the number one option, clearly right now Zanil is. Just let him roam. He's doing it great.
I mean, that's what you want in a team, right? Like, obviously there's some formality with Taroko and Gyro being like, hey man, like we know what we want to accomplish here, but if you can just enable that new player, make them feel as comfortable as possible, everything else should just fall into play. And so far so good. Zanil, like you said, good pinch off the side wall, self-serving, and just a clear downfield catches Team Secret off guard. Team Secret in South America in particular like to go for those solo plays and those air dribbles and just keeping it close outside of defense rather than the big clears or a pass downfield. So those are the types of things that are exploitable, and we saw them exploited by Optic when Team Secret had to go against them. So curious if Rogue took some notes from that one, but now comes the fun part. This is where we get into the actual analysis of this series, which I'm really excited for. Team Secret does suffer the first loss, therefore they get to pick the first kind of unique side of this format, whether they want to go ones or twos. If it's ones, Taroko is definitely going to be playing for the side of Rogue, and twos, Gyro and somebody else, whoever they may be, is the assumption. But for Team Secret, we just don't know. It's number 2 seed in South America right now, and we haven't gotten to see them yet. They're invited, so I'm excited to see what they end up fielding. But if I'm them, I'm thinking twos is probably the play.
Yeah, you know, I was a little wondering if they were going to go right to twos, given how quickly it seemed that Zenil was getting on their heads in that opening game. But this is a chance to, again, get back to baseline, because it was 0-0 up until we went to OT, obviously. Like, it was a very close game, and the defense from Team Secret certainly held their own. So there's no reason you wouldn't trust yourself again. Now, granted, physicality so far for Rogue has been one of their strong suits, and having Zenil and Gyro in this spot, I like this call, because it used to be Gyro and Aqua, and Zenil just seems like he's playing at a faster rate than everybody else right now. This is a very dangerous game too, if you're Team Secret.
Yeah, not too many actually know about Zenil. Obviously hasn't gotten that showcase. Obviously Torrent and the Wisdom group over in Minnesota trying to do everything they can to put forth a strong roster. But there's been some pretty crazy changes to that roster. It was originally Alpine that came in from the Rival Series, and having a top 8 performance in the RLCS just really hasn't found their footing, even with the addition of a pro coach like Mystic. So it is interesting to see Zenil finally get that showcase, and that's going to be kind of the general premises, it feels like, for this tournament altogether. A lot of chance for some of these individuals to showcase their talent, especially with the off season for a lot of these teams coming early, because they're not going to be in Dallas in a few weeks. Yeah. This is a good chance for them to really showcase and be like, hey, like, I am a solid free agent or someone you should be searching for. And it's just the beginning. Like, if you've already seen some of these roster changes, free agents like Cash available over in Europe, it's going to be crazy to think about what the next season and the next evolution of our pro scene is going to look like. And it's something that I always welcome. It's always a great time. So
yeah, for sure. No, this is gonna be one of the biggest off seasons I think Rocket League's ever had, just for talent moving around.
My poor heart, man. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but it should be a good time. But again, another slow play here. Both teams being pretty patient. Zenil with pretty minimal boost trying to get on that pad, and Joe's gonna help himself to it. So this one drops down, should be an easy save and kicked out, but minimal boost gonna make it tough to chase. And a good play by Sad, denying both boosts. Should minimize Zenil's efforts here. Just play back in the midfield to go with double touch from Gyro into the corner. Just going to shadow it through and gets demoed. So now having to play patient on the back wall should be an easy save for Zenil with the recovery and staying behind it.
It's been a lot of clean touches for Rogue, and I have, more than anybody on this planet, I have harped on Rogue and their inability to get clean touches.
Last time you said that?
Oh my goodness.
Touches for Rogue, huh?
It feels like it's been a couple of years. Gyro able to put it through. It's a great setup from downfield with 2:32 to play. Gyro takes it himself, gets it around 1, and finishes the rest.
And right at halftime, a good play by Gyro. Again, individual effort just popping it high, and that seems to be the difference maker. Twos is kind of a unique breed because it does still provide the team aspect of 3v3s, but a whole lot of room to work with. So that individual play that we love in ones can really shine through. So able to break out, and early on, it's going to go off the back wall. A shot there, cut off by Zenil, and this is where that counterattack can be dangerous. He's only got 4 boosts to work with. Is Zenil going to take it solo? He is. Second touch, puts it in, making a third. It's actually not going to go in. Beautiful defense. Trofino doesn't even get phased by it.
We sure Aqua's not here? Are we absolutely positive? Like, oh my goodness. That was terrifying. And that's, I mean, look, I'm a small part of me that has been locked away for many months is getting happy right now. But that was ridiculous. And that read from the defensive Team Secret, you can't say enough about it. The fact that it's only a 1-goal game is absolutely mind-blowing, but never mind. Gyro will take it from the sidewall himself. Gets the extra half bump, and, well, he's feeling it.
Really good play and a difficult one here for Sensley. A lot of things that he's got to look out for when he's near post, because he's not facing north-south. He can't really go up and make a challenge. And for Gyro, all that space in the air. Do I go for a flip reset? Do I fake it? What do I want to do? Eventually ends up working out. So up by 2, Rogue looking solid, proving why they made it through the qualifiers, even though Zenil having to be a stand-in. Seems to be the right choice so far. As it's cut off in the midfield by Zenil, able to get a little bit chasey off the ceiling, has his flip available. It's going to delay it and pinches it on the ground. Almost a great attempt, but it doesn't matter. The follow-up there from Gyro slots on top left up by 3.
Yeah, you know, we had the discussion in this game of, was 2's the right play? And I don't think we really dived into it. It was more of just like, yeah, you know, you're feeling comfortable, blah, blah. Maybe 1's was the way to go, because it seems that Zenil and Gyro are kind of on each other's matrix time right now, and having 1's to kind of hit an equilibrium for Team Secret could have been the play. It's all hindsight 2020, but this has been really impressive. Like, usually in 2's, it's maybe a 1-2 goal game for Rogue. In this instance, it has just been complete chaos individually in a good way. It's been a lot of patience and boost control, but a lot of creativity as well with the offense. And as I say that, great save from Gyro.
Yeah, really good break check on the back wall. Zanil getting chased down and able to dodge it. So gets the clear, and even though the shot on target, gonna slow play this. Good flick, top right, doesn't matter. Already covered on the backboard. It was actually a really fun thread the other day on Twitter about the decision making that goes into who challenges first, whether it's the person on the backboard or the person on the ground, and why that is. And you're starting to see that. It's something that I hope that more conversations like that become a thing as Trofino slots it top right.
Well, that's one way to get your offense back into it. Not a lot of time, but my goodness, what a pass and what a read. Barely beats out Zanil. Upper 90 couldn't have been any better. If that touch is a hair to the left, that ball's hitting the post.
Again, Rogue been given a little bit of space, but when they challenge, it's been successful. Those are the little differences that it's going to take for Team Secret as another chance here. Good demo, but followed up. Something that, again, South America, not always the most common, but when you go for an air dribble bump, it's almost successful, but good defense. The tandem of Rogue been pretty solid. As again, bump on the outside, Gyro recognizes it and has to cut it off. Great check too by Gyros. He's going to just be happy to play this one around slowly. That probably should have been a goal, but it doesn't matter. It's going to hit the ground, and now Rogue on match point as we go back to 3v3s.
What a way to start the day. If you're able to come out here quickly in the 3-0 fashion, granted, we're only 2 games deep, but there was quality offense from Team Secret just a little bit too late, and Rogue had complete control of this game. Constant pressure, possession time was theirs, the creativity on offense was theirs, the passes were great. And what was really interesting was, again, their freedom with the ball. Like they weren't bumped, they weren't getting pushed. And that's the takeaway. Team Secret didn't have a lot of physicality to stop plays like this from Gyro, plays from like Zanil counterattacking through the back wall. Maybe that physicality is sorely needed right now.
Yeah, you're talking about the difference maker of being able to get up early and challenge. And two's what it feels like is just 2 people monkeying as fast as they can. Just go challenge everything, be aggressive through demo rotation, control the boost. You're basically taking ones and adding a player you can pass to. That's literally all it is. So that same mentality of staying on the ball and being able to manipulate it in any capacity is really important. So excited to see how those adjustments now go back, because even though you just played 2v2s, immediately swap back to 3v3s. We're back to the standard. It's not easy. It really keeps these players on their toes. It's really tough to kind of get into a groove when everything mixes up. So we're going to be jumping in as we get an early preview of behind the scenes and the players. But again, having that coach behind them, something that Rogue does not be able to discuss through some of the problems as you see in the mid. Drafino, very talkative.
Corrupted G. Currently not with the squad. It's the same person. We love Gabe. It's listen, it's Rogue. I feel confident, as a group of 3, and I know that at this point in the season, even though we'll open it up with an opening goal, Rogue certainly should feel confident in this entire series. And I think for Team Secret, getting something going early, and it sounds as simple as it is really important, because I don't think they expected to be down 2-0 this quickly in this series. And this is probably the favorites going in. Now they have to work for the back line and really remake this series from what they can find.
Yeah, there's been a lot of conversation too, and I'm curious on your take on it. Obviously, we've gotten to see the highest level when we're watching these spring majors like we did a couple weeks ago. Yeah, we're talking the best of each region. But now in tournaments like this, as well as in Dallas with the wild card coming up, we are going to see some of this international competition not go against the very pinnacle of each region. You are going to see some 3 seeds play some like 8, 7 seeds, which I think is really exciting. We're kind of getting that right now. We've got the 2nd seed in Sam going up against the 9 seed in North America with a player on loan. We're talking about this depth and the physicality and everything else that comes with Rocket League, and kind of seeing this evolution of like, okay, maybe these regions do have a little bit more in the tank, and being able to showcase that for us here. Very, very blessed to be able to kind of just get to sit back and watch and enjoy this international competition, because it is still quite a bit of a rarity, I think, in our space, and hopefully that changes more so in the future as things kind of get back to normal. But good shot here from Team Secret, beating everybody to the ball, and up by 2.
Yeah, it just does take a little bit of time for that to get going. And saw this from Rogue earlier. Double tap to set up a teammate, centered out perfectly. And yet, to get back to your point, this tournament matters, I think, for the teams that want it to matter. Like, if you're an SSG, a Complexity, a FaZe, a Falcons, like, this is the type of tournament where you're just going to work on the small details. You're going to refine and polish your game and get ready for Worlds. For other teams, this is an opportunity to, without a lot of pressure, find out what works and what doesn't and change up everything. So like if you're Rogue, if you're a team like Almid, who maybe didn't expect to be in this spot, this is a clear advantage for you because you get extra practice against the best in the world, which you don't normally get, but you also get a chance to actually, you know, win some extra money. So there are different layers for a lot of these teams, but there is so much to learn and so much to be gained from even the best.
Yeah, even as a fan, you're seeing some of the things that just weren't the case just seasons ago. I mean, you just saw Rogue try to go for an infield pass play. It was a great pass downfield on the right-hand side. They were going to redirect that back mid, but all of a sudden you see physicality from South America to not only deny the pass from even becoming, but then you have Sad come in and cut off the pass. It's like you're seeing this small evolution, these little minute details. Just the evolution of Rocket League has come so far. So as a fan of the game at a high level, it's been really impressive just to see how much things have progressed in such a short time, both on a macro level, but also on a micro level, both within the region itself, as well as just Rocket League as a whole. As everybody on Rogue decides they want to go up for that one. Doesn't really lead to anything, but
it's Rogue.
Team Secret with possession and pressure on offense yet again.
You know, the interesting thing about the meta change is that it used to take a couple of seasons before we would see things kind of develop. Now it takes maybe a series. Like for Team Secret, are they going to get physical? They did in the first 2 games. It's a play style they're not normally accustomed to, and already they're doing a little bit more of it. Like, granted, it's not as the same level as like a FaZe or a Dig, but in this instance, you're seeing teams and even the best in the world make small adjustments, whether it's physicality, whether it's the ability to pinch the ball, whether it's the ability on counterattacks and defense and all that stuff. Teams who are the best in the world in the RLCS at this level of the game, in this stage of the game cycle, they're able to make those meta changes as a couple of months goes by rather than a year.
I mean, it's something that's a necessity, right? Like, you have so many teams that have gotten so shored up on defense. You have so many players that are just mechanically absolutely cracked. I mean, obviously in South America, I mean, can we talk about Jan anymore? Like, is a special breed of talent. So when you're going up against that level of play, you have to find ways to open up the midfield and find ways to score. And yes, you can go for the mechanical stuff if you have space. Yes, you can hit infield passes, but a lot of the times it's just the defense is so good, and the only way you can get a goal is if you remove them all together. So it's going to be interesting to see on how this evolution or what that next step of the meta is going to become. But primarily, it's been a lot of fun to watch and an absolute pleasure, as right now Team Secret completely shutting down the offense of Rogue, as Trofino. Minimal boost going to put him himself in no man's land. Could be dangerous as he rotates back. Is able to get that right boost and should be fine as Secret. Again, happy to play boom ball. Play back down the other field. Just going to survey the middle. And when a challenge comes out, aggressively challenge it. Is Sad going to pre-jump this one from downtown.
Yeah, the clear variable that stands out in this game 3 is that there is not a lot of room given for Rogue now. On these challenges, on these carries, the possession game's been there for Rogue, but Secret are cutting it down very quickly, and they're contesting the ball. Something they didn't do in game 1. They didn't really do in game 2. It was a little bit better, though, is that dangerously circles around the net. Team Secret not allowing Rogue free touches off the sidewall that we're so accustomed to in game 1, and it's paid off. You have a 2-0 lead, and they have just maintained that pressure throughout.
Rough touch for Zanil, but again, we talk about that margin of error in the evolution of this game. Some of these touches may not be the best, because this one Gyro can't get to. It's going to be another save. Got to put that one again. Only 10 seconds remaining. They have to find something here so they can play it at 0-second times. This one off the ceiling, cleared back away, and it's going to be almost a goal, but might be able to pinch this one straight down, and it goes the other way. So now, with that said, not enough time on the clock. Once this one hits the ground, these guys showing their best impression of a very early rule that we don't need to cause contradiction for. Don't need any rides just yet, but we are going to be going to ones, Taroko versus whoever, but congrats to Team Secret on their first win.
That's a big one as well. Like, to do it in a game mode that you got smoked on earlier. Granted, it was only 15 minutes ago, but come out a little bit flat. Team Secret looking more like the Team Secret we're accustomed to, as you see Gyro trying to take in what just happened. And, you know, this is an interesting spot for Gyro to be in, because I feel like in terms of veteran leadership, he might lead the charge for Rogue. Granted, Taroko's been there longer, and he's had his own stapled career in the RLCS. He's a champion in his own right. But for Gyro and the amount of teams he's been on and kind of where he's come from, we were really looking for Gyro to be that IGL, to be that leader for Taroko and Aqua. So this would be a great time. I would love if there was a universe where we could get kind of a listen and just kind of hear what he's saying to Zanil and to Taroko, because now they have their selection. I believe they will go to ones. And with that, it comes down to whether or not they put Taroko on the field. You know, I wouldn't hate the decision to put Zanil out there, but I feel like if you're used to Taroko, there's really no point. Like, you just keep Taroko out there. Okay.
Taroko, while he's not going to play this like new evolution of like crazy mechanics, watch me double flip reset on you from the sidewall. very solidified. It kind of reminds me almost like Lion Blaze almost. Lion Blaze super defensive in ones and really finds a good way to facilitate. Like he welcomes the challenge and then gets you with like really solid defense and counterattacks. But it is going to be Taroko versus Knight. Should be a fun one. A lot of it's going to start with those kickoffs and a perfect one for Taroko to start us off.
Wow. Well, yeah, that answers my question. And Taroko running the Octane in this one. So used to watching him on the Fennec. I'm not sure it changes much, but that's a great kickoff alone to stall the ball out and a powerful shot. 90 kilometers early on. And what a way for Rogue to get back into it. Very slow game number 3, but as game 4 kicks off in Coliseum, it will be ones for Rogue. And for Team Secret on the other side, this is kind of house money here. Like, granted, you're still down in the series.
Oh my gosh.
Would have been insane, but that's a free goal. But, you know, the nice thing about ones is that every time you think, oh, you're building a lead of like 3 or 4, the game is yet to be done. There's so much time left and so many opportunities. And this is just a clean opening.
Yeah, being able to score in roughly 2 seconds in ones off a kickoff and then a quick shot, depending on how it pinches, can really turn the tides very quickly. So no safe lead really, which is also the scary thing too, is knowing like, hey, this can start to like dwindle away. We've seen some very famous 1v1 moments with Fairy Peak, and Astral, and the whole be careful, and there's some pretty iconic moments that we've seen. So on this one, even though Knight does have a solid attempt with that musty, is going to be a good 50 again from Taroko, and punished. No one to back you up on these. All it takes is one mistake.
You know, here's the interesting thing is that obviously we know Taroko's not going to get baited often. You're not going to be able to squeeze him out of position as much as maybe other players on Rogue. So Team Secret are going to try to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him early on. And then maybe you'll see a little bit more of a hesitant gameplay from Knight. But it depends on how quickly that does come to fruition, because you are down 3. There's a lot of time. Now you're down 4. Taroko is very, very good at his positioning, and he doesn't overcommit. He does remind me a little bit of maybe like a less version of Turbo Pulsar, but not in like a negative way. He knows where to be. He knows when to be there, and he's not going to give you the free stuff.
I think the cool thing about Taroko in ones too is it does showcase his game sense and his game IQ. A lot of times, like you said, very consistent, very stable player, which I think is fantastic in a LAN environment. When you're playing for this kind of money, having a player like this that doesn't really make mistakes, really clean and solidified, and he's going to be consistent is super important. But also has a really good understanding of the game. Exactly knows when, hey, just a second ago, I'm going to beat you to this ball. I'm going to have a free aerial shot on target. But then at the same time, hey, you're rotating back. You can't catch this. I'm just going to throw it on target. So again, Taroko punishing the little things, and that's what's so great about ones is you find out very quickly the flaws in your own game based upon when you challenge, how much space you actually have. That positioning and that spacing, bread and butter here, as he's going to fake one. 50 doesn't work out, but this figure 8 format and positioning going to lead to another boost. He's going to take it high, and here's how Knight's going to challenge this one as he just throws it on target, and he's happy to try to play the boost game yet again. Awkward recovery should be fine, and he's able to deny that one too. So,
and he's getting every single big grab as well. Like, he's gotten 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. So there's not a lot of boost here for Knight. Even if he wants to get the small pads, it's going to take more time to circle back into the ball. But Taroko, I feel like he learned a lot more from First Killer than most people give him credit for, because First was essentially playing ones against squads of 3, and Taroko was responsible for cleaning up the mess. Like, he was responsible for tracking down the ball, making sure First Killer got back into the play, but also, you know, being the only backline that we had for a long time. I feel like he has picked up a lot of those ones tendencies, and he's been able to execute it so well, which is why you see kind of the patience on every play that he has. He juggles this one right down, and Taroko makes it 6-0 with 3 minutes to play.
I remember the narrative when he came in and we're like, yo, Taroko's probably the most underutilized third man in Rocket League when it was 100%. First Killer playing his one show. And you're gonna, again, a lot of times, and this is what I like about these events, is you don't get to see these players showcase. Because they are on a 3s team, it is not their job to do all the flashy. Like, their job is to win. That is the only purpose, and whatever that means, whether it be a lot of defense or just good saves or consistency. But they're professional players at the end of the day. Like, they are still like 300 MMR over the top of you in ranked. And Taroko's showing exactly why, yeah, he's a staple of that Rogue offense.
Yeah, you could be down 4 goals with 2 minutes or so in ones. Like, we've seen that comeback before. We saw it during the charity tournament. But when you're down 7 and you're down consistently in the boost grabs, the possession, just everything is going against you. you got to score something. The only way to break the monotony is to score a single goal. Great pinch, but better read from Taroko. And watch how he followed that one on the opposite wall to track it down. He just knows exactly what Knight's going to do with the possession. He's not going to over-challenge. He's not going to go up for a 50 that leaves him exposed on the back line. He's getting every boost he needs. He's able to avoid the bump, and he's going to get himself an 8th goal.
Oh, really smart as well on that side wall. As he's retreating back, watch his positioning. I don't know if we're going to get to see it on the replay here, but on the back side, again, he has the ability to turn and challenge, but instead he's just welcoming it in. He understands, hey, my possession's gone. I can't make this challenge because all it takes is one cut to get around me. And then just faces it well. Not only does he have to prepare for this air dribble bump that's coming in, a lot of things that he's doing right. Focusing in on Knight, though, like, it's not like he's playing poorly. It's just these small little mistakes, you know. When you're down, you have to play a bit over aggressive. You're trying to make up a 9-goal lead now. So yes, aggressive challenges, finding ways to catch Turco off guard, but that only plays into Turco's hand more. A guy who's so good on positioning is going to be passive. He's going to be patient. He's going to bite you on those fakes. So Taroko completely dominating this game, and rightfully so, because the decisions he's making have honestly been perfect so far.
Yeah, he's played it all like he was off the kickoff in the start of this game, and when it stands out most, it really is that
you should have just stayed there for 2 minutes. You should have just stayed there for 2 minutes, call it quits.
Well, finally, Team Secret get themselves something, and I think it's in fact of that rule right there. But you would love that, right? Like just to get something on the board, you'd rather have one than none. And for Knight, a chance, an absolute chance. Look, there's a lot of time left, but it will take a quick couple of goals in succession to make this one realistic.
Oh, a good start here, and Taroko trying to get back. It's not going to do it. Again, we saw Taroko score 8 in 2.5. And this is going to be fun, too. Like, hey, you're the one playing, your entire team surrounding and huddled around the computer. That's a vibe.
They're clapping like, hey, you got one. Let's go.
Pity claps.
It's good vibes from everybody. I love that.
Again, at the end of the day, there's still a lower bracket, so not want to count it out yet. Still 2 minutes, plenty of time. As a shot on target, should be able to get back on this one. Good control, and probably going to take it to the ceiling. Soft touch. Can't get underneath it and pull it off. Has the boost, but should be plenty of time to get back. Flip reset. No, just going to take the shot and a good delay here from Knight. Again, that mix-up. Got to find ways to work that in. Does catch Taroko's defense off guard.
Well, cuts the lead down to a 3rd, and all of a sudden, you're looking at a potential quick momentum swing. There is no way, I'm saying it now, there is no way that I'm betting against Rocky, but Knight is proving me wrong. Goal after goal, kickoff win after win, he has found a way to chip away slowly at Taroko. He'll have boost now, and I think that does help. Having boost finally on the other side of the field is paying off. Recovery, great shot. It's 9-4.
Did you just bring this to a game 5? Is that what's happening? Again, talking about, you know, warming up and feeling good. What looked like an impossible task just a minute ago is now back within 5.
Literally a curse.
You can't count out Spaceman. You never can.
I'm going to scream. Okay, Taroko. All you need is one, buddy. Just one more goal. I can feel it coming back. I don't like where I'm at right now. And he's going to get it over. Okay.
No. Okay, well.
It's 10-4.
Well, double digits on this one. And again, Knight, it's tough, right? When you're on that back wall, either Taroko takes a power shot and places that in a corner, or you challenge early and try to cut it off.
Yep.
Taroko just takes his time with it. So quick pop over the top. Minute 19 left to go. Still plenty of time. Again, as Knight probably going to find one off the kickoff. That one's actually off target. Pain. Does get the boost, though. Should be able to score. And he's good. No, I'm so sorry. That's on me.
Of all the times. Of all the times. Why now? Well, you can make up for it right here. Oh my God. Double reset? Almost dunked it through. That would have been disgusting.
Really interesting. Yeah, it's been interesting, Spaceman, because a lot of times in ones you just see the game pure chaos fast. Like it's just shots like rifled one after another. This game's been very methodical. Not afraid to play the pace. Also, Taroko, why are okay? You know,
don't ask questions. He is him. It's a great shot.
Saves this too.
Wow, what a block too.
And he's gonna get the boost, and he's fine. I just kill the clock at this point. 20 seconds. And why not add another one? That's a free goal for him. Just kidding. I am so sorry, Taroko. I keep doing this. That's on me.
It's okay. He has 10 goals. He's fine. It was a little scary at the end, but Taroko will close out. Maybe no, it's gonna touch. Okay, it's gonna be good though. Rogue winning game number 3. Taroko carrying boys in blue on his back, and this was just a one-sided affair. They will take the series 3-1 with them.
Yeah, it started off a 9-0 lead, and then it looked like a champ for night to come back. It's worth 4 in a row. Kind of that mixed up. Gets a couple of really good mechanical touches, a couple kickoff goals to bring it back. But that is the exciting thing about ones is talk about that evolution and that mixed up. There's going to be a lot of teams further on in this tournament that really rely on that. I think especially when we get into the best of 7s in that final bracket in the playoffs. Teams that have that really strong ones player, something that they can rely on. I think about teams like All Mid and the capabilities that they had with Chronic, I think it was, that stood in for them. So again, it's going to be important to see how that evolution goes. But for Rogue, what looks a little scary at times does close out here in 4. So congratulations to them. They're going to move on to play Endpoint, which should be a lot of fun for us in a bit here.
Yeah, a 3s matchup for the ages between those two, and seeing Archie versus Anil is going to be really fun. But Taroko, if he's playing wins like that all day, I'm going to be a very happy camper. And I think Rogue are going to be feeling very, very happy about their chances should they drop a game or 2 in the series. So that's a quality win from Rogue. It was a little bit shaky in that game 3, but they bounced back very quickly. For Team Secret, they get a second chance. However, for Rogue, they move on to Endpoint, and they get themselves a nice chunk of change to go with it.
Yeah, can't be too upset about that one as they're going to progress through one step closer. And that's kind of what you want. Coming right out of the gate, you want to be able to solidify and get a early series win. Not the 3-0 that they're hoping for, but also some promise for Team Secret. Good to see them make those adjustments, not only in the 3v3 series where they get a win, but also completely shutting down that offense. It's something that, in the grand scheme of things, is really, really confident building for Secret. There's a reason why I think they beat BDS. It wasn't just a fluke, as some may consider it to be, but to 3-0 any team, especially in an international stage, is really important. So congrats to them, able to get at least one victory, but they're going to drop down to the lowers and wait for their competition. Next, we got Heat and Anka. Should be excited to see how that one plays out as we get some more exposure to other rosters as well. A lot of players on loan for Anka as well. So a completely different roster iteration from what we're used to, but should be exciting overall. But primarily thoughts at the end of this, Rogue and Secret. Zeal's been a pretty good fit, man.
Yeah, you know, like I think Secret will turn it around again. It's only one series, but for Rogue, it seemed that the biggest question again coming in was how does the team with the eyeball test? How do they look? How do they look with Zanil? Do things look different? And it seems that it's working. It seems that his playstyle really fits the squad. It takes a lot of pressure off Gyro to have to be the first person upfield, and I'm really impressed. I didn't expect it to be that smooth in game 1. I really didn't, and I think that Zanil's presence has made Taroko a little bit more comfortable, and it looks like Gyro's just kind of feeding off that. So
that's what you want, man. It's always interesting because after the first killer leave, Gyro had to kind of fill into some pretty big shoes. Not literally. I mean, first killer's pretty small, but stands very tall on the field. So should be excited to see on how that evolution begins, as I think we have an interview coming up here in just a bit, which should be pretty exciting. So here's on who we're going to be talking to, because that's always
Gyro ready to go.
Oh, we got Gyro. Is it the one and only Gerard? Is he there? Let's go.
I hope he is. I so hope he is.
Hello.
What's up, handsome? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Dude, doing great. Talk to me, man. You know, Aqua, again, he's a young kid, so we had to wait to see him potentially in this spot coming in the next couple of years. You bring in Zanil. What was that like to have him in game 1 so efficiently downfield on counterattacks and kind of running point for you guys? We were talking about it. We felt like you guys looked really comfortable. Is that what it felt like in the comms?
Yeah, I mean, it was really easy. We just calmed a lot. We just told each other where we were. He fit right in. I think his comms are a big part of that. And honestly, I'm glad to have him.
Awesome to hear, man. Obviously, it's been really exciting watching you guys play in this evolution of Rogue. Is obviously a different circumstance, but I mean, we're talking about a prize pool that's $2 million. Like, you're guaranteed 15K. Is that something you guys are even thinking about, or are you just out there vibing, having a good time? Because it seems like you're having a pretty good time.
I mean, you know, the money's nice, but obviously in the end, like, I'm just happy to be here. You know, Riyadh, it's been a really nice place. The people are super nice, and we're just having fun, seeing how far we could get, and honestly, I'm just having a blast.
Yeah, it seems like the team is really enjoying kind of the moment here, and I think that's big for you guys, you know, given kind of how the year's gone. And this is a great way to kind of end on a high note for sure. And for you specifically, like, what have you guys been going into for this event? Have you been looking at it as like an opportunity for extra practice, or have you been just looking at it as a chance to obviously, you know, pat the pocketbooks a little bit? But you know, this is a great chance to figure out where you stand. It seems that you guys being here has been a bit of a blessing in a good way, right? Like, how are you approaching this event, and what has been kind of the positive for you for you personally, Gyro, and you guys as a team?
I mean, I can't speak for the team, but I think for me, I'm just here just trying to get good practice against international competition. You know, we've been scrimming. Honestly, I booked, I think, 5 or 6 scrims yesterday, and I don't know, we just been having a lot of fun. So yeah, we're just doing this, seeing where we get. The money's nice, so yeah, just happy to be here.
Immaculate vibes there, it looks like, for you, Gyro. Obviously having fun with all these scrims and stuff. But last question for you before we let you go and go celebrate with the team. Upcoming match is going to be against Endpoint. Seems like it's a battle of loans going on. You got Archie for Endpoint. You've got Zanil for yourself. Who do you think is going to be the big impact player? Is it yourself? Who do you think is going to be the big difference maker against Endpoint?
Honestly, I have to say probably Taroko. I think in ones, he's going to get us a win there. And honestly, I think all of us will do well. Like, Zanil is like one of the best 2s players in the game. And I feel confident against them in 3s. We haven't scrimmed them yet, but I think we'll do good against them. We just got to watch out for Archie, and I think we'll be fine. I'm excited to play against them.
All right, well, we appreciate it, Gyro. We'll let you get back to your team and go celebrate. Got a little bit of a break before we get into the series. So again, we always appreciate you taking the time, and enjoy the vibes, man. It looks like it's been an absolute blast.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
He's so wholesome. I love
Such
Gyro.
a good kid.
I saw him in LA, and he was like, he was just so happy to be there. I was like, what's up, buddy? How you doing? He's so nice. But I think that takeaway right there was really interesting. Like, you feel confident with Taroko in 1s. You feel confident in 2s with Gyro and Zanil. Like, that's the thing. Like, right now, Rogue are feeling confident, and they're like, yeah, if we deal with Archie, we're okay. We can do this. And I'm like,
massive disrespect to Wave and Mesa.
This is my
but like,
copium.
what do you?
It's just so much copium right now, but I am hoping, bro.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that one evolves. But again, it's kind of an exciting thing for them too, because they are missing out on some of these big events because the team didn't have the performances.
Sure.
This is a good way to get that practice in, whether it be 3s, 2s, or 1s. You take what you can get. So I mean, the fact that they're scheduling 6 that's 7 hours, 6 hours of Rocket League in one day for practice. So very excited to see that evolution, and Rogue obviously trying to take full opportunities in their favor. So a lot of exciting stuff as we're kind of getting ready to go into that next matchup. So immaculate vibes, like we said, for Gyro and the rest of the crew over on Rogue. Congratulations to them in their 3-1 victory over Team Secret. But they are going to have about an hour break before we get into their second half of their day. So pretty exciting stuff across the board, Spaceman. But overall, was it what you expected? What's your kind of take on the Zanil edition and everything else?
Yeah, it's been of both. I expected Zanil to have an impact on the counterattacks on the playstyle of Taroko and Gyro, but also it was just nice to see it actually happen, because you can predict and hypothesize all day long. That's what we do. But until you actually see it, you're never really sure what you're going to get. So the fact that Zanil had that impact and it was tangibly visible, the fact that you could see Rogue really thriving off of it, it was really interesting to see in a good way. So I think that the addition was great. It's working out so far. We'll see if we can keep it going.
On the other side for Team Secret, obviously going to need a little bit of a bounce back, but luckily at the end of that ones, Knight did show a little bit of confidence, a couple of mechanics here and there, and giving that space. So I do think their 3s game is something they should be very confident in. We saw how quickly they made that adjustment, and because 3s is the majority of the game modes that we're going to be seeing throughout the tournament, I think that's something that they can rely on and build upon. It's what they came in from with the spring major, just a little bit of confidence coming through. And yeah, Rogue out of the gate may have caught him off guard, but excited to see how they end up bouncing back. But with that said, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, you guys, we got our next match of the day. It's going to be Heat versus Anka. Don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. Lawler on the desk, and joining me for the first time is Corelli. How you doing,
That's
buddy?
right. I'm fantastic. I'm ready to go. I've been looking forward to this event for a few months now, ever since I heard the first thoughts about this one. And I think the format's great. And getting all these teams together right before our World Championship as well is really kind of the icing on the cake, just to see how everyone plays. And for teams like you guys were mentioning earlier, for teams like Rogue, who aren't at the World Championship, to get a taste of what they can do on the international stage, especially on a LAN. That's what makes it so special. So I love everything about this, and I'm excited to get into the games.
Crowley, you passed the test. You did pay attention and listen to what we had to say, so you're allowed to stay.
I had the sound on.
What a guy. What a guy. I know it's early over there, so appreciate you taking the time. As we're going to take a look at some of the highlights, I'm going to pick your brain a little bit more because obviously me and Spaceman just talked about it in fruition, but takeaways from this early series, primarily on Team Secret. What are your thoughts?
I was shocked that Taroko ran away with the 1v1 game. I think he's better than Knight in this performance, obviously, but that was kind of the biggest shock to me. I think in the 2s and in the 3s, 3s definitely it was a lot more even. I would have said that was a coin flip. I think 2s, Rogue was favored because of Daniil. I know Gyro talked about it a little bit. I think you guys touched on it a little bit as well. Daniil's an insane 2s player, and I think he actually will help carry Rogue in a lot of these 2s matchups, when I think a lot of people are looking at the 3s and the 1s matches as kind of like, we could be specialists in that. I think Rogue could actually hone in on those 2s and kind of lock down that part of this format.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool insight too to see these specialties kind of coming out. We talk about the differences in Rogue's identity and what it's going to look like with Daniil, and now being able to kind of rely heavily. Obviously, Aqua is kind of their playmaker and their big focus, but Daniil slotting in almost perfectly has been really fun to watch that kind of evolution unfold. So pretty crazy stuff across the board, and always exciting to see on what their next match is going to look like, because obviously the competition is only getting more and more fierce. Right. But they do have a little bit of warm up. We're going to ice them for an hour before they play Endpoint, but pretty exciting stuff across the board. But yeah, I think Rogue has a lot to be happy about. I mean, we talked about it with Gyro as well in his interview about things that he's confident in, both his teammates and himself, which is always important. But the impact of Daniil has felt very, very solid. Corelli, are we good?
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Apparently I was muted. Apparently my hand bonked a button. I guess.
I was trying to let you know secretly, but yeah, it's okay.
Looking down and typing. Yeah. Hey man, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. You know, sometimes it's early. We click buttons. It happens. Either way, excited to take a look at our group. This is our bracket so far here in Group B. We're going to be covering Group B all day today, and then eventually go into Group D. But starting off, we've got Rogue and Team Secret 3-1 with Rogue. Their only loss coming in that second 3 series, but we're going to jump into Heat and Anka up next.
And this Heat Anka matchup, that one's going to be very, very interesting. I was mentioning this to you before we got into this game, or onto screen here. Heat got here with Moxie on their team. He's not here at this event now. He went through the qualifiers with Heat. They were juicers at the time, but he's not here, and he's one of the hottest, if not the hottest, name in ones right now. So that is a big hit to this squad, and so they bring on Raziers. We'll see how he does, but very interesting to see. A lot of eyes here on Heat without Moxie.
Well, let's take a look at what Heat has to say and what they have to show in their hype video. I think it's my favorite getting to see, again, a lot of the times, if you haven't seen these players compete in the RLCS at the high level, you don't really get to know what they look like unless they stream or their content creation side. So first time getting to see Parker Force and Reziers on this one, but it looks like they're having a lot of fun and throwing up some animations for themselves, which is always a good time. So gonna be excited to see Heat as we take a look at their roster and everything else. It's pretty cool to see their spotlight, but the one right in the middle there, Rezzers, you talk about how he's kind of on loan, and that seems to be the case for a lot of these players. Obviously, Moxie not able to attend, who is their ones main, but Rezzers probably going to be filling in that role. Iron Legacy, and a lot of potential just as a way to make a name. We touched on that, Corelli, a little bit with Rogue, how even though they may not be a team that's competing in the RLCS like Team Secret was, it is a chance for them to showcase talents and potentially be like, hey, like I'm worthy of a pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, and I think they pick up Razier's for a reason, right? It's tough to replace a guy like Moxie, but they pick him up for a reason. They have some trust in him. And again, I think they come out here and play at a LAN situation and have a bit of fun as well. It's a lot of pressure not only to play on a LAN, but also with this format. There are players who aren't going to be playing next to you that are just going to be watching you. That's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Well, against them is going to be Anka, which we talk about a crazy situation. You've got one player who's an original member of this team. They're still bringing in Twiz and Suspect from two separate teams. This is an amalgamation of just people coming together to have a good time. The original Anka roster is 7th in MENA right now, which we talk about the ability for a region to finally have like dedicated tournaments. And for the first time after waiting for 5 years, they get that. And Anka is a team that has shown pretty high peaks in the past as well. Obviously, you have your favorites like Falcons and others, but primarily Anka is a team that has shown potential. It's gonna be interesting to see on how that all plays out. But to them on the left, Twiz and Suspect. Twiz is coming over from Veloce, the second best team that we've seen, and Suspect coming over from Kings.
And it's a Middle Eastern team here, and I would say that a lot of them are favored. They're the hometown heroes, and I do think that there is a lot of talent coming out from the MENA region, and I think this is a perfect tournament to show that off. And I think it's actually interesting that we get basically 3 players from 3 different teams, and again, I think they come together for a reason. So Anka definitely going to be looking out for them, not only in this series but in the series to come.
Yeah, again, always exciting to see, but again, it's even better to see what they look like in person as we take a look at Anka's hype video. Again, always awesome to put names to faces and everything else, but at the end of the day, it comes down to how they play on the field, and that's what we'll be looking forward to as we kind of start steering our focus into the actual matchup. Heat versus Anka. It's going to start as 3v3, so we will kind of see everybody's expertise as it plays across, but overall, I'm curious to see on how the evolution of the series goes. Obviously, Rezier is going to be filling in, and again, massive thank you to our sponsors, both SSG and Aramco, for coming in. Always a pleasure of having them support us and being able to do this. Because without them, we can't actually put on a broadcast. So pretty important to this situation. So primarily, I'm looking over at Anka. Obviously, they have some players on loan. Twiz is probably my focus in particular. I think that Veloce team obviously gets overshadowed a lot, the previous sites roster and everything else. But the exciting thing is how this team has come to be, just Anka in particular. Like, you're taking 3 players from 3 separate teams coming together to compete for a shy $2 million. Like, it's a pretty unique circumstance, Crowley.
Yeah, and I think if you really want to look at it tactically, I think bringing 3 different players from 3 different teams is the only place that I think you're going to take a hit is probably the 3s, because obviously this isn't their normal team. But I think they're going to have a very strong bond in the 2s and obviously the 1s as well, because you've specifically formed this team for a purpose. And I think that's the difference here. For some teams, they've come with their team that they normally just compete in with 3s, but here they made this team for a purpose. And when you have this type of format, you can kind of pick and choose who you want to put out there. And I think this team comes together and has an opportunity to really kind of show off, okay, if we put our best players in the right spots, we can have a lot of success.
Yeah, again, my apologies. It's actually F16, not sites. And Veloce got those. It's, again, there's so many teams, they're all mixing out. We got a bunch of young kids coming in too. You've got the Twins, you've got Novo and everybody else, Mawson and so many good players coming in from that region. Everybody in that region should be afraid for the next season. That's all I'm saying. Everybody's so talented coming through. So excited to actually get that showcase for us here in a little bit. But to echo your sentiment, Crowley, I think it's always a really good time watching these players come out and compete and getting to showcase what their talents are. 3s kind of gives us like a base level, which I think is really cool. But then as soon as we start getting into 2s and 1s, you really see that individual talent come through and what that looks like. Like 2s, and I'm sure obviously as you're a higher level player as well, when you actually play, 2s is just pure chaos. It's just go all the time, and it's ironically the most played playlist when it comes to the rank ladder. So interested to see on what that'll look like and what Juicers now Heat actually provide as well. If I had to guess, it'd probably be Parka and Reziers if I had to pick, but I don't know if they're going to lean into what Rogue did, where they really utilize their player who's on loan. Rightfully so. I think they should, but I don't know if they want to burn them out too quickly. They got a lot of games to play.
Yeah, and I mean, when you go back and you look at the qualifiers, you know, Juicers did just fine in a lot of their 3v3 games as well. So it's not like that they got carried by Moxie, more so that he definitely carried the ones for them, but you have to also win some other game modes to get to this point. So Heat, excuse me, I was looking at their previous name. Heat, it definitely has the opportunity here to make a deep run even without Moxie. But I will say one thing too, is that they have 2 French players. And a lot of times when you look at players pound for pound, you can put good money on the French players being good. And especially on a LAN in this type of opportunity, I actually think this is a very interesting matchup because you kind of have like the hometown players with Anka, but you also have French players who typically do perform quite well and have already gone through a qualifier and proven themselves to play quite well. So I think this series might go the distance if I had to like make a semi prediction here, because I do think that each of these teams has a very strong point in this format, and I think they will kind of trade blows as they go through.
Yeah, it makes me kind of believe that even though we talk about kind of getting your feet wet in the first series, it's probably going to be the most important. You know, the ability to right out of the gate in this 3v3, getting a victory here is probably going to be some of the difference makers. Obviously, threes is going to be the thing we see the most in game 1, 3, and 5 in this format, and in the sevens, it'll also be the 7th game. But coming out of the gate and getting an early victory provides it, kind of instills that early confidence that then goes and carries through from what it feels like 2s and 1s. Right. So I think the biggest thing to focus on, especially for these players that are kind of on loan, which is going to be a very common talking point across the board. Reziers to me is one that needs to have an impact very early. Build that confidence now, and then hopefully that'll carry through into the 1s and everything else. Because if they do lose, that's something that they can still go back to and immediately neutralize the series.
And to your point, to what you're kind of saying, if you just kind of look at it in a general level with the way this format works, winning that first game is really important because it doesn't make you be so proactive in trying to pick the next best thing for your team. You can kind of be reactive and kind of just adapt to what the other side wants to do, whether it's a 2s or a 1s type thing. So I do think that for the first game, especially it being 3v3, like you said, people are getting their feet wet, but it's also extremely important when you go and you talk about the tactics of what game mode you really want to play. I'm not really sure if any of these teams here thought about, you know, how game 1 will affect game 2. I think they're kind of just going with the flow and seeing who's playing well. But I do think that it is more important than I think even the teams might realize is how important game 1 is, because it really does not only set the tone for the series, but it also sets the tactics of the series as well when you choose what game mode you want to play.
Well, Crowley, we've talked a lot about in-game what we're looking forward to, but what if we take a look outside of the game? Anka has something special for us. Let's take a look. What a gamer. What a gamer by Twiz. Can we play that for a $2 million prize pool? Like,
right. That's got to be like a tiebreaker or something. We got to do that for a tiebreaker. Have that. I don't know. The shooting was good, and then it was bad, and then it was good again. So hopefully that's not how his game goes. Hopefully it's consistent, but that's a lot of fun.
Imagine that's the kind of stuff that we use for tiebreakers and stuff from now on. I know we've done rock, paper, scissors tournaments in the past, but I think a little bit of basketball challenge is the way to go. So interested to see what other things production has in store for us, because that's a surprise for us too. Some of the stuff we just don't know about. So I'm looking forward to all of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a rule, I think, in RLCS at least, that eventually you get down to a coin flip for some certain tiebreaker. It's that's where you implement it. If we have to get to a coin flip, you play that game. That's where that's implemented.
That's a way better coin flip, honestly. There's a little bit of skill involved in that one. So looking forward to it as we start getting into our next match. Heat versus Anka. Again, as a reiteration on Heat, we got Parka Force and Reziers standing in for Moxie, who is the god tier 1v1 that helped them get to this point. But Reziers also very talented in that retrospect. On the other side, you've got Anka coming in with Talam. And then they have 2 players on loan, Twiz from Veloce and Suspect from Kings. Overall rankings right now, Heat recently was the Juicers. They don't have too much result history for them throughout the RLCS. They did end up qualifying for the main event. I think it was in Spring Regional 2, if I remember correctly. And then for Anka, 7th overall in MENA. So a lot of exciting stuff, but we can't just be biased towards Anka, right?
Oh,
like
no.
we gotta show Heat in their process of the basketball challenge, right, Crowley? Like we gotta see how well they do.
We have to compare.
6 is the one to beat. Let's take a look. Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast. Corelli and I in the background are like, we're getting a little worried on that one. We're like, uh-oh. Like,
I like that he was slowly scooting up the shooter as he was getting closer and closer. The frustration was setting in. I think that was like, what, 6 or 7 missed in a row. But he popped off at the end. You got to give him a little credit, maybe a little bit more time. He would have caught back up.
Hey, man, they don't say where you have to take the shot from. Like, go for the easy layup if you can. I'm just saying. I don't think we would have done any better, but I like the couple that were like full yeet. He was just like, it just goes.
Listen, we talked about that maybe being a tiebreaker. I think if you're Heat, you don't want that to be the tiebreaker. At least you don't want Rezier shooting. Okay, I'm just saying.
Somebody else said we talk about this difference of like evolution of what it's going to be with the 1s, 2s, and 3s. Sub it a different player the next time you play that 1v1. I'm just saying. Either way, jokes aside, we appreciate everybody at home being patient, waiting for us to get into these matches. Again, players got to make sure everything's solidified and everything's all good. So just having a little bit of fun while we fill for time. But primarily, Corelli, is there anybody that you really want to focus in on between Heat and Anka? Somebody that you're like kind of paying attention to? Mine, I said, was Twiz. I think a player from Veloce that's very talented. But do you have someone in particular?
I don't have anyone in particular. I think for me, I have a lot more confidence in Anka overall for the point that I made earlier. I think that you make a team for a reason when you pick 3 different players. So I do think overall, when I look at Anka, I have a lot more faith in them actually, just because of that aspect of them saying, okay, we're picking and choosing who we want. We're not just walking in with our 3s team. And maybe there were some outside factors for that as well. But either way, when you're able to pick and choose, I do think that helps. And just kind of looking a little bit forward to Lawler in the upper semifinals, the winner of Heat Anka will have to play Space Station, which I think, whether they meant to or not, is a team that is built for this type of event and is a team that I think is going to be much stronger than maybe people give them credit for. And you will have to bring your A game. And so I think between Heat and Anka, this matchup is really going to show what we're going to get with these, especially individual players, in that Space Station matchup, because I do think Space Station is going to be a very strong contender here.
Yeah, it should be exciting to watch how this one develops as we got another KBM player. Again, not enough of those on the field, but now we have 2 in the same group back to back. Pretty surprising stuff. So always love seeing that. But yeah, I think when they talked about picking up Daniel way back on Space Station, like you mentioned, God, it was like 4 months in advance. I'm pretty sure like it was a process that they were working on pretty early on when I was talking to their coach Chrome. But it is something that kind of is curious on how it translates over. The evolution of threes has obviously gone through a bunch of different meta changes over the course of the 5-6 years that it's existed, but never was the intention of, hey, you also need to practice twos and ones. And even though these players do play it, and a lot of our professional players nowadays are coming from the one scene, we haven't really seen it in a tournament setting. There's been, what, I think it was Johnny Boy did the Fusion tournament, who's also casting for Gamers8 for us on the A stream, but we haven't really seen this concept really like fleshed out. Like it's still fairly new, Corelli.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you can kind of see teams kind of scramble for the rosters that they maybe want for formats like this, and that's what makes it fun too. I mean, it is something that's different. I think, especially between threes and ones, people love ones almost just as much as they love threes. So twos, I don't know if they get as much love. We haven't had as many twos tournaments as I think ones and threes, obviously, but I actually really love the twos aspect, especially nowadays, just because of how mechanical players can be and how much control players have. Twos becomes a lot more of a tactical game rather than just like straight up like mechanics, I would say. So I think that makes it a lot of fun, but it is those mechanics that kind of help those tactics as well. So it's an interesting trade-off between threes and ones, and that's why I think when we talked about Rogue, twos can kind of be a sleeper game mode, because I think people think, well, okay, if we can just have a good threes team, we might have a good twos team, or if we have a couple good ones players, we'll have a good twos team. But you can also just have players that are good at twos, and I think there are a few teams that have players like that.
Yeah, I mean, you hear about, especially in the NA scene, there's a couple players that when you see them on the other side, you're like, okay, we're going to have to sweat on this one. This one's going to be a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen in the past. And you kind of like sit up in your chair a little bit and you get ready for it. So you heard Jaro talk about Zadil being one of the better twos players. I think you're going to start to see that, but it is interesting to see how that will evolve as the tournament goes on too, because it is one thing to just field your initial roster and be like, yep, this is what we're going with. And then all of a sudden you change that up. You slot in a different player and they end up filling in that role. So there's going to be some of these players that I do think are going to be the workhorse of the team, where you see them play in every single mode. But it is awesome to see that they are spreading that out a little bit. I mean, if we're talking about looking ahead, Space Station, Daniel's playing in everything. He's playing ones, twos, and threes. He doesn't have a choice. Like, they are going to work him to the ground. So it will be interesting to see on if that makes an impact long term, especially as the stakes get higher and higher. But everybody's still having an extra life, except for obviously Team Secret, as it's the only match we've seen so far. But I am excited to get into this one and see how things evolve without Moxie, with what their twos and ones are going to look like, and what kind of impact that has against a very strong Anka team.
I was just thinking about what you just said, and I think it's maybe not ideal for a team to rely on, let's say, like a Daniel, just for hypothetical reasons, because I think that if you have like that golden player, if you will, that can play all three, and you want to play him in all three, I think that if he's having like a bad series or something, then you kind of put all your eggs into one basket, where I think if teams have kind of the diversity of players to be able to sub in and out either twos or ones, I think you give yourself a better shot in this. And also another thing too, when we were looking at the players, they have the coaches behind them, and I'm curious how much input the coaches have on who goes where. Obviously players will probably know the best as well, but it's always interesting to give coaches another opportunity to kind of have their voices heard, and this format is perfect for that.
Yeah, 100%. We talk about the depth of Rocket League. We mentioned this a little bit briefly, as it's going to start off quickly for Heat. What a shot by Force. There's that French player you were talking about, Crowley.
Hey, exactly what I'm talking about here. This is the type of pop-off that you don't want if you're on Anka, as Heat starts off hot. And again, I think a lot of people looked at their run and said Moxie was the guy to carry them through ones, but Heat also had quite a few good threes wins, and this is something that I think Anka and teams in the future will have to look out for. It's kind of a sleeper here on their threes game in Heat, and you really have to play up to their level.
Well, it should be a fun one here, Crowley, as we get into our second best of 5 of the day. Heat and Anka starting off strong with a quick shot for Force, but now it's been all offense for Anka, as we have, again, our overall standings right now. What was Juicers, now Heat, is kind of tough to add to the overall rankings. I think they were sitting like 19th in Europe, just because they were one of those new teams that evolved in the spring split that just came to a conclusion, where they ended up placing once in the main event. But As for Anka, 7th overall, and Mina, this is kind of the exciting thing about these tournaments is we are getting exposure to the depth of both these regions, which we haven't been able to really take a glance at previously sought after. So usually we get to spoil the ones at the top, but this time around, everybody's involved.
Yeah, especially for Mina as well, and a lot of these Middle Eastern teams. That's really the most exciting part here, I think, for this LAN, is that you do get to see the depth of just the players and pound for pound what they bring. Because not only are you going to see them in threes, but obviously in twos and ones. So you really get to see the breadth of skill and talent that Mina has to offer. And Anka's one of those teams. And like I said earlier, I do think their threes will probably be the weakest, just knowing how this team came together. But when we get past the threes here, especially after this game, win or lose, I think you will see Anka do a lot better.
Well, couple big touches, and what Heat is doing very well is those challenges in the midfield. Multiple times trying to get it clear. You see one challenge there, and then another one immediately up. But it's on target, unable to find the touch, and up by 2. So Heat feeling pretty confident with their shots. A lot of power and good positioning overall, which again is something that you mentioned, Crowley. It should be expected from Heat. Obviously, only swapping one player instead of 2 should add a little bit of stability, but the mechanics from Anka is something not to shy away from. As another big clear, and that one might actually end up going in. Oh, wow. Those are unfortunate. You hate to see it.
So kind of a slow start here from Anka. I mean, this goal is a little bit more Mickey than the other ones, but the first 2 goals were just too slow to the ball, and a missed touch as well from Anka. So very, very slow here in this first game, in the first 2 minutes from Anka, and he kind of just picking him apart, just being faster to the ball and taking advantage of mistakes.
Unfortunately, the flick not going to connect there for Jalump, so it is Park over the top, and some aggression. Good challenge met on this one, and then beat the other way. A quick cut. Twiz is there, popped over the top, and no follow-up again. Not trying to challenge immediately. For some reason, that pre-jump is actually going to block off a force to make it a little bit awkward. But again, that margin of error is something that's happening so much with all these players getting so mechanical that even though it may not be the best touch, turns nothing into something. President's going to keep this one close, has a second flip over the top of the middle, but again, Anka trying to do everything they can to keep possession in the other half, even if it means throwing a Bonnie at it.
You see Anka, I think, very slowly kind of get a foothold in this game. They're having to pick up their pace, and you can tell because Heat, they're owning the airspace of that midfield just completely. Holistically, every single time that ball's in the air, it's a Heat player meeting it near the roof or even on the ground. I do think Anka very slowly speeding up their game and reading what Heat is bringing to the table. You can see Parker get up so quick, but a great block here from Twiz, and Anka now maybe a chance for them to set something up. A good little passing play towards the net, or say they're able to get it out.
Smart play by Heat either way. Again, that play is threatening by Anka, but something that he does well is recognizing, hey, spatial awareness. We got to play this into an empty space, and you know, all the attack is coming from one side. Let's play it back across body and put it out of the way. And that one, a small mistake on the back end, going to be punished by Heat.
And again, another missed touch here coming out from Anka, and I think that's really been the big takeaway here from game 1. I think realistically, their only mistake was the 3rd goal when they crept up too far and that clear kind of caught them off guard. Otherwise, the 3 other goals that they've had, 1, 2, and 4, have been just missed touches.
And a lot of pressure on the line, and you know, we talk about trying to settle into a series. A lot of that does just apply to making sure those mechanics are there. It's why we really touched on it with Daniil, is when you're a new player coming in on loan, like being able to get involved early, you're part of the standard rotation, you feel part of the team, and that confidence that it kind of instills does make a pretty big difference. For Anka, you know, the big one they want to take away from this is just put a goal on the board. You know, try to find something that you can to come away with it. As we get into our final minute, it's going to be Parka who decides to put one in again, as it makes it up by 5 with a minute left here for Heat.
And that's another quality goal there from Heat, just kind of chipping away at Anka. And Anka really just had one little touch to kind of pop it out of the box there, but Heat's so quick to collapse Parker with a great shot on target in the end. And of course, some disruption there in the box as well. 5-0 is the scoreline in game 1. And I think, again, I've repeated it a couple times, I do think that 3s will be the weakest point for Anka, but you know, look out for their 2s and 1s. I think that's where they're going to shine a little bit more.
Yeah, again, the 3-man rotation has gotten kind of crazy lately, Corelli, with how fast and everything is playing out. So any slight miscommunication or any slight rotation that's just a bit off, it definitely throws everything away. So while I do think Aga's had some pretty good moments, and they, again, you can see the skill level of the players like you're mentioning. Like we're going to see really, I think, emphasized in 2s and 1s. You do see a couple pass plays, but so small mistouches that have really been punished, other than the one where they cheat up a little bit too far. So I wouldn't be too distraught right away, but again, good start for Heat. They're going to be feeling pretty confident about this one, and rightfully so. Something that they can rely on is their 3s coming into this one. But as we get through these final few seconds, it is going to be game 1 from Heat, and then we start talking about this chess match of Anka. Do they go 1s or 2s? I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, that's really the question. I would guess 2s. But I don't know how confident they are in 1s. I mean, obviously, if it is 1s, he's probably going to put out Raziers. That's why he's here. But I think they have other options in Parka as well. But I think that is the question. What is Anka wanting to do here? My guess would be 2. If I was Anka, I would go with 2.
Taking a look at all the highlights, you can see primarily from Heat getting to the ball first, winning a lot of challenges. Curious if that's going to carry over to 2s as well, which I would expect. Maybe on this one, maybe you don't bring in Reziers. Maybe you do keep it Park and Force because they do have that French connection, speaking in the native tongue. Leave Reziers out of the loop a little bit, you know, and kind of go and
it's a real
shore that up. Yeah, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see on how that one plays out. But on the other side, I'm curious on what Anka ends up doing. Talam and Twiz sound like pretty solid options, but at this point, it's anybody's game. So maybe they go to 1s. Maybe we're both wrong. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, obviously they have to either pick 1s or 2s, but I think the 3s is a great way for Anka to kind of get into this, because again, I don't think it's their strongest thing, and I also think that there's a lot of land rookies here. So for them to just kind of get their feet wet, get into the rotation of things, and just kind of get things going is very, very important. And again, I do think that they know what they're getting into now. And if they do go 2s, then I do think it'll be a bit of a closer game, just because obviously it's one step down from 3s. And, you know, pound for pound, I do think that there are some strong players on this Anka side.
Yeah, without a doubt, not to discredit, obviously, it is going to see like a pretty glaring difference. But we saw the same thing with Rogue and Secret, where like, okay, it looked really one-sided. And then all of a sudden, Knight's like, yo, hold on. And all of a sudden, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, trying to do whatever he can to bounce back. So again, a lot of depth in both these regions, and I'm glad it's being showcased, but primarily there's a lot of games still left to play, and it is tough to kind of get into a groove every time where you're switching the game mode. I remember we did a tournament back in like 2019 early with WSOE where there was like pauses in the middle of a series, and how jarring that was. And now we're seeing pauses as a standard thing in a best of 7 for a tactical timeout. So we'll see what ends up happening, as it is going to be 2s. Reziers is going to step in, rightfully so. He and Parker are going to see what they can do against Twiz and Talam, so we're right on that one as well. Good to see some of the things we're trying to figure out, Corelli, are coming true.
Yeah, and
it is that 2s game.
I was about to say, you're already seeing that pressure coming out from Anka. The mechanics showing themselves a little bit. Talam with a great touch, flip reset over Parka. That's the type of start you need from Anka. And like I said, this 2s, it might be a bit stronger than their 3s here, and a great start here for Anka.
Only taking a handful of seconds. And there's another kickoff here for Anka. Trying to read this one. Very aggressive challenge off the ceiling. Something that you can kind of get away with. The big counterattacks aren't as punishing in 2s. You don't have that person kind of left over to make a good infield pass and then blast it downfield. So Heat trying to bounce back. It is Parka showing off his own mechanics. Flip reset, gets a bump, but Razier's playing this one a bit passively, trying to play it safe. Doesn't want to get punished, rightfully so. As it's cleared back the other way, soft touch and control. I'm just going to let this one go. Try to draw in that defense, but a lot of these touches need to be careful. There's a race back downfield, immediately recovered and demoed the other way.
And I was telling you before, Lawler, I really love 2s because it's just as much about posturing as it is about outplay. And that's kind of what makes it so special, is that you have that extra variable of the posturing with your teammate, which makes it so much more different than 1s. And here we see Parka able to put one away. You can kind of see Heat slowly working the ball on the Anka side here. Razier's just trying to make it tough for Twiz to deal with. And unfortunately, a double commit came out from Anka, and that's an open shot there for Parka.
Yeah, the right idea there. And you talk about that posturing as well. You see a perfect example of it, you know, just going up and standing tall and trying to make a play out of it. And it falls in front of the net, and then it becomes the defense's challenge. Like, hey, did we play this to the corner? I think that's why that double commit came out as well, is like recognizing if you pinch this, it's going to go out to a defender. And it's something that Rezer's been doing a really good job of in particular, but you're seeing from the teammate as well. No immediate challenges. You saw in 3s, just super aggressive to every challenge, get to the ball, but they're being pretty patient with that second person in rotation. As a shot comes here, it's going to be a good touch. And Talam, but Anka back up by 1.
Yeah, a quality challenge there as well, putting Parka in a very tough situation. And in twos, it's very quick. These goals can happen so quickly when one player is just awkward, because he even just got a touch on that ball to slow it down, but it was awkward. It was not the most high-quality shot for them to keep possession, and Anka was able to clamp down immediately. And that's kind of, again, something that's very special for twos, is that when you have the perfect posturing, when you have the perfect positioning, you can put one player in an awkward position and then instantly able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like it snowballs out of hand really quickly in twos, especially when you get rotation and boost control going over. It just comes to be a point where you're like, this is inevitable. Like, they are going to score here. It's just a matter of time, unless you get one of those big clears. But an individual effort it's going to be from Anka. That's a great touch.
Talam, look at this. And I didn't think he could get down to it. He's really stretching to get that touch, but he still put it on target. That's incredible from Talam, and he can't do much about it. Anka showing their teeth here in game 2 in this 2v2. Definitely looking to be the stronger team at the moment, just mechanically as well. Really making Heat work for it defensively.
I think it was Gyro that ended up putting out that tweet saying about, like, hey, so much respect to the Middle Eastern teams that have to play on EU ping with 100+. While I get to play with 12 at home, and you can see, like, they are an extremely fast region. There was that conversation of, I'm pretty sure it was Johnny Boy again, who was obviously always trying to advocate for Mina, rightfully so. But talking about how, hey, who's the fastest region based on boost consumption and everything else. And Mina gets a lot of credit for that. If you watch their regionals, it is very, very quick, and you're seeing that come out. And then you get rid of that ping issue on LAN, and you got a beast of a team. So Anka wasn't able to do it in threes, but a little bit of space here in twos, and they are really punishing with these mechanics. Solid play in the first 3 minutes as they find themselves up by 3, possibly 4. No, it's a good challenge by Parka. As a boost secure, it's going to be an aggressive challenge, and it immediately played around. The shot could be a pass. It's actually underneath, and a save that almost is there, but ends up just leading to a goal, and it's all smiles here on Anka.
Yeah, very happy watching that one. And I guess if you're just sitting on the sideline watching your team go on Anka, you're quite happy at the moment.
I mean, that's gonna be an interesting vibe though, Crowley, right? Because like we've never seen like you're on the bench, like you're just chilling. We've never really seen that in professional play. It's gotta be a different vibe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. I mean, if you're suspect, you're just the biggest cheerleader of your team right now, right? I mean, realistically, they got 2 cheerleaders now with the coach behind them, and I think that matters too. Like we were mentioning earlier before we were getting into the series, you know, obviously the format is very unique, but the way the format plays is even more unique on LAN because your teammates are literally sitting next to you watching you play for the team. So it's not only the pressure of playing on LAN against a high-quality player, you also have your team that are relying on you, sitting there right next to you, watching you play.
There is some interesting things like you mentioned about like LAN meta that people don't really notice until they play, especially for like rookies, where like you get demoed and the camera doesn't show, so you just look at your teammate's computer. There's little things like that that are so different to being there in an environment, plus being able to, you know, celebrate with your teammates nearby. And like you said, in this circumstance, have 2, potentially 3 cheerleaders if we go into ones like we got to see with Rogue and Secret, is a different vibe. But good job by Heat off the kickoff. Again, you mentioned the ability to score very quickly in twos, and they bring it back within 2 very quickly.
Yeah, that's a quality kickoff there from Aziz, just straight up and down off the ceiling, and an easy read for him. Didn't need boost because the ball just landed on top of his head. Minute 22 left on the clock here in game 2. Anka, they've been in control for most of it. Now a fake kickoff comes out from Heat, and Park trying to get the bump. He does. The ball trickling towards the net, and that was a great start there off the kickoff for Heat. And something that I don't think we've even touched on yet was just the kind of kickoff meta. You're seeing more and more teams throw out different types of kickoffs, as Anka might have one here. Parka able to get back, but the kickoff game is something not only in ones but in twos and in threes too. You can really make work and give yourself a goal, as Parka puts Heat within 1.
Yeah, really good clear here. This one in the back corner looked like it was going to get challenged immediately, but able to get around it, actually pinched it all the way to the left-hand side. So what looked like was going to be a dunk and possibly a goal situation for Anka turns into a goal for Heat. You talk about the big swing and how quickly that can happen. What looked like big trouble for Heat, they've adjusted quite well to. So Anka finds himself back on offense. You're hoping that they can kind of break this curse, as it has been a bunch unanswered for them. So we get into a final 40 seconds. It's a shot, a perfect redirect, and what a shot to tie it up from Reziers.
I was just thinking in my own head, I was like, it'd be a real shame if Anka let this one slip away, and they slowly are here because they've played a fantastic game up until this point, but you got to give a lot of credit over to Heat. They've done a great job of staying in this one, even when Anka were feeling themselves and outplaying them. 41 seconds, we're tied up. 10 goals have been scored.
Very stoic look there from Reziers on the player cam. As this one could be a double touch. He plays it in. What a shot from Parka.
Yup. That's the danger. Parka off the ceiling and a second touch down and away, and Anka left staring at that goal. And with 33 seconds left, Anka now on the back foot in a game that they've been so comfortable in, letting this one slip away now.
It was a massive goal lead, and they respond perfectly. At this point, Corelli, what's defense?
Look at that angle. Look how he angles his car.
Zero hesitation as well.
Wow. That was crucial for Anka, and Twiz kind of putting on a master class of car control there and finding the right angle. He knew this one was going to be tough to beat Reziers if he hit it any other way. Reziers might have had a chance on it. That's great work from Twiz. Tied up, a crucial goal, as I mentioned. 20 seconds left now.
Smart back pass as well. Blom chasing that one down. It's going to be a pinch, goes up high. Final 10 seconds. Trying to go for a second touch here. It ends up perfectly kissing and going back down the other way. But control there for Anka. Second touch, seeing if they're going to keep this one up and go with one last attempt. Heath throws it up high. It's a shot down and saved away. We have overtime in game number 2.
Wow. Well, if you're Heat, you're happy, right? You're seeing this overtime and you're saying, okay, we made the comeback. If you're Anka, I think the pressure's on you. This is the one that's kind of slipped out of your fingertips. And it's getting more and more dangerous as Heat certainly got their offense going. Individual play coming out as well. Maybe a big play from Twiz is what Anka needs. Tough read coming down, and he can't get the touch. Talam, though, might have an opportunity as well. He's got full boost. Looking for the dunk, not going to happen. Anka putting on the pressure early, and Heat not folding.
Again, the scary thing about twos is, yes, an easy way to alleviate pressure, but you're also giving up possession very quickly with a lot of these just booming clears. Using that kind of breath of relief, but the difficulty as well is with how mechanical all these players are.
Way.
You're seeing an example of it here. It's a double touch, and Heat is able to bring it back.
Oh, that's disaster for Anka. It's such a great game from them, but Heat with a massive comeback, and so many clips were scored here from this Heat side. A lot of great comeback goals, a lot of great quality goals from individual players here. And that one hurts because now if you're Anka, you got to go back into a threes game where Heat really ran away with it.
Insane, man. Having a 4-goal lead, and Heat is able to claw their way back and eventually winning it in overtime. And it looks like it was going to go either way. You know, you saw Twiz at the very end, that important goal to neutralize that goal that they got off of that initial clear. But just too much. It's been a lot of the mechanical side of things too. Like, the challenges have been good for Anka. This one in particular, like, Talam's in the right place. He's going and covering that backboard, but those efforts, the response, it isn't enough, Corelli.
That's a frustrating one. If you're Anka and an Anka fan, again, I think basically the first 3 minutes, they were in full control. It felt like they were the better team, better players. And then the last 2 minutes really fell off. And maybe that's more credit to Heat. They did a great job of kind of getting their offense going, slowed down Anka's attack. But that was a massive lead. I think it was like, what, 5-1 at one point that got away from them. So a frustrating game, not only because they let their lead slip, but again, they go back into a 3v3 matchup where they did not fare very well in game 1.
Hopefully they can do the same thing Heat just did, where they make those small adjustments as we get into game 3. It is Heat on match point, trying to close this out in a 3-0. Be curious on how it applies. Already early challenges from Anka, much better than last time. This goes off the back wall, and an easy clear. Rezer should have one more important 50, brings us into the midfield. Both teams very aggressive on challenges. Need to be careful though for Anka. We've seen them do this in the past, and then they get bit with counterattacks. Something that the Falcons have punished them for dearly in the RLCS. It's a good chip up and met in the midfield. And they're going to leave that midfield boost as they try to chase down that back player, trying to go for a free touch on target, but not able to connect on the demo.
And I think, when we look back at game one and Anka's performance, we did chalk it up to a lot of just mistakes, right? Off the back wall, some missed touches. And I don't think that's going to be typical for Anka. They're not that inconsistent. I don't think that first game was really their best effort. And so I'm looking at this game and hoping that you see a little bit more consistency coming out from Anka. And I think you are getting that already here in the first minute. Some great work to kind of push away Heat as they are certainly getting their offense going here with a lot of possession. But I don't think that's typical from Anka, even in this threes game where I don't think they're favored, to be as consistent here. This is a tough one to get the read, and Kalon does a great job to at least slow that one down, get a good touch, and some good control here from Anka as they're trying to mount some sort of attack. And unfortunately, possession lost.
So far, Anka's doing a pretty good job of handling this offense that we've seen, and even more so, not afraid to go up and match it. There's been a lot of times where teams that play this super aggressive play style tend to sit back and just welcome that offense and then hope for a counterattack. But Anka's trying to match it and go toe-to-toe with them, which I think is really important. You don't want to let this team get comfortable and play their own play style. As Forsyth is going to come flat across.
Whoa.
It's a beautiful shot, but it's actually a save. It was a double commit and manages to go in between both of them and out.
A little dicey defensively there from Anka. Little dicey, seeing double players dive across the box, not getting the touch, and the third man has to pick it up. Not what you want, but they do make the save, and that's what's important at the end of the day. Heat, though, certainly looking the better team. It feels like only a matter of time before they push through. Forsyth still getting the read. Anka looking for some semblance of offense. They've poked down the field a few times, but haven't been able to hold on to the ball. Now Razier's second touch looming, and that one off the
How many touches is he gonna get?
How did that go in?
He wins the challenge in the corner. He gets another in midfield. He plays another and then gets a double touch. Like, I understand why they brought him in, but my goodness.
I don't even know what to say if you're Anka there. He hit both posts, and then it went in. I mean, that's so hard to get the read on. If you don't get it on the first post, you're not going to get it off the second post. And now Heat gets their 1-goal lead here. Now Anka, that's a great demo. Unfortunately, again, the attack just not threatening enough at the moment from Anka. Heat really haven't been tested too much, and that one not the best touch. It was actually Twiz who got the touch there. And still another shot coming through. Twiz will put it away. And a good opportunity here from Anka. They're able to tie things up.
Yeah, really important one here. And a lot of that pressure just being enabled by the defense getting completely removed. Something that I think Anka is doing a great job of is making those adjustments. And if a team's playing fast through rotation, if you can keep denying those boosts and then get a demo out of it, can make it really tough for Heat to clear the ball out. So great job by them to respond. It has been a lot of individual effort on the side of Heat. Rezier's in particular making his impact known as he makes a good pop here. No boost to follow it up, so should be cleared back the other way. As this game is neutral with a minute and a half to go. Trying to get recover on the back wall. It's a soft touch straight down. It's a shot, but it's a save. Fortunately for them, Talop not in position to make a touch. He was going back for boost. So double touch opportunity right off the backboard. Nothing for free here anymore, Corelli.
Yeah, that was honestly probably one of Anka's better drives, even though it came up scoreless. Some good passing there on the Heat side and really confused that defense. And unfortunately, the shot was directly at the man in net. Still Anka. They're in a good position here, in a much better position than they were in game one, where I think Heat just ran away with it. Anka certainly, I think, a little bit more confident. Maybe the nerves a little bit more relaxed as they kind of had a couple games to get into this, or at least a couple games just to sit on stage and kind of feel the moment. 45 seconds left now. Heat wanting to threaten one more time.
100% Corelli. You're starting to see both that confidence apply both on the offense and the defense. You're starting to see pre-jumps even in some of these saves, but again, can they translate that into a goal? That's kind of been the deciding factor. Is Heat for the most time, it's been a couple shots here and there, and if it's not for the demos, they haven't really been able to find it. But Rezier is almost something insane. You even hear Corelli's reaction to it as that flip reset. If it would have connected with a little bit of power, who knows if it would have went in. But a double commit and a big chance for a counterattack. Rezier's down there as well. Gonna play it high in solo, and Anka's defense able to hold on in the final 5 seconds. Can they do it?
it would be sweet for Anka to win this one, especially with the way the twos game went. Letting that one kind of slip away, but to come back in threes and a much stronger opportunity here as another pass comes across the box, but it's way too high. Demo's coming out as well. Anka really turning up the heat here, and they can't seem to put one away as Parker gets bumped out of the way. Now they're gonna need some defense here as Anka certainly putting on the pressure here early in overtime, and Heat just trying to weather the storm.
Honestly, what seems to be the answer, a lot of these touches getting met well. Another bump by Twiz. Again, what worked so well for them in their first goal is a lot of the pressure is on. If they can keep that rotational play and deny some of these boosts, they should be able to find it. But that's a beautiful clear by Reziers. As it goes in the corner, it's pinched immediately back the other way and up high. Shot on target. Parker's going to have to stretch for this one. And makes a good save, but immediately met by Anka. Good challenges to keep it on their half. In the corner, soft touch, has a retouch. Almost able to get there as Twiz. Been showcasing those mechanics pretty dang well. But gonna bring it back all the way around, find a teammate, and it goes back the other way. That one's on target. Plenty of defense here from Heat. Keep it out. Minute into overtime. Good attempts from both.
And the Heat defense definitely looking a bit more shaky here in this overtime. A lot of holes, a lot of double commits coming out as well. Certainly not what you want to see from them. They haven't been punished quite yet, but I think Anka kind of recognizes that, and I do think it's a lot of Twiz doing a lot of good physical play on the Heat side. But certainly not the strongest defense coming out from Heat at the moment. They're lucky they haven't been scored on, and they're able to keep the attack going here for the moment. Force kind of in chase here, Anka. Maybe a chance. Unfortunately, still can't get out. The challenge game still going in Heat's favor, and dangerous as that one's dropped in front of the box, but no one there to follow up.
Yeah, I think you touched on it pretty quickly, but yeah, Twiz has kind of been the difference maker. Making it just somewhat awkward has been the answer, it feels like, because anytime he gets into a groove, you see what they're able to do with their touches. Is this one a beautiful shot over the top? No follow-up. It looked like that was going to be it, and now a big counterattack. The solo play, and it's going to be Force who dunks it in. I can't believe that's how it ends.
What a great pick up there from Force as well. And that was the best attack again from Anka there in that overtime, and they've just been oh so close to taking down this Heat squad twice now. It's gotten away from them. A 3-0 in the end for Heat, and a well-earned one, especially in that twos game. Having to get that comeback. They really show some resolve here against Anka.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights here in this last game, a lot of individual efforts. That one play from Reziers, he took that all the way down and then hit that double touch, but it was the aggression actually from Twiz that ended up opening up a net. But that big counterattack, it looks like it was going to be in. That one hit the backboard, it wasn't saved, and I'm like, all right, person in the midfield, move up and take your shot. And then all of a sudden it's the other team going the other way, and it ends up being a double touch to go in. So heartbreak here for Anka. So many close series, especially that one where they were up in twos, a 4-goal lead that gets spoiled.
Yeah,
that one's tough as they drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, again, I think it goes back to that twos game. You know, losing the threes in this way is fine. I mean, it's not ideal, but the twos game was really the one that I think hurt Anka the most. Letting that lead slip away was the first dagger in their ultimate demise here. And I do think that they look quite good. I think that threes game, you got a little bit more of maybe what you would expect from Anka. But I think Heat was very consistent in their threes game, and in a format that is favoring more threes than anything else. That's the most important part of, or most important component of this format, is having at least somewhat of a strong threes game because of how many games you can play. So that's a good sign for Heat, especially when, again, they don't have Moxie here, who is their star ones player in the qualifier. So good things from Heat here. Again, showing some resolve as well. That's very important in a LAN setting.
I will say something to be careful of. Their next match is going to be up against Space Station Gaming, and if we know anything about them, they do like to make things a little bit awkward on that back line. They do get pretty bumpy. So if they can take what Twiz did and emphasize that, a little bit worried for Heat. Obviously, Space Station, that's going to be the first match, but pretty crazy stuff across the board. Overall, though, Heat coming out feeling pretty confident. Had a really good game one, very aggressive on their challenges, met in the midfield. Some individual efforts, and then the big impression for me is the fact that they were able to come back after a big deficit. Being down by 4 is no joke, especially in twos, and to have those responses and have them yet again met where they do neutralize it and still win an OT. That's got to be a pretty big confidence booster.
Yeah, and I think also too for Heat, they had multiple players play extremely well throughout that. In fact, I think all of them played pretty well, but I was really impressed with Razier's, especially in the twos game and initially in the threes game, the game one. I thought he played great the first two games. He played fine the third game as well, but I think he really shined in those first two games and was a big reason why they were able to come back into it. You know, we kind of wondered if they were going to have the French connection, the twos, but I think Razier's was probably the best pick for their twos game, just because I think he made such a big impact both defensively and offensively, and again, ultimately led them to that comeback.
Hey man, it's something about these players that are on loan that are making a massive impact. You know, you don't have Moxie for once, but in this circumstance, they don't even go to ones. They don't even need it because there's impact in twos and threes. So pretty crazy stuff. As I think we have a player interview coming up next. I didn't exactly hear who it is, but it is going to be Razier's, the sub-in. How you doing, Razier's? How are things going?
Yeah. Yo. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, definitely. How about you guys?
Fantastic. We're doing great. And look, we enjoyed your series here against Anka. I want to just go straight forward here, talk about that twos comeback. That was the game that we were kind of going nuts for you guys. Talk to me about when you guys were down 5-1. Was there anything that you guys said, or was like, okay, let's just play, let's see what happens?
Yeah, we definitely had like some strats. We definitely tried to change a couple of things up. Yeah, at the end we just played and yeah, it worked out for us. So yeah, happy about that.
Appreciate it. I'm going to focus in on the big storyline here. Obviously, what was Juicers relied heavily on Moxie to get their qualification, and all of a sudden, that's not able. Like they can't even do that anymore. All of a sudden, Rezzers, you're getting the call up, and it's like, hey, we need you to come to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Can you hop on a flight? What was that like circumstance like? Like, how did you find out that you were going to be coming in, as well as how's the experience been so far for you?
So yeah, they wrote me on Twitter like at like, I don't know, it was like 1 or 2 a.m. I got a message from Parker if I wanted to play the Gamers8 with them, and yeah, at first I was like, I don't know what to say. I was like really happy to actually play a tournament like this, and yeah, it's like insane here. It's like more than I ever could have thought of. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to touch on that just a little bit more. You're the lone German here on a French team. What's it like? You know, we hear a lot about the Frenchmen and how they kind of have that connection. What's it like, you know, being the German here on the French team?
Yeah, well, it's not really a barrier. I would say like we're like all good, really good together. We're just talking English the whole time. It's like not really, they're just like talking French and like not talking with me at all. We're just a really good team. I'd say we're like, I would say like almost like brothers. Like even though we only know each other for like 2 weeks now.
Very quick kinship happening here, it sounds like, which is always awesome to hear for you. Rezzers, before we let you go, I got one more question for you. It's actually a two-parter. Number one, for this, is this your first like big like international competition? And number two, Space Station up next. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's like my very first international LAN. It's crazy to be here. And Space Station, well, I think we have good cards against Space Station since yeah, we analyze them, I would say. we know how they play, and yeah, we try to definitely counter them. Yep.
Hey man, looking forward to seeing that analysis come into action, and if you can shut down some of the heavy favorites. Don't let Baby Dan get to you. He's small, but he plays big. So looking forward to the next series, and best of luck.
Thank you. Best.
They've been downloaded. That's what he was saying. They've downloaded Space Station. I'm excited to see it too. That's going to be a great matchup. And again, I do think Space Station as a team, definitely one of the more scary teams out here, especially coming from North America. So excited to see them take the pitch.
Well, before we get that, we have another international match coming up. We've got Endpoint and the Rogue. Our first seed is sitting and waiting patiently, is around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Gamers8 action.
starters. I'm Spaceman. That is Corelli Lawler taking a small break. But with us, we get back into a situation where we've just concluded a 3-0. And what a fashion it was as well. And that last goal was absolutely nutty. And I loved the conversation you had in the interview. He was like, yeah, like 1 a.m. Got a text. Was like, can you be here? Sure. That's
crazy.
Esports, baby. Corelli, like, what'd you think of that?
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised by it at all. And I think it's great. I mean, I love what he said too, you know, after kind of setting it up with that first part, he said, you know, we're like brothers now, even though we've known each other for like 2 weeks. And that camaraderie means something. I mean, that goes a long way in Rocket League because it's not just about skill. It is also just about like your confidence with your teammates. That's what Moist always says all the time, although they have a ton of skill. But I think that will take them very, very far here. And again, I think they prove that they have a lot of resolve against a very tough Anka squad who really got going in those last 2 games.
Yeah, it's interesting to see teams that maybe have just formed now starting to get some of that camaraderie. But speaking of, we got highlights from the last series, which were just stellar all throughout. And we expected that with a lot of these young teams coming into this, with not a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Again, sponsored by Aramco. And this was a fantastic showing throughout. And it seemed that it was going to continue with these crazy saves in this 2's games, but slowly but surely started building themselves back into the lead. And all of a sudden, we had ourselves a tie game with around 60 seconds to go.
And a couple of great clips as well for E and Anka. A lot of big time double taps, good flip resets as well. You're seeing a lot of these goals just go in front of the box, especially in that 2's game. So many goals happen. And what a touch there from Raziers to put Heat into the lead. But again, I do think the big takeaway here is, well, there's 2 things. I think one, how well Heat did play, but also how close Anka was as well. And that was a big thing, as I don't think they had the strongest 3s. They kept this very, very close and at times looked really strong.
You were talking with Lawler during the series about the difference between, you know, 2s and how the approach might be. If you can have 2 great 1s players, but it doesn't mean it's actually going to correlate. Did you find that as teams have gotten obviously a little bit more individually skilled and players have started to meet the meta as Rocket League's gotten bigger, the 2s has become more of a focus, the same way that the 1s technically that kind of leads the charge? Is 2s becoming kind of that secret game mode for a lot of squads? Because it seems that if you have a solid 2s roster, you can pretty much convert that into the other game modes as well.
I still think that 1s is the most like ubiquitous between all of them, because I think if you're good at 1s, then you're most likely going to be good at 2s, and you can transfer that skill into 3s very easily as well. Yeah. And we're seeing that more and more as a lot of the best players were 1s mains coming into the pro scene. And so especially in 2s, if you're just talking about 1s to 2s, I still think it's 1s that, like, you would be better off going from 1s to 2s than 2s to 1s, right? And so yeah. I think those 1s players will be extremely strong in 2s always.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of 1s players and groups of 2s all the way down to 3s, we got ourselves a series coming up that's about as good as I think you'd want for one of our early round matchups. And again, for Endpoint, they of course found themselves in this situation where they had a bit of a bye, but for Rogue, they had to work their way here regardless. Let's take a look in at this Rogue roster because it's a fun one. I'm just kidding. It was Endpoint the whole time. But talk to me about this Endpoint roster. They made the change. You got BDS picking up someone. You got Archie coming in on loan. He's been on loan for a while. What does this team look like now, given the stage of the year?
So I think this team might actually fare a little bit better here in a format like this than maybe they did to just straight up 3v3. I still think they're extremely strong in 3s, but you have Archie, who is one of the best players in Europe and has gone a whole season of being the best player in Europe at one point. And I feel like Endpoint could really utilize him in a format like this. He can really be used and abused against other teams, especially when you talk about 2s and 3s in particular. I'm curious, I'm sure there's kind of a discussion about their 1s game as well, but he's definitely kind of that golden player for Endpoint who can really help them win a lot of these game modes outside of 3s, but of course 3s as well. Yeah,
it really seemed that we would potentially favor Archie going into that 1s, if not 2s matchup, just kind of given the prowess that he's had as a player. Again, we've talked about it before. When he's playing at his best, he's like a top 5, maybe top 3 player in Europe. He's that good. It's coming out to putting everything together. But for this Endpoint roster, you know, they're going against Rogue, who clearly Taroko's on his game today. Clearly Zanil is playing excellent counterattack. for Endpoint, I think obviously as dumb as it sounds, keeping the ball in front of them is going to be a huge factor today. A lot of the struggles they had against BDS and a couple of weeks ago in those regionals, it came down to BDS just being able to get the ball behind them and BDS just playing so much faster in the corners. You're going to need Endpoint to be able to meet a lot of those challenges. And for a team of this caliber, is there like a specific key to victory that you're looking at for Endpoint going in this best of 5?
Keep possession. You got to keep possession, especially against Rogue. And I feel like, especially in twos, keeping possession, keeping the ball away from players like Zanil goes a long way for Endpoint.
Absolutely. Let's get into the roster of Rogue because we've already seen them before, but it's time to, again, jump into it once more. This team looks dominant. They look good. It's only been one series. I have Copium. Let's take a look. See all the Rogue boys there. Jao kind of being the leader, but Taroko's looked excellent today, and I think the addition of Zanil has taken a lot of weight off the shoulders of Rogue just to see what they can work with. And, well, looking at the spotlight themselves, Zanil's been the standout for me so far today. The speed he's playing at, the confidence, and it seems that it's had an effect on everybody else.
Yeah, I think Taroko certainly was a big standout in their ones game. Of course, there can only be one standout in the ones game, but I think that he's looking to be a very strong ones player as well. So when you start calling out players on the Rogue side, that's a really good sign, especially when you're calling out. You said you Zanil. I'm looking at Taroko. I think Gyro played well in their threes as well. So Rogue is actually looking quite good. I think the Zanil pickup for this specific tournament was actually genius for them because I think it strengthens a good core of Rogue, which I think is more of the twos and threes rather than ones. And when you have Taroko playing like he is right now, at least with the way he did against Team Secret, I think you're in a good spot if you're Rogue.
Yeah, and sitting with Rogue for a while, it's very easy for me to be like, there's X and Y and Z and all these things. But for someone who has that mind of being able to pinpoint specific fundamentals that teams do either really well or players do when they get transferred over, what have you seen from either Zanil's performance on Rogue today or this Rogue core duo as of right now in this tournament of Gyro and Taroko that gives this team the personality it has or keeps them from achieving that next level in their personality?
Yeah, pressure mechanics is kind of like the two key phrases I would use for Rogue, especially when it comes to Zanil, but obviously Gyro as well. If you just want to talk about their twos game, sure. I think Gyro's been playing twos forever, and I mean all of them have been playing twos forever, but Gyro's been very strong at twos for a very long time, and I think not only that skill but experience coupled with the skill and experience from Zanil, you have a really good spot for Rogue offensively. And I think that's why I'm saying for Endpoint, as we take a look at their coach there, the biggest thing is keeping that possession to keep the ball away from Rogue, because I do think in the twos game, no matter how strong Endpoint is going to be, because I think Endpoint is going to be just as strong, I do think Rogue can be a team that'll start to kind of sprint downhill if they get that momentum.
For sure. And the way that Taroko's been playing, especially in ones, it's going to be difficult if you lose any game in this series to have to go against him. It seems that his ones games got only even better since the last time we saw in the qualifiers during the charity tournament, which was about a month ago. But even here for Rogue, they made slight adjustments for Team Endpoint. I think it does come down a lot like what Rogue struggles with, which is confidence. When Endpoint feel like they have the game at their fingertips and are able to execute their game plan, we've seen them bring back a 6-goal deficit before. We've seen them be able to string games along and eventually squeeze out a series. It's just about putting it all together. But this Endpoint roster is an interesting one because they have been trying for, it seems like, months on end to find the right recipe. And you get Archie on a loan from Semper. You're thinking he's the right pickup, and I'm certainly sure he is, but it's all about just everything coming together right now. The granted champs is in like 2 weeks, which is crazy, but this Endpoint team, it feels like kind of like they're making one last big push to figure it out.
Yeah, when you talk about things coming together, it really hasn't been coming together for Endpoint as of late, right? You talk about their early exit from the Spring Major, maybe not seeing the same level of performance that we got from Lading Wave earlier on in the season. Those types of things really have hurt Endpoint. And, Archie, I don't know if he hasn't been the most lethal as we would expect from him, but he's still performing at a high level. I don't think Endpoint is playing up to par currently. If you just take their threes, obviously this is a different type of format, but if you just take their threes, I don't think they're playing up to par. But if they do bring that here at this LAN, it's a different day, different tournament, different country even. I think for them that this is a great kind of opportunity to reset and get into a team that's very beatable. Like Endpoint in the threes game specifically are certainly favored here against Rogue.
With that said, do you find a matchup in this series, whether it's individually or a game mode itself, that Endpoint are going to have to hit on consistently for them to take this one?
Yeah, anytime you play Rogue, I think you really got to take away the twos game. I've kind of harped on that for Rogue, but if you can win the twos game against Rogue, which I think personally is going to be their strongest suit when you go up against the top teams here, I think their twos are going to be strong. Rocky's great at ones, but I don't know how he's really going to fare against the top ones player, but I do think Rogue's twos can compete with the top teams here. So if you can lock that down for Endpoint, it should be a very quick series for them if they can win that twos game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Rogue end up losing the opening the opening threes, if they do elect to immediately jump to Taroka, get us back to baseline, which would be very, very fascinating. And that's one of the nice plays about this type of tournament with crew battles is it's like a version of a tactical timeout, but you still have to actually get in the game and play. But before everything is said and done, before we actually get into our game again, I want to thank the sponsors of this event, because without them, we wouldn't really be able to do much. And they've been able to put on such a fantastic show along with the production, the players who are all being there. And once more, SSG and Aramco, we thank you guys so much for helping to put on Gamers Without Borders and give these players something to play for, because there is so much money to go through. And of course, we also want to thank STC for what they've done and the continued sponsors that you'll see on your screen that have found ways to contribute to a great cause all the way through. $2 million is just a mind-blowing amount of money. And for a lot of these teams who are not going to be going to Worlds, this is your chance to get some Worlds money. So go ahead, try your best, but without these sponsors, we just be us. Now, with that said, in this series, I feel like you are 100% correct. I think the threes is probably going to favor Endpoint, just kind of the way they've looked. And it'll be interesting to see. Now this is the real test for Zanil and this Rogue roster, if they can meet that challenge, because Endpoint are not going to be maybe as timid to the physical game that you saw from like Team Secret.
Well, and you just have a ton more experience when you talk about like LAN experience, but also just like experience as a team as well. Like I think this Endpoint squad is much more difficult than Team Secret, especially when you start to chop them up into the different game modes as well. Taroko didn't have a very tough time with Knight, and I think whoever Endpoint wants to throw out there, I think is going to be a better opponent for Taroko in the ones game. So I think Rogue, though, you know, they have the right mindset. You talk about if you know Rogue, and especially if you know Gyro, like, you know, they can be an emotional team. And talking to him in his interview, man, he was so happy. He was happy to be there. It looked like he was having the time of his life. And I think that's super important. When Gyro's on point, when he's playing, or when he's got that mental in the right spot, he is an extremely dangerous player. And especially when you talk about their twos game, that's kind of what I want to see, is how well he'll play there.
Yeah, it's definitely felt like he has found more comfort in this Rogue team than maybe when they started. I know the change with Aqua was huge, and having to fill the shoes and the role of first killer is not something really anybody on the planet can do. It's a very tough task. So Gyro feels like he's kind of getting back to himself, and you could see it when we're talking during the winter major, during most of the spring split. It seemed like things were starting to move in the right direction for Rogue, but now is a really great time just to find out what sticks. Throw everything you have in the kitchen sink out the wall, and we'll see actually what comes of it. But before this best of 5 kicks off, again, if you're new here, just remember that this is a cruise battles format where games 1, 3, and 5 will be a 3v3, and then 2 and 4 will be up to the discretion of the team that loses. They choose either ones or twos format, and they can pick either or, but whatever's left is what's left. So it's going to be really interesting for Endpoint and Rogue to see which ones they elect to choose at some point in this series. And if you are Rogue, I think if you go down 0-1, you would like to maybe reestablish that rhythm with Taroko immediately in the ones going forward. But Zanil could be the X factor in the series. On the other side, you got Archie. I don't do this often, but I'm going to do it now because it's just a stupid question. Predictions, Corelli. I know it's weird to ask in crew battles because it doesn't really always pan out, but what are you thinking in this series?
Probably 3-1 is my guess for Endpoint.
Nice.
I think that they'll probably win the first game. Rogue will have to take the second game with twos probably, and then I think that Endpoint close it out in the next 2 games. That's my prediction, but you know, it's tough to tell because a format like this we haven't had too many iterations of, so it's hard to like say what teams will do first of all and how they'll play.
Well, we've already seen a couple of iterations of basketball, and I think we actually have one more. It's Endpoint trying themselves at the hoops. Let's check it out.
No, get out. Nice.
I'm losing more balls by throwing them off than I am. Now we're ready for the mad dash. Ugh. Oh, I got it in.
Well, the record still stands at 6, but that was impressive, man.
It's
He was
pretty
on a
clean.
roll in the beginning.
Yeah, we were talking about there's a lot of skill involved in there. Obviously putting the shot away, but then quickly getting the ball out. That was very smart to pop that one out, just to get a couple extra shots in there fast enough. So Eclipse using that big brain of his and putting away 2-3 in a row there. That was quite nice.
If the players can follow that kind of shooting accuracy that their coach just had, you're going to be just fine in this series. But it was really fun just to kind of watch the behind the scenes stuff with a lot of the players and the coaches and everyone just having a good time, man. Like, there's a lot of stress coming up in the pipeline for Rocket League, given what's on the horizon in 2 weeks. There's a lot of things that these teams are working through because everybody's making that push for champs. But it's nice to see that not only is there a lot of money on the line here, but everybody's kind of taking it easy. Like, hey, we're here just to work on fundamentals, figure out what works for us, and enjoy the ride. So far, it really has been that as we wait for the series to get going. This one is interesting because, again, we still sit somewhat on the winner side of the bracket. If you lose, you're not out of the tournament. You have a double elim. But moving forward, we get closer and closer to that opportunity for best of sevens. Now, that changes the entire dynamic of how we would have discussions about these series. But for a best of 5, you hit the nail on the head earlier. You said, look, like, especially in crew battles in game 1, this means so much. This might mean more than like a traditional just standard best of 5 like you see in the RLCS because of the variety you have at your disposal for games 2 and 4. Do you think that threes will be that pivotal that we'll see this weekend with teams really having to rely on that traditional RLCS style?
Yeah, I mean, you have to, just with the way the format is. Of course, we have other game modes in the format, but because every other game has to be threes, you really do have to rely on your threes game. And I think that's where the pendulum kind of swings back into the favor of some of the more traditional teams like a G2 or something like that necessarily weren't really built for tournaments like this. They were built for the 3v3 setting, which of course, why wouldn't they? And so when you kind of swing that back towards, okay, we're going to have more 3v3 games, those teams kind of rise in stock, right? I still think, with that being said, I still think the teams like a Space Station or like a Falcons even, those teams, whether they meant to or not, are definitely more built for a tournament like this and definitely will have a lot more success, I think, just overall in all of the game modes. Maybe not if they win the tournament or they win a series, but more so if you take a look at all the game modes, they will be closer in those because of the type of players that they have when you compare them pound for pound. So that's kind of the difference here. And I do think, yes, you're going to have to rely on 3v3, but you can sneak away with series with your 2v2 and 1v1 if you're able to kind of get to those games.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, you're going to have to win a 3v3 at some point. You're going to have to if you want to win the series. But speaking of series that have already concluded, we had Luminosity happening over in Group A that 3-0'd their way through Detonator. They, of course, now move on, and they're down 1 game already to G2. Of course, G2 is playing with Mist, which was a pickup for them, so we're changing some rosters all the way around. Guild is currently playing Complexity. Complexity swept their way through Twisted Minds. And on the side we've been watching, which is Group B, of course, Rogue 3-1 over Team Secret, and Heat over Anka 3-0. That's just a quick rundown of what we've seen so far, and it's been consistent and continued. We're still waiting for Group D and C to kind of filter the way through, and we'll have those matches later as we stagnate on everything, so it's all on stream. But anything that stood out to you so far, Corelli? I mean, to me, I'm Rogue, so I'm like, okay, and Rogue winning anything to me is just absolutely mind-blowing. But what are you seeing that's been it's been wild?
The biggest thing that's standing out, there's only been one 1v1 game so far between the first 4 series. It's been Rogue with Taroko and Knight against Team Secret. That's the only 1v1 game through the first 4 series that we've seen. That's crazy.
That's absolutely insane. But it's speaking of the team themselves that were able to get through that 1v1 thanks to Taroko. We do have a Rogue intro for you. We hope you enjoy this.
Being in Riyadh is pretty insane. It's been a while since I've been to land. I'm just excited to get playing. What we've done to prepare for this tournament, we've been scrimming a lot, and honestly, we've been doing interchanging game modes. So we've been doing 3s, 2s, then 3s, then 1s. Mainly focusing on 3s, but we still want to practice our 2s and 1s aspect for this specific tournament. And I think it's helped a lot, and we've been grinding a lot of rank, and I hope it shows. We want to place well in this tournament, and we have to communicate to each other how we want to play and just be on the same page, because we know that we can compete with the top. We just have to show it consistently. With the stand-in, it's obviously pretty difficult. We got him last second, but I know Zanil's a really good player. I know we can do well with him. He's a really good twos player, and I think he'll fit right in. I think our strengths lie in probably 2v2, because me and Zanil, we're going to be playing it, and we're both top twos players, and Zanil, he won one of the most competitive 2v2 tournaments with Cheese, and I think that he's very talented. I think I'm pretty good too. Obviously we're good at threes, but twos is the main focus for this tournament.
It's got to feel good for Gyro to be back on land. We know that he's been missing it so much as of late. This Rogue team really desperately wants to play in this environment, and finally you do get that wish, and it seems that Taroko and Gyro have been feeding off that energy. Zanil, of course, getting his chance as well as the newest pickup, as Aqua will wait in the sidelines. But anything that's kind of piquing of your interest, Corelli, as it seems that Gyro, again, feels comfortable. It seems that the team's feeding off that as well. And we heard him talk about earlier that he had scheduled like 6 different times for scrims.
Yeah.
Like that dude is putting in work.
Yes, that was exactly what I was going to point to. Is I love hearing that in these interviews of teams or players saying how much they're practicing, how much they're taking it seriously, and also having a little bit of fun, of course. That's important. But I like, especially for a team for Rogue, we've mentioned a few times now, not going to Worlds. They had a pretty good season, honestly, here in North America. But to be able to have the opportunity to go to a LAN like this, I think it's important that you come out and you take it seriously. No matter what the format is, no matter how you feel about it, you have to come out, and I think it's great practice for them. And I think it's also a fun format for them as well, especially when he was talking about, you know, we feel strong in twos. I think that's a great opportunity to kind of show off your skill, which what pro player doesn't want to do that?
Yeah, you don't always get the chance to just try out something new, whether it is in ones or twos. That's not usually practice. It's more of you put that up on your own time. You're the one scrimming that. You're the one taking those tournaments. Now, you have a chance to do it in the same environment you would normally find the rest of your teammates in. So there is opportunities here to build more of a synergy with the rest of your squad. But I am wondering if the physicality will be a factor, as always. Endpoint, very different team than Team Secret, but so far it has been all of Endpoint that have had control of this ball. They have been putting the pressure on Rogue. It's been up to Rogue to get back to midfield.
And this is very crucial, right? The game one we talked about being very, very important here in these series. Of course, honestly, game one's important in any type of series.
Sure.
But for Rogue here, I don't think they're necessarily favored in this, especially since they're not playing with their full roster. And so if they can keep this one close or even come out with a win, I think Rogue's chances of winning the series just go up astronomically, because I do think Endpoint are more than likely going to sweep the threes, which will probably lead to a victory whether or not Rogue can do anything about it in the ones or twos.
Right, and even looking back to Rogue's placements during the charity tournament, of course, they dropped down after losing to Space Station. They got swept. They took out Sonics 3-1. And then they played all mid, and they lost in game 5. And I was wondering, you know, is this just kind of the way things are going to go for Rogue, so close to over the hurdle, but not quite there? Instead, they have a chance now with a new teammate, at least just for the time being, to potentially right the wrongs and continue a winner's bracket run, which would be something new so far for this amalgamation of the team. But early on, it really just has been Endpoint, kind of controlling the pace. Another shot from Archie, quickly saved by Rogue. And I've been very impressed with the defensive stops of Rogue today, up to Zanil, oftentimes taking the ball to the backboard, down to the sidewall. And I wonder if that will continue against a team like Endpoint.
And I don't think Rogue necessarily play a very typical NA style. While obviously every team relies on counterattacks to a certain degree, I do think Rogue, if they are able to, they will press very hard. The issue is they don't have the consistency in that. They do get backed up quite a bit. They get outpaced in a lot of their games, and it makes them look very defensive. But if Rogue can get going, they definitely will put on the pressure. Again, I do think it comes down to that twos mentality of just wanting to put on high pressure and keeping the opposition awkward.
Sure.
But Rogue doing a good job of just kind of turning away Endpoint here a few times and trying to put on some pressure, as Endpoint have been very slow to kind of keep possession. They've done a good job, but being slow isn't necessarily a negative here in this context. Keeping possession, and making sure that it's tough for Rogue to kind of break out with either boost or the ball.
Now, both teams doing a nice job of just making it more difficult for either side to get a clean possession. And For Rogue, that's a blessing. For Endpoint, it's basically just staying into the play as Metzanorus will cut it down towards the midfield. Not a lot of boost to continue on. He'll leave it up for Relating Wave on the challenge, but even here, a lot of chip shots that are pulling Rogue off the back line and trying to force players like Zanil and Gyro to take these challenges one-on-one, but they don't have the boost to recover. Immediately back from the side wall, Relating Wave trying to get a shot. Demo will be there, but nothing else for the moment. Make that 2 off the defensive end. Rogue trying to stop this push, and they do so.
And you really can't give Archie that type of space. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, how strong he is just individually. And Rogue, I think, getting a little taste of that there. And another player to point out, too, we talked about Relating Wave just a little bit, but Metzanorus, he's always just been a rock for every single team he's been on. And one of the most experienced players in the game. As a second touch almost went through for Rogue, looking for follow-up, and Gyro will put it away as Rogue strike first.
Sometimes it's a little scary. The ball just kind of hangs around. You're like, is anybody going to come finish this play? Yes, all of us. Thank you. Okay, Gyro is there to put it away. 1-0. And finally, the defense does break, but it doesn't feel like we've burned about 3 minutes a game. It really just came off the opening kickoff, and it's been back and forth since. There's still plenty of time for Endpoint to have a response. And with Relating Wave flying upfield like this and looking for that quick bump onto Zanil, you could open up something nice for Endpoint.
Endpoint, again, just going back to Metzanorus before Rogue scored, I do think he's a great rock for them in their threes.
Of course.
Just high consistency in the midfield and defensively. Archie here putting one off the crossbar, and Endpoint able to tie things up with a minute left to play.
That's the danger right there. Is Relating Wave got the second touch, got it around Zanil, and then the small, slight hesitation before the immediate dagger from Archie. And I feel like a lot of people have forgotten just how good Archie is, especially when he closes down towards the goal line. We saw it a lot on Top Lokes when that roster was basically making runs against Vitality, when they were going head-to-head against BDS and BDS's early heydays. That roster was disgusting in large part to Archie, and he has continued to be one of those premier talents that maybe doesn't get the same respect he probably should. And even here, you just see that, yeah, he's good from basically anywhere, but especially when you have to have him close out a goal.
Yeah, he's kind of suffering from success a little bit. After RLCSX, he was statistically the best player in the region by a wide margin for most of the season until he kind of went a little cold towards the end. But, you know, since then, it's tough to repeat a performance like that, especially if you're not on a team like PDS, where, at least in RLCS, where you were winning almost every single regional. And so for him to put on that type of performance in that type of environment, I mean, that's why he has the name he has. And Metzanorus coming through like the rock he is and dunks Rogue back the other way.
Oh, when you got to bet on something late in the game to give you the lead, Zanil, don't think he read it wrong, just kind of got caught where the ball was moving. And at that point, and Metzanorus is flying upfield, you better start praying if you don't already, because it's going to be tough to stop. Quick lead right back as Endpoint will try to hold on for the last 12 or so seconds. And Archie going to take it off the sidewall, and the kickoff gets it around 1, potentially 2. Had 2 resets to go with it, but couldn't find the goal. That one's on target, a little bit wide. Got to keep it up now if you're Rogue. And it will touch. So game 1, Endpoint, and it's Metzanorus who steals it away.
Not the worst game for Rogue, if you're a Rogue fan out there. They kept it close. That's what's important. And again, we're going to see another threes game. So Rogue will have to win that one if they don't win this game. But I'm curious, and I was thinking about this, and now that Rogue has officially lost, do you go with the 2s or the 1s? That's really the question, because I think Rogue's strongest is the 2s, but they are the only team so far. I mean, I know the other series is going, but they're the only team so far that's taken the 1s game. So I'm curious if they go for the 1s because of how well Taroko had played earlier, or if they want that 2s game. I would bet that they're probably going to go with 2s.
Yes.
Just because I think that's where they have the most confidence. I don't think they want to pull out the 1v1 if they don't need to. And I think, again, 2s, we talked about it all the way up until now. It is, I think, the strongest game mode, and even they say is their strongest game mode. So it has to be 2s from Rogue.
Yeah, if this game 1 had been a blowout or it had been just a complete breakdown from Rogue and they looked lost, I think maybe they go to 1s at that point. Because, like, okay, this is not working. But they held the lead up until around like a minute ago, and then they ended up losing it in the end. But that was close for Rogue. Like, that was a quality loss. We don't say that often, but like, it was a quality loss. And at this point, there's no reason you wouldn't trust your 2s game, given that I believe Gyro and Zanil are going to be the ones playing. They looked very, very good in the last time they touched the ball. So I'm interested to see how Rogue makes small adjustments, because I'm sure they will. But yeah, I think that's the right call all the way through.
And I was going to touch on it before we jumped into the game, what we would see from Endpoint. Arching Related Wave is definitely, I think, the play to go here. You have the great skill in Archie, but oh my, as soon as I say it, the double tap coming out in the first 10 seconds, 15 seconds of the game. And it's just wide open off the backboard.
That's so hot. I mean, Gyro tried his best. He really did. He had to put a hand up, but you're not going to miss much. As soon as you get the clean touch off the backboard and no one else is around, like you're asking Archie just to pick his poison. He's going to find something.
And getting a good sucker punch like that from endpoint is exactly what you need if you're going to take down Rogue. You really,
and especially when you're starting in the first 20 seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, you got to stick it to him right off the bat because, again, I think the key to success for endpoint, because of the confidence from Rogue and 2s, you really have to keep that pressure on, and Archie's definitely the man to do it.
Well, there's a lot of time on the clock. We've seen comebacks of all types, but for Rogue, you're going to have to be able to meet kind of that aggression from Archie. That's the big factor. If you could take the ball away from him or find demos, cut his lane down, you have a chance. That one's a little bit high. Might have hit the backboard, but regardless, cleared away. And Relating Wave doing a very nice job of playing it down as it carries itself towards the corner. He will save it, get it towards the front of the box, cleared out by Archie. And right now, Endpoint are doing a nice job of playing boom ball. As soon as they get boost, they're forcing Rogue to have to fly into the play and meet the challenge.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Rogue right now. A lot of possession from Endpoint, using each other. Now a demo comes out, and Related Wave did get that boost. This one's going to be dropped down from Archie. Not going to be too threatening here. This is a good touch from Zanil, trying to keep pressure. Has some boost now and a little flick on, and he gets by the first man. Archie had to bail out Relating Wave there. Rogue trying to threaten something here in the first minute and a half, as it's really been all Endpoint just controlling this game.
Endpoint, of course, are your lead. The series 1-0 for just joining us. You've only missed a couple, but in this one, it was a very close game. The Musty almost redirects down. That's still not good enough. Good save from Endpoint to deny shot after shot and follow-up, as surely Rogue thought they had themselves a goal.
Yeah, what a play from Rogue there. And I mean, even more impressive maybe was the defense from Endpoint. They were lucky that Musty there went just a bit too high, and the follow-up shot was also blocked. So great defense there from Endpoint, not panicking. But Rogue definitely getting more and more of a foothold here in game 2. The pass out, Neil can't get over it. Good plays though from Rogue, trying to keep that pressure on. And Zanil's going to have to curve back around here to get a touch on it. Relating Wave will dunk him. That one's going to go off the post. Gyro was just there in time. And now Zanil, this is what he was brought on to do. He gets by 1, and unfortunately Rogue can't get by 2.
And I think Rogue recognized that they're not allowed to give up the midfield for free. Like, they're going to, wow, that was almost disgusting. They're going to have to start challenging immediately on the point of contact with all these touches, whether it's a pass that goes awry or an awkward 50. They're going to have to meet the ball every single place, because Endpoint are relentless. They're not going to give up on an easy touch. They're not going to let you get anything for free. And so far, it's paid off for them. They have a 1-0 lead, and they've maintained that for about 2 minutes now, with still 2 minutes to play as we hit just under that mark. It's up to Rogue to have to meet the challenge downfield. If they can get a counterattack going, there's a chance. That'll be towards the front of the box, and again, saved away.
Ooh, dangerous ball here. Archie, second touch, no more boost. He can't get down to it. That was an easy touch for him if he had some boost. But a great initial touch to keep it dangerous. Now Archie again called upon defensively. Gyro wants to take to the sky looking for the dunk, as Rogue trying to position themselves to tie things up. That one's going to come off the back wall. Gyro too far back. Archie now wanting to take it away, looking for the bump, chasing Gyro, and Gyro does get away from it. A minute and a half left to play. Both sides starting to get the better of each other, as Zanil won't get through Archie. Good shot here from Gyro is weak, and Endpoint still denying Rogue every time they move down the field.
And it's been a stellar defensive effort from Endpoint, and the big thing is that, one, Rogue aren't getting a lot of passes or touches towards the backboard, so they're not having to pull Endpoint off the play. But every single time Rogue put a shot on target, oh my goodness, that recovery is just filthy.
The flip reset from Relating Wave is perfect, but what's even more perfect is the delay on it. And I think that's really what threw off Zanil. He saw Gyro go up for it and thought that Gyro might have a little bit more. And Zanil, you can see, kind of stutter stepped on it too. And that just slowed him down enough, using that flip. Got him through the defense there, and Endpoint now double up their lead. Hello?
Okay. Rogue's here. That's an interesting one. Yeah, so Relating Wave got slightly bumped, and Gyro takes the boost. That's just, okay. Like, you got caught. Cool. Let's go to the next one.
So, yeah, I mean, he was definitely getting bullied by Gyro, and then he flipped out, and I don't think he had any more boost, because he had 0.
Yeah.
And that's just awkward to see that one trickle in. When you don't have boost, that's when those will trickle in like that. And
I just didn't
Rogue,
expect it from that angle. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe no, he does not have it. Okay.
but definitely a chance here for Rogue. They're going to need a second touch here. Still dangerous. Looking for follow-up. It's there. A big save, though, from Archie. Once again, defensively, Endpoint coming up huge.
These reads have been perfect. They've always had someone in position just to get a clean clear on the ball. These saves have just been flat out textbook, as Endpoint have not had to work overtime in the goal. Almost a great pass. Still looking for the redirect. It won't be there. Relating wave on a breakaway chance. Can't get it over Zanil. Back to the midfield line. Zanil
got boost.
Just got to get over Archie, but Archie reads it perfectly, and the reads from Endpoint have been so dang good. 3-1 will close out this one, and now Endpoint are up 2-0.
And this is where it gets a little dicey for Rogue, because you just lost what, you know, even self-proclaimed, this is your strongest game mode. And losing that is a huge, I think, blow to not only morale, but obviously in the series, they're down 2-0. They have to go back to the 3v3s now. Now, they had, I think, actually a closer game in threes than maybe they did in twos. But I don't think that's ideal if you're Rogue. You would have really much rather had that twos game in your back pocket, knowing that that would be the dub.
Yeah, and it really was just credit to Endpoint's defense. Like, they were keeping Rogue's shot selection simple, and it was easy to save from that. Like, Archie literally just had to jump in the front of the net and save it away, and they denied Rogue so much space towards the backboard. At the end of the day, when you limit Rogue's chances, they're only going to have a couple of ways they can shoot the ball, and Endpoint were quickly able to take the ball away, go downfield, and get these ridiculous counterattacks, whether it was individual plays or through the sky with Archie. I think that right now, Endpoint just kind of has Rogue's number, and this is kind of the Endpoint that many expected to see.
And you're absolutely right. I like the point you brought up, because I do think it is Endpoint's defense that really won them that game. Of course, the offense was fantastic. Great plays from Archie and Relating Way. Both had some double taps in there. But it was that defense that held their lead, because it wasn't like Rogue was just smothered in that game. They had plenty of opportunity, and they had plenty of shots. Unfortunately, the shot selection wasn't necessarily the best. Setup was great from Rogue, but the shots were directly at defenders or right in the middle of the net. They were a lot easier saves than maybe what they looked like, but some great defense nonetheless from Endpoint to kind of turn away Rogue. And now Rogue forced to go in a position I don't think they would want, and that's winning a threes game against an Endpoint squad that's been playing together for a while now, and I think is definitely favored in this game mode.
Yeah, and as good as Endpoint are, it really is a bit of a shock that Rogue kind of faltered, at least creatively, with their shot selection in game two, because, well, the question was, do you put Taroko in for ones, or do you bring in the twos squad? And twos is their best game mode by far, and really nothing came of it. Like you said, they looked better in the threes. So now is a chance where you win this, you keep the series alive. You don't, you go to the lower bracket. It is a bit surprising. Now, granted, Endpoint could still very easily win this series, but the fact that Rogue have kind of looked a little bit shaken in that twos is going to potentially play a factor here, as it looks like a dangerous save that eventually leads to a interesting assist towards the back wall, as Zanil will go for the clear, and Archie cutting it down immediately right there. And that's the type of Endpoint offense that you expect, right back into the play. They immediately get a touch on the ball, and they set themselves up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Zanil. Oh my goodness. What on earth was that touch? Beautiful pass downfield from Taroko, but look at the flick on from Zanil. The defense cannot react to a shot like that. That's the spark that Rogue needs in this series.
Can't hit it any harder. It's 126, so you better start using that and start sparking the engine right now, because I don't know what else you're going to do. As Relating Wave tries to play toward the backboard, and a clear for Rogue before it's quickly cut down, and Metanoris tries to find something. But, you know, maybe that is the goal, Crowley. Maybe that's the one thing that all of a sudden Rogue turned it around.
You better hope so.
If it takes that, it better.
Yeah. And I think Endpoint a little stunned by that one, of course, but they definitely have control of the midfield, as they did in the first game. And it feels like they're just chipping away at Rogue, but maybe this one goal could be the difference. Gyro, I think, wanted to pass over to his teammate. Still plenty of time left on the clock. It will not just be a one-goal difference, if I had to guess. Or at least it'll take more than one goal to take down Endpoint if Rogue were to do so. I think a lot of people are looking forward to more 1v1 matches. And from the looks of it, I do think we did get one in the G2 Luminosity matchup. I think Mist was actually put in for G2 against Atomic. So I think that'll be the second ones game that we've gotten so far in this tournament. Rogue and Team Secret, of course, the other one, the first one of this series, or the day, excuse me. And I would love to see Rocky back in the 1v1 again, as he did so well against Team Secret. But they got to get through this threes game, and they're almost halfway through, still holding on to that 1-goal lead.
And it's been essentially the same offense for Endpoint. Granted, Rogue's defense is keeping them from getting those second and third touches, which certainly helps, but the midfield pressure's been there. That's a great shot. Diving save there from Zanil, but not enough of the extra tank. He had no boost left, and Archie was right there.
Oh, yeah, what are you going to do when Archie's barreling down inside your box? Slots it to the left side. That's a great, just difficult touch there from relating wave to make it tough for Zanil to get the clear. And that's exactly what you want. The setup was there, and Archie was there to collapse, and an easy slot to the left side. And you know he's going to put it away every single time. We're tied up just past halfway. Rogue held on to that lead for a little while, but it might slip away as Endpoint now look to threaten. Here's Zanil again.
Oh, what a pass from Taroko. Almost got the back touch as well. And if you're Rogue, you're going to know that. Like, you're going in knowing that they're going to get a goal or two. That's going to be just a common denominator. And now the question is, can you respond? Can you keep them at bay for as long as possible? Because it's been about 2 minutes in this game doing just that. You do eventually concede one, but in the end, it is against Archie. You tip the cap, you go next. Now it's up to Rogue's offense to do more than their defense has done.
And again, it's still a tight series, or a series, excuse me, a tight game here in the 3v3. And I think for Rogue, you're getting about as good as you want out of this squad. Zanil already performing the way you would want him as well. And defensively, they've been able to hold on. And a lot of tough attacks coming out from Endpoint. Here's Archie again, calling his own number as Gyro had a perfect read on him. Now Taroko, bit of boost here. Can he get back to it? He tries to dunk it. Good defense here from Endpoint. Still Rogue threatening another one turned away. Endpoint's defense holding on.
Good cut down, but immediately challenged and responded by from Endpoint. They're not going to let Rogue clear this ball for free. You're going to have to play it high off the backboard as Rogue do now, but there's Archie for the read. Oh my goodness, no way! No, there is no shot. This dude is human.
I looked like he had messed up, but he really just was landing on it the whole time. And you kind of, you sit there wondering where was Rogue, and I think they were kind of confused on what Archie was getting.
Yeah.
Because it looked like he was going to get the touch, and then he went under and landed on top of it as well. And that's just great misdirection coming out from Archie.
He sent the ball far post on a simple pinch, like, yeah, that dude, when he's playing at his best, he is like top 5 in Europe. That's the Archie that we had watched for months and months and months on end, and if you're seeing him for the first time, you are blessed. The dude is insane, and Metanoris almost made it a 2-goal game for Rogue. On the verge of being swept, they need something here, and they have yet to respond to Archie. Now a chance. Towards the box, saved.
20 seconds left. Like you said, Rogue just looking for one more opportunity, but this is all they've really had. It's just boom ball straight into the hands of Endpoint every single time. This might be their last go. Zanil off the corner. Follow-up was there, but Endpoint too quick on it. Still Taroko doing a good job of keeping this one dangerous. Tried to play it across, but Tanaris will put an end to it. This one boom downfield. Zanil just getting there in time, but they got to go the length of the field. If you're Rogue, the dunk down will end it. Endpoint in a 3-0 taking down Rogue.
And much closer 3-0 than will show up on the stat card, but a 3-0 regardless, and that's a clean and quality win from Endpoint for Rogue. A tough one to lose. You feel like maybe 2 or 3 swings go your way. All of a sudden, it's a completely different series, but that is the caliber of play from people like Archie, man. He just puts the team on his back when he needs to. And for Endpoint, a quality win nonetheless. They continue on in the winner's bracket, and they get themselves on the board first today. They had themselves a bye. They moved through, and here, of course, are the replays. And it opened up with Zanil's crazy redirect at midfield, but it was only going to get better eventually from Archie.
Yeah, that redirect from Zanil was one of the best goals we've seen today here on the B stream. And unfortunately, Rogue don't come out on top after putting away a goal like that. It was Archie who really took over, I think, this series, and in that game especially, showing off his prowess. And of course, that's what he was. That's why he's on this team. That's why he's one of the best players in Europe and in the world, is because he can make plays like that happen in a 3v3 setting on a LAN with big time money on the line. That's why he's at the caliber that he's at.
Man, we want to see Archie do it It's so many lands. It's so often we want to see him do it on the biggest stage, and they're doing it now. And for Rogue, you know, there are takeaways from that loss. Though it was a 3-0, there were positives for sure. It seems that at least the fundamentals, the game plan is still there. They're still executing. It just came down to oftentimes creativity in the shots and being able to expand the offense a little bit more than just we have a counterattack and we have the ball. Like, how much more can you get in terms of the depth of the squad? But granted, they're playing with a pickup, and so far it's looked pretty good. You know, they would have loved to get to that ones game for sure for Taroko. But in the end, Rogue still have a life. You know, they go down a lower bracket. They will be meeting other teams as well. For Endpoint moving forward, do you think this, I think we both agree this is not the ceiling for the Endpoint squad, but do you think this is a good leg to start on for them getting into this tournament?
I mean, a 3-0 is a 3-0 at the end of the day. You can be absolutely happy if you're Endpoint. I think some of those games might have been closer than they would like. I think Rogue definitely played up to a higher level than maybe Endpoint expected, but Endpoint still, this is exactly how you want to start off.
All right, hot 3-0 to get yourself started on the day is not too bad. Speaking of, we got ourselves Eclipse, the coach of Endpoint, live on an interview. Eclipse, can you hear me? Welcome in.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Brother, you guys just handle your business against Rogue. It was a 3-0 fashion. I know you're probably expecting to have success in this series, but I think the biggest surprise for both of us was the twos game. What was the kind of the approach for the boys going in, and did you highlight anything specific knowing that Zanil was a pickup for this team?
No, not really. With the twos game, we've been scrimming with both Meta and Wave playing with Archie. We know Archie is a great twos player, so we were kind of relying on him. He was basically the coach for the twos, I'll be honest. So I let him do his thing. He knew what he wanted. He knew how he feels more comfortable in twos. And it didn't really matter about the opponents. We're not looking at them. We're looking at how we're feeling in the tournament, how we're feeling in the series. Who then plays with Archie is just completely dependent on the day.
I like what you said there, and it's kind of touching on what I wanted to ask you, maybe zooming out a little bit more. From your perspective as a coach, the one behind the seats there, how do you prep your players for something like this? Or is it nothing like that at all? Is it more of just about plugging in the right players who are playing well on the day for the certain game modes that you might be playing?
I mean, in terms of preparation for it, it's a bit of an interesting one because obviously we're a threes team. We're RLCS. We play that all the time. So coming into crew battles, the players aren't versed in playing twos and ones competitively. We have got the advantage of, you know, Meta has played in both Universal Opens back in the day, for anyone who knows those. And, you know, he did pretty good. He got to the finals, I think, in one of them or something, and top 3 in the other. So, like, we've got that experience, and he can help us out of what it feels like to play like that on LAN. So we relied on that. Like, I understand twos. I can coach twos if I really need to, but, like, when it comes to twos at this level, I think it's better for me just to leave the boys feel it out, figure it out themselves. If I think someone's playing particularly bad that day and I think maybe, you know, let them focus on the threes because they're feeling a bit less comfortable, then I'll make an executive decision to be like, no, that person's playing with Archie. But, like, other than that, it's basically just let them go with the flow. We've done twos in scrims with them, with both settings, and so then we know how to play with them as going into the tournament.
Yeah, and knowing that you guys will eventually potentially have SSG coming up because they're playing their match against Heat. Again, all these events are kind of towards the end of the year, being the fact that Champs is coming up, and this event is like great practice for you guys. And on that note, how have you guys been approaching this tournament? Not only are I'm sure the vibes are high, but also do you feel that there is pressure to kind of consistently work on those fundamentals given this stage, or are you guys just trying to enjoy the moment and get some quality Rocket League in?
The way I'm looking at it is entirely just we, as a threes team, are still brand new, essentially. Because in terms of the split we've just had, you know, it was double elim. We didn't really have many games to play because, you know, you either go out quickly or when you do go far, you generally don't play many games to get there. So, like, you're in this, like, weird zone where you're still learning each other. And yeah, I know I think you saw that at London there where we were still trying to learn each other going on to LAN. We didn't quite know how each other were going to react on LAN, etc. And then that culminated in us not playing too well at LAN. So we're looking at this just as a learning experience, not only for just playing threes better together, just playing with each other together. It's more just getting used to that threes experience on LAN and just getting used to each other on LAN. Like, we boot camp. But bootcamp and LAN, very different beasts. So that's the way we've been looking at this. It's a great opportunity to give us an extra bit of LAN experience before going to Worlds.
Absolutely, man. I think that's a phenomenal way to look at it. And we wish you guys the best moving forward in this tournament. Wish you the best moving forward to Worlds. And we will wait to see who your eventual next matchup will be. But thank you so much for hopping on the interview, and good luck to you and the rest of the boys.
Cheers. Thank you very much. And it was happy to do the interview.
Eclipse, the coach of Endpoint, such a nice guy, and such, I think, a good pickup for this squad, because it seems that he knows kind of the moment and what he has to do for his team just to get them comfortable with each other.
Yep, he's in tune. He's in tune with his squad, and whatever player he has on his team, he knows how they work. One of the better coaches in RLCS and in the pro scene and Rocket League in general, and big respect from great answers there in that interview. Great insight from him.
Yeah, we've had more of a discussion, I think, as a community as of late, of like what coaches should be, what are coaches, and like how does that work in this esport? And I think that he's absolutely the example of that, right? Like somebody who's he's not there to teach you the game, he's there to help you work through the fundamentals, but also like we need practice on threes. We need to make sure that like we're in the LAN environment, we have that synergy, that chemistry, and we're going to treat this with the amount of pressure that we want to apply. So I tip my cap to Endpoint. They 3-0 sweep their way through Rogue get one, they lose one, now they drop down the lower bracket, and Endpoint continue on. We'll play the winner of Heat and or SSG. But until that happens, we have to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with Gamers Without Borders.
Gamers8 2022 Lawler alongside Corelli. Just had an exciting match. So I got to, kick my feet up and just enjoy. Endpoint making their debut up against Rogue, who had a victory early, but all Endpoint in that one, Corelli.
Yeah, and that's what I expected. When Spaceman asked for my prediction, I gave Rogue the 2v2, but in the end, I definitely expected Endpoint to come out on top there, and I think they're just the better team overall, especially when so many threes games are going to be played. I think they're a better threes team than Rogue at the moment, so I do think you got to give some credit over to Rogue. Zanil, great pickup for them here, regardless if they don't win another game. He's been fantastic for them so far, and I think that he's really kept them in a lot of these series, and honestly, I think it was that Endpoint defense that really kept Rogue at bay, because I think Rogue's offense was there. It wasn't like it was non-existent. It was just that the defense was so good from Endpoint.
Yeah, statistically the best defense in Europe, and it's showing up strong. So excited to see how the rest of things play out for them as we take a look at the highlights from that series. Overall, a lot of the focus, from what it sounded like you guys were talking about, was on Archie.
Yeah, big time plays from Archie, obviously individually. Also, Relating Wave had a couple of great plays as well. But look, the story for Endpoint is always going to be Archie. And when he shows up big, the self-fulfilling prophecy here, that's a big time play. And I think that for Endpoint, they're better for it on multiple occasions. But I also think you got to give some credit over to Relating Wave. He had a couple of good flip reset goals or shots that really kept pressure on Rogue and slowed them down.
Yeah, on the other side of that, I know Relating Wave doesn't really get a lot of love for his mechanics and his offensive prowess, but he is also their player if they ever go to 1v1s that will be playing and fielding as well. So a player not to take lightly. He's also been part of the reason why they were able to have such a good resurgence in the spring split and bring themselves into this world championship through an auto bid, was due to the fact of Relating Wave's impact on the offensive side. Obviously, Archie starting to get more of that love again. Obviously on Semper, things not going as good as planned, but now that he's on loan, been able to showcase why we credit him to be one of the better ones in Europe. But it has taken a lot of that pressure off the offensive Endpoint, and you're starting to see Relating Wave start to showcase a little bit of that skill as well that he has. So it's been cool to watch Endpoint evolve. They are done for the day. Quick one for them. We'll see them tomorrow, so congratulations to them punching their ticket through. But we're going to be moving towards our next matchup as we take a look at the bracket, kind of show you guys how things have played out. Pretty straightforward here. Started off with Rogue and Team Secret, where Rogue made quick work of Team Secret, but not as quick as Heat over Anka. Tough series on that one, Corelli, as it went down. They were so close to securing that victory, up by 4 in that 2v2 match, but Heat playing spoiler.
And that series was a lot closer than the 3-0 is going to show. Heat had to make a humongous 5-1 comeback to take down Anka in twos, but Heat definitely deserving that win there, as they, again, I think kind of the word I've been using for them is showing their resolve. They had a lot of great offense, but also some good comebacks, or the single comeback that they had in the twos game is a very good sign for them, especially when they got to go up against this very strong Space Station squad. Up and down in every game mode, Space Station are on paper, I think, the better team here.
Well, you hit the nail on the head, because Heat does punch their ticket into the next match. They are going up against Space Station Gaming, one of the teams that actually ended up coming through the qualifiers, and because of their solidification, they are now given that bye. So taking a look at Space Station here for everybody, this is a team that many have their eyes on as one of the favorites, especially for North America.
Yeah, and I think for Space Station 2, they have Daniel, which I think everyone's itching to see a ones game. I think we've only gotten 2 so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if Space Station wanted to take Daniel on that on game 2 if they were to lose, I guess, to bring Daniel out. I think if you're on the other side of things for Heat, you definitely don't want to pick ones, because I think Daniel's just too strong here.
Well, enough of us talking about him. I'd rather see him. Let's take a look at the Space Station hype video. Not a single smile to be had on that Space Station roster. It looks like they mean business, which is a little bit different from what we saw at Arsenal a couple weeks ago at London. Man was literally doing backflips on in front of the crowd. So
I don't know.
Curious to see what they're going to bring to the table here.
He was flexing. You see that bicep on him? He's looking big.
Hey man, they've been working out. I get it.
They've been in the gym working out, getting bigger, and yeah, flexing out in that little hype video there. Yeah, a menacing team here. You can see their pictures, very stern looks on their faces, and they should have that, because I do think they are one of the stronger teams here for this type of format. Threes, they've got that. Twos, Reddles and Arsenal, you got that. Ones, you have Daniel, one of the best ones players in the world. So they have it up and down in all the game modes. Space Station definitely should feel very confident in anyone that they play.
Yeah, even though you won't be able to see Dan beyond his monitor, you'll definitely see him on the field. He'll be fielding every single queue, no matter what it is, ones, twos, or threes. And there is a reason why. Obviously, probably the most sought after free agent up there with beast mode in North America during the latest trade window that happened in the RLCS, and has made his impact known to be extremely clutch. And I expect that to be no different here. So a lot of focus going to be on that roster. Let's switch over, obviously, to Heat, their opponent. We're going to check out their hype video right away. Let's take a peek. Again, the Heat roster coming through and making some waves. A lot of it due to that stand-in in Reziers, who had a pretty solid impact in both ones, twos, and threes. Obviously, we didn't get to see him in the one side, but I'm sure we'll see it possibly in the future, depending on how things go. Overall, though, he has kind of been the difference maker, in my opinion.
Yeah, he had a great series against Anka, and one of the big reasons why they were able to come back in that 2v2 game that they had in game 2. And I loved what he said in his interview. You know, they've only known each other, or like been with each other for like 2 weeks or so, and they feel like brothers. And again, I mentioned this earlier, I'll say it again, that goes a long way for any team, but definitely a new team that's coming into something like this, where you do have to have that confidence and trust in your teammates. And I think they have that with Reziers, who's been phenomenal so far. And of course, the other two players on the team, Parker and Force, have also been really good. So there's a lot of hype, I think, behind this Heat squad. Again, a lot of people, I think, dismiss them because they used Moxie in their 1v1, which, of course, Moxie is like the hottest name on the market right now. But I still think that Heat can be a very threatening team here. And this will be a big, big test for them against Space Station.
Yeah, it's been a lot of pressure put on Rizzers, even in those interviews. But again, no pressure on our sponsors here. Massive thank you to Spotify and Asus for supporting the broadcast as they continue to allow us to do what we do. Without them, or just us. So massive thank you, obviously, to our sponsors, Spotify and Asus, in providing support for the tournament, so we continue to bring in some high-level Rocket League action. Again, this is just week 1 of Gamers8 with Rocket League. We've still got 5 more weeks to go with a bunch of different titles. So there's a lot going on. There's concerts and expos, and it's kind of insane. So we're just one small part of this big picture that is the Gamers8 event. So we appreciate you all being here. Thanks for tuning in, as well as thank you to the production team in the back working hard and tirelessly to put this all together. So with that said, we're kind of getting into our next match, hopefully as quickly as possible, because I know I'm really itching to see what happens with Space Station, see if Heat can also bring back the heat that they had in their first series. But a lot of that matchup, I think, is going to be the impact of what Space Station brings as a playstyle, Corelli. This is going to be something that where Heat was able to win a lot of these challenges. They got to the ball quickly. Space Station's not only going to mix up those challenges, they're going to play slow and fast, but man, are they going to be disruptive.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the take about Space Station for seasons now. Even with different iterations of their roster, for whatever reason, the Space Station squad always has been very, for lack of a better term, annoying to play against. They like to slow the ball down, but they also will pick up the pace very quickly as well. So they're unpredictable, and also oddly slow at times. And again, not a negative in that sense, but more so just the way they want to play the game. They like to bring that ball down, force you to come to them, and then beat you and go around you. So a lot of Space Station play style does rely on slowing the play down, and you'll see that a lot in this first threes game, where I think it's going to take Heat a little bit of time to get used to that, as it did in their previous matchup against Anka.
Well, Corelli, I've been enjoying your drip today, looking good. I also wear my red bomber jacket today as well, but I feel like we've got a little bit of fashion sense from Heat that we should pay attention to. Let's take a look.
I would say like 2 out of 10. The 2 points only because the colors actually match. It's like I wouldn't drive around like this, to be honest. it's looking like you would like randomize a car. So I would say like I give it 1 out of 10 because yeah, 1 like point because of the wheels. It has to be a like 7 out of 10 because I really like this car. It's maybe not the best one to play, but it's like really comfortable. Also, the wheels look kind of funny, with all the bubbles, and yeah, it's just a fish on top, I guess. So we're getting better so far. Yeah, it's a 9 out of 10 for me. The colors look really good. It's an Octane, of course. It's the car everybody uses. It looks really good. I think everybody knows it's 10 out of 10. It's Octane, nothing much to say. The best car in the game. I recognize this car design. I know it from somewhere. Yeah, I would say like 8 out of 10 because I don't like the wheels, but if there would be other wheels, I would probably give more.
Well, not quite anything too chaotic here, Corelli, in real life, but probably for better for them. Imagine if we threw them in like an aquarium getup.
That scarab was wild. I'm not gonna lie, but I like the rating on it.
The fish egg wheels, and yeah.
I agree. I think that one was about a 7 out of 10 if I had to guess. But I always think it's funny players' opinions on cars and their fashion sense, and you know whether it's the topper or the boost or the antenna or the color. There's always something that people feel better in, and I think it's always interesting to hear the insight. I don't know how much you should take it to heart, but it's always fun to hear what players think about what they like more or less on a car.
Well, I did just do a little project on that recently, and the results always surprise me every time I watch it. So yeah, definitely some strong opinions about the placebo side of things and how people are affected, but primarily it's more of the, if you feel good and you look good, you're going to perform good. So hopefully these guys are comfortable with their presets and feeling all solid. Looks like they're all comfortable on stage, ready to go. So I'm gonna hold you to it. I think Spaceman did it to you too, Curly. I'm gonna talk early predictions with you. I think a lot of us checking out the strength of Arsenal, I guess, but
just the zoom in on the bicep.
Yeah, you're just like, man, this guy's been lifting. Respect. So early predictions for you guys. I think we're both in favor of Space Station here, but I'm curious on how comfortable you think they should be.
I wouldn't be surprised if Heat won a threes game here, but I do think that this will be a 3-0 for Space Station. I think because I don't think the game modes outside of the threes and the ones, well, rather I should say I think 2v2 is maybe actually their best bet, because I do think their threes will be just as strong as their ones. I don't think you're going to take Heat in the ones matchup either. That's no offense to Raziers. I just think Daniel's just too good. So the 2v2 might be a spot where Heat can win. But I do think in threes, it should be Space Station. I mean, they're coming off a great performance at the last LAN. They have their full roster here. Clearly, they're taking this very seriously. And I would be shocked if Heat came out on top here in a threes match.
Yeah, I've gotten the chance to sit and talk with Chrome quite a bit lately. One of my favorite coaches actually in the space of Rocket League, and a lot of insight of him talks about the performance of their team really comes down to, their mentality. How are they practicing? How are they feeling? And as long as they're in a good mental, they are a team that I consider one of the best on LAN. Like they are me, when we talk about LAN teams, one that I feel confidently about in their performance, because it does help with that mental, right? Like crowds behind you, everybody's cheering for Daniel and calling him Laniel. Like it's hard not to feel a certain way. So I think Space Station on LAN is always a team that you need to respect well, and even if it's in a more unique format, they'll probably be able to play into it even more.
Well, and I think too for Space Station, they're a team that even if the result doesn't show it, I think individually they just play better, as Arsenal puts away a beautiful double tap. I mean, these are the types of plays that you look for from Space Station, and that's a great second touch and effort there from Arsenal, especially to put this one behind Parka as well, because Parka had that one pretty well read, just a little late there, and for Arsenal to put that behind him solidifies that goal and an early go-ahead goal here for Space Station.
Yeah, definitely want to be wary of, especially if he starts popping off in threes. We saw what he did to some of those other teams back in winter, where he single-handedly 1v3'd what it felt like 2 series. Either way, a lot of threat on Space Station, and no different here as they move up on offense. Good cut from Rettle. Should have another touch over the top. Can he make it a double touch? It's going to be bottom right, but it's a little bit wide, catching the back right of that wheel. It's a little bit more square. Might have been in. Either way, still a lot of pressure. This is Daniel just facilitating up top. Drop down. And a shot on target, even with the bumps. It's a good save by Reziers. And I was looking to clear this away. Space Station just sitting and waiting in the midfield.
So another thing that is really annoying about Space Station, I talked about their play style being annoying because they slow the ball down. They make you kind of chase after them. But the other thing, too, that I don't think we touched on too much was the physical gameplay. And that's the demos, but it's also the bumps as well. And a lot of times the bump is a lot stronger than the demo because the demo does kind of reset you and it gives you boost if you're out of boost. So the bump can be a lot stronger than the demo in a lot of cases. And I think Space Station actually do kind of master that between demos and bumps of just, throwing off the rhythm of teams defensively and offensively as well, removing players from the opposition side. And Space Station, definitely one of those teams that will use the physical advantage and certainly take advantage of the space given because of it.
Yeah, you talked earlier as well in the conversation for our pre-match. It's talking about them being slow, and most of us describe it as kind of methodical. They're very decisive in how they want to approach the game. You see a prime example of it here with Arsenal. Rather than booming to that downfield and trying to go for a quick shot with a redirect, he slows it down. He forces the defender in, and even though he gets dunked out, like, possession still primarily stays in their favor. So very decisive in being able to play really fast and aggressive, which they definitely can do. You see that anytime they play against V1 as a double touch, barely missing out. Could have been a goal opportunity for Heat, but for the most part, they have the ability to play both sides, and I think a lot of that credit does go to their coach in Chrome. Not afraid to mix things up and kind of play that chess match to the best of his ability. Very quick adjustments for Space Station, which makes them so tough to beat. The amount of times that this team is clutched up and won a reverse sweep is too many to count at this point.
Yeah, I think just talking about the coach too, I think Chrome definitely gets a lot of love on this team, and I don't think a lot of coaches do, but he's been on this team long enough that you can really feel his impact, right? You can attribute some of the success to Chrome because of how long he's just been on this team.
I've heard players literally say this team would not be successful without Chrome.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Which I'm not surprised by. Like, no discredit to the players. Obviously, they've got good leadership. Riddle's obviously starting to take more of that captain role seriously. Dan under a lot of guidance, and Arsenal, who's been around for a decent amount of time too, he's seen his hardships as well. So being able to kind of bring that all together with, more of a matured role with Chrome. He's one of the older ones in the scene, which is still extremely young in the grand scheme of things. Star pros are babies, literally called baby Dan because he's 15, but like it is a different mentality that comes with it, and that stoic personality I think really does have a strong presence for them, which makes a big difference. On the other side of Heat though, like, even in pretty close, still winning a lot of these challenges and being competitive, but just haven't able to find, other than a one double touch, too many good opportunities for like a solid shot to put away.
And the number of chances are slowing down for Space Station, which is good for Heat, but Heat have to find that offense, and maybe this is their chance. With 30 seconds left, they will have to start to try to force it here, because you would like to have this first game, considering 2s and 1s are going to be very tough to win. Reynolds with a second touch, and that might just solidify game 1 for Space Station as they double up their lead.
Yeah, really good follow by Reynolds. Not only does he get the dunk, but then also that small boost pad doesn't seem like a lot, but it's enough to give him a little bit extra over the top. Only 8 remaining. So again, giving a little bit of leniency as he just follows it up. And even if he's not there, there's going to be more in support. So it felt like a chance for Heat. Going to need to score almost immediately as they try to turn on this one. Those are the ones that I wish Forsyth would actually pass across and go for a shot. These direct approaches don't really work on Space Station unless you have a bunch of demos, which they haven't been really able to find. So this one clicks down. It's going to be Space Station with game number 1, feeling pretty confident.
Yep.
And now we go into the adjustment phase for Heat between 1s and 2s. I think you and I are both leaning towards 2s.
Yeah, just to touch on this game one more time, though, I think for Space Station, this is a perfectly executed game.
So short.
he does. He looks like a mini-me of Reddles right there next to him, like his little baby clone. But for Space Station, they don't blow out teams a lot of times, but they have full control, and they had basically controlled that entire game. I think there was one good look that Heat had from Raziers, and I think it's this right here in the replay. That was probably the best look they had all game long. So now Heat has to go into a tough decision of picking 2s or 1s. I really doubt they pick 1s. That would be crazy. I think it has to be 2s, and it's not even that great of a choice either because I think Red Bulls and Arsenal are just so good.
I don't know if there's an easy pick for them at all. I mean, there's a reason why Space Station has gotten this bye and in that first seed overall, rightfully so. So looking at it, I don't think there is an easy matchup anyway across the board, but I do think 2s is probably their best bet. I think they can get into a groove. We saw how impactful Rezzers can be, but at the same time, maybe they want to lean into that. Maybe they're like, you know what, no matter what, we've got to upset them somewhere. And the 1s game with Rezzers isn't bad. He's actually a very solid player. It's just Daniel being on the other side of things is kind of where it's that uphill battle. So do you have more faith in your player versus the difficulty of the other opponent? What do you want to go into? So that's kind of the fun thing about these chess matches. And usually it's a spur of the moment decision, but it is going to be 2s, Daniel and Reddles versus Rezzers and Parka.
Already starting off a little weird there on the kickoff. They was both faking the kickoff there. I don't know if you caught that because I know it was really quick. I thought for a second I was seeing things, but yeah, it was a double fake on the kickoff and nobody hit it. It didn't really come out to anything though. As Space Station, or excuse me, Heat elected to go for 2s, obviously, and I think that's the right choice as they might poke ahead free here early on. Raziers just poking it by the defense and Heat on board first.
Yeah, catches one caught sleeping. That's a great touch off the sidewall, but Daniel thinks he has a little bit more time. I think he might just be low on boost as well. Can't catch up to it. So able to chase it down. It's a good start. Your first 14 seconds here for Heat. Exactly what they need to build some of that confidence. But no fix on this cook-off. Both are going to go for it. Possession controlled. It's a demo. It should be 2.
Something to note too, it is Daniel Reddles for Space Station.
Yeah.
Arsenal not out here. I think a lot of people would have picked Arsenal Reddles, but then again, you want a good 1s player also in the lineup for 2s, and so I don't blame Space Station for putting in Daniel. I think that's a great pick as well, and that's why Space Station is just so good here. They have so many options.
Yeah, Arsenal also a very talented 1s player. Back when him and AJ were kind of all the rave in ranked, people just talk about how frustrating Arsenal is to play against in 1s, but in 2s, that's actually what they've been sticking to. Reddles and Daniel primarily through most of the qualifier as well, or what their pick was. I don't know if it's just a playstyle difference, and Reddles does a really good job of just kind of understanding Daniel and how he wants to approach the game, or if it's like a stylistic thing. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I think it's kind of hard to just feel lack of confidence in any rotation you pick as long as Daniel's in it. But as of right now, getting beat to the ball, it's great recovery by Rezzers. He's been doing this all day today.
Yeah, I mean, he beat him to the ball, but really that was just fantastic recovery.
Such good recovery.
Yeah, I mean, that was just outplaying with speed there. Heat up 2-0 here in game 2, and they picked this. And so far, Raziers and Parka going to work. This was the same duo that they played against Anka. They did quite well on their comeback there. Now Space Station, they have their work cut out for them, and it will be Daniel to try and go up, but he throws a fake perfectly read from Raziers again. He's just been so great on the challenge game, if nothing else. Slowing down Space Station's the exact same thing he did with Anka as well. Just so tough for them to win that challenge game against Raziers.
I think there's a lot of that emphasis of trying to find a solo capability for Daniel, but if he keeps shutting it down, it's going to be almost impossible. So they're going to have to think of something different. Still plenty of time with 3 minutes left, just about to get something going. As it's going to be a mistake. Leaves for a wide open shot, and Daniel, you know, is going to put that away.
Yeah, you can't. That's a free one. The Space Station there. I mean, this is simply Parker just missing the ball and Daniel taking advantage. I think Raziers wanted the demo as well, and with that type of rotation, you leave the net exposed as well on the miss. And Space Station, I think, happy to get one back here, but I think he definitely a lot better in the 2s here than I think Space Station anticipated. Still down by 1, our Space Station, as they got to put away another to get back into this one. Daniel with a good flip past the first man, but an easy cleanup here for Heat.
Great 50 as well by Parka, winning that, so it actually goes in their favor. Could have been detrimental as Daniel goes for a fake around the other side, trying to get around it, go for a pinch. But again, positioning been pretty solid for Heat so far. A lot of early challenges, again, keeping that aggression, which worked so well for them against Anka. As an early challenge here, going to slow it down. It's a good 50, and luckily Reddles is able to get back in time, but pressure's still there. Big clear from Reddles. Should buy them a little bit of time, and
whoa,
he's actually going to just leave it. I'm surprised he let that one go.
I got to see a second look at this one from Parka. He's got 16 boosts, but that's plenty to make that save. He just didn't get around it enough. I mean, he's in a little bit of a tough spot, but definitely savable there from Parka, and unfortunate that he just couldn't get back in time to feel comfortable. And Space Station now, 2 goals back, able to tie things up.
Really tough one here is Parka in a one-on-one, going to play that over the top, but early challenge does make it easy for Daniel. Keeping it close, slowing it down, flick past one. He has enough to get to it, and it's a good 50. A lot of patience coming out from Space Station, Corelli. Not afraid to just sit back and let that ball come to them, and it makes a lot of sense with how aggressive Heat's been playing. No need to force it.
Yeah, I do think it is kind of coming back to bite Space Station a few times because of how quick the challenge game is from Heat. You're seeing them kind of win a lot of these challenges a lot earlier than I think Space Station really expects them. I think Space Station are kind of looking for some respect, and Heat aren't giving it to them. They're just diving into the ball and having some very high quality challenges. And it certainly has caught off Space Station here. I think as we, have gone through 4 minutes of gameplay, Space Station have kind of gotten back into this and realized how quick Heat are on the challenge. Now Daniel trying to pick his spot off the post. It went wide. And with a minute left, we still sit tied. Reynolds now wants to take one towards the net, drops it down. Oh no, it's an own goal. Reynolds gets a second touch in the end, and it's a 3-2 lead for Space Station.
That's so tough for Heat. That's now another gift. And the read is great by Reynolds. The fact that it plays straight down. Maybe the defender just didn't expect it to come down like that and it bounced off the nose. But man, with a minute left and playing safe, Space Station's not afraid to keep it close like this. But hopefully a challenge rewards them. And it is the unfortunate read, but a great save by Space Station. The second one to clear this one out. No. Could be a chance. It's a good 50. It goes to the side. Finish. Can he get around it? He does. Great job tying it up, Heat.
Great work there from Heat. And again, just that aggression, the challenge game paying off for them here. Parka took a little bit of a heavy touch, but you could see the challenge well struck. Raziers gets some love off the post right back into his car. And Heat able to tie things up here late.
Could have been one that they run away with, but now tied up yet again. Charles in front of his own net, gonna scoop and play this one out. It's a good 50, soft touch, and not where Parker wants to be. No boost, it goes below. It's a free shot for Dan, and he's gonna slam that one away every time.
And this is such a smart play from Reynolds and Daniel to slam that one off the backboard, knowing Parker's the last man, knowing that that's a tough read to get back to, that he'd have to expend all of his boost to get there. And if he doesn't, it's a free shot for Space Station. That's great game knowledge in that 2v1 situation. Space Station back into the lead. Can Heat make another comeback?
Plenty of boost to get it around. Shot opportunity. It's on target. Whoa. What a save. Great jump by Daniel. Now probably going to play it slow and hope for some 50s. But again, Heat continuing to power through. One more touch should do it. So last chance here for Heat. Need to keep it up. Need to keep it alive. It goes underneath. It's a good flick.
It's high.
It's in front of the net. Can he get there in time? He keeps it alive. It's not done yet. 0 seconds. Cleared across. And an awkward touch, but still plenty of boost. Popping up high. Trying to flick it underneath. Reziers looking for another touch. And Dan on the back wall is going to play it down. And Space Station feels like they're going to steal game 2.
And that was really unfortunate there for Heat because Parka was set up to take the shot there, but unfortunately he didn't have any boost to chase after it. And that's really what hurt him there in the end, because they had an opportunity there right in the 0 second, keeping the ball up there. Unfortunate, but still a quality game from Space Station here to kind of get back into it. I think Heat got out to an early lead and again, kind of got a sucker punch on Space Station here, which is exactly what you need if you go up against a team like Space Station. But again, Space Station, I think you're seeing Daniel and Reynolds really start to solidify themselves and come back into this game too. And again, now Heat have to go back into a 3v3 and try and take down Space Station once again.
Yeah, going to be a tough one there as we take a look at the highlights. And it definitely felt, for the most part, Heat in control a lot of the times of winning these chances. But a couple subtle mistakes are going to be the difference maker here. And then, again, this is probably the best play so far on a Space Station. It was a really good read, as you mentioned. You've got a player rotating back trying to collect pads, so they play it high. You either expend boost or you try to make like a crazy in and out save. So no matter what, you're in a tough spot. And at that point, even if you do make a save, Space Station's going to secure both your corner boosts. You're under a lot of threat. So really smart play here by Space Station to put themselves at match point, trying to close this one out in a 3-0 situation. But again, out of frame and out of focus there in the middle. Daniel, big impact across the board.
And it's just such a tough spot to be in if you're Heat, because again, the beauty of this format is it's really a vice grip from Space Station, because even if they lose this, Space Station's probably going to pick ones. And that's just not any better for Heat. So it really only just prolongs the pain for Heat here, because Daniel is such a massive threat in ones, really against any team here. And so Heat really have to dig deep, not only in this game, but games to come, as they start things off here defensively. Space Station, once again, doing a good job of putting on some pressure.
Yeah, Heat, though, should still feel pretty confident. They've done a really good job in their first 2 games. We're in that 3v3. They did keep it relatively close, and in game 2, honestly, they probably should have taken it. There was a couple mishaps that happened, but other than that, if they shore those up, honestly, probably would have went in their favor. So I've been happy with their challenge game and their ability to be aggressive. You see it again here, and it's going to work out. Reziers, what a place to be.
And that's perfect for Heat. A great start here. And again, the speed from Reziers. So fast, and then a fantastic dunk, of course. But again, he's done this twice now, where these flips off the sidewall have really paid off for him to keep momentum behind the ball and get down the field, even in tough situations where he doesn't have necessarily all the boost. Using just that momentum to chase after it. The challenge game, once again, paying off for Heat.
Another aggressive one. Should be able to get to this one first. Plenty of touches to make. Solid kick out and play by both Arsenal and Reynolds, as he should get a 50. One last touch, plays it high, no follow-up. As it doesn't seem just like Two's not afraid to play it a little bit more passive in the background. He taking advantage of it. A lot of aggression, a lot of consecutive touches. Crowley able to beat them out. And for the most part, other than a couple breakaways, they don't seem to sustain long.
You see Heat again. Quality challenges leading to possession. This one shot back post. I think Space Station here, definitely not looking the strongest in the threes game. Even the previous threes game, game 1, I don't think they necessarily put their best effort out. I think Heat are definitely a stronger team than maybe they anticipated, especially in that 2s game as well. Heat really stuck in that one. And I think that speed, especially in the midfield, been tough for Space Station to deal with.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of the general focus. A lot of these teams in Europe, especially in that kind of bubble area, anywhere from 16 to 24, definitely have this play style where it is, you know, caution to the wind, just send the house, be as aggressive as possible. And it does catch a lot of teams off guard. And luckily for Space Station, you know, they have been on the receiving end of it, but it doesn't matter if the flick's that good. Forsave going to put that far post. And it's doing it himself too. You know, he's got a lot of space in that midfield.
Really late challenge there from Daniel. I'm surprised he even went for that, because I mean, he didn't even have the right angle coming into it. And excuse me, Forsay doing a great job of just reading that play, flicking it by. And now Space Station really hurting for a goal here.
Yeah, halfway through, and pretty much all Heat so far on the offensive half. A lot of it has been due to their aggression, how quickly they get to the ball and how quickly they get to these challenges. But a lot of it is the space being enabled. You see a lot of passiveness from Space Station as the shot comes in. There should be a follow-up here just momentarily. And it's going to have to be Arsenal. Second touch, and it follows up perfectly for Dan. That's a good read off that back wall.
And a tough one, too. And Arsenal, again, getting a great second touch. You can see Parker kind of pre-jumped it and committed to his line, and Arsenal instead passes that one. Great work there. Space Station get one back, and a much needed goal if they want to close out this series. Heat definitely doing a good job offensively to kind of shut down Space Station. That was probably one of their best looks they've had all game. As that, again, I just keep highlighting the challenge game from Heat. Been very tough for Space Station to deal with.
Good 50s by Arsenal, and there's that disruption. Something we haven't really seen too much of, but it's not going to matter if the touch is that perfect. Daniel yet again striking nice and soft and just feathers it in.
Oh, what a bump from Arsenal. And actually, it's the bump that leads Daniel to have the space, because that last man, or at least initially the last man there, forced into the bump and then kind of bumped away, opened up the space for Daniel to take advantage of. That second touch will lead to a goal. Space Station doing a good job here, chipping away at Heat. Things cooling down for them as they started off quite hot here in game 3. A must-win situation for them. Otherwise, they're facing a 1v1 with Daniel, which is less than ideal for almost every single team, if not all of them. So Heat digging deep here for another goal, but it's Space Station threatening again.
going to be one of those where we get into our grand finals. It's going to be playoffs, right? And it's going to be like, all right, when you get $500,000, what's in your way? 1v1 with Daniel. They can have it. I don't,
the final boss is Daniel.
Yeah, but you imagine you playing like a video game and you see Daniel line up on the other side and be like, that's the final boss? That guy?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
it's just a kid. Yeah, that's what makes him so scary. Like,
yeah, I mean, the ones game, we haven't seen too many of them here today, and probably for good reason, because I think a lot of the ones players are just so much stronger than the oppositions that they don't want to go to it. We really haven't seen a lot of the series go the distance either, which would force the ones to come out, of course. Daniel can't hold on to it here. Space Station. Not sure if they want to really go to overtime. I think they want to end it here. Flip reset was inbound from Arsenal, but taken away from Riyadh.
yeah, really good play as well, sweeping through. Rozier's doing a phenomenal job on that late rotation. 2 demos back to back. It completely denies that play from sustaining up on offense. So a little bit of that disruption game coming out from Heat as they throw us in the middle. It's going to be a late touch and trying to get up on the back wall to keep it alive. At this point, probably just wanting to get one last attempt as it's going to drop down. So yet another overtime, Corelli. And honestly, Heat looking pretty dang solid.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a position that they need to be in, right? They're in a winning position here. They need one more goal, obviously. And that's just the first step, of course. But right now, it's Daniel threatening. Another shot coming through, but it's Reynolds to put it home. Everyone barreling through, and Space Station coming out on top.
Again, something that they do so well when this whole like crazy demo meta was coming in through with like peeps and stuff. Space Station was kind of the team that really solidified how to stop that. And it was these really aggressive challenges. They would have one meet the 50 and then another one following back. And you still see some of those characteristics to this day where they do follow in tandem very closely, and it allows them to win possession. This one just happens to pinch out and fall straight into their lap, and it works out. But some of the things that they do is just, it seems to carry through every single time. And that one, again, it just hurts for Heat, where it's like you do a lot of the things right, you get yourself in that opportune moment, and then it falls apart because of 150. It's just, it stinks. It sucks for Heat as they find themselves now in the lower bracket.
And I pointed this out earlier too. I think Heat is kind of a sleeper team. I think they're actually much better than maybe people are giving them credit for. And I think this series was a lot closer than what it's going to go down on the paper. Let's not forget that Heat was just playing against a top team from North America, a team that's probably one of the strongest teams here for this format. We mentioned that multiple times. So you have to give some credit, or some slack rather, to Heat, because I think Space Station is just that much better. And I think they showed that here in the end, although I think Heat did a great job of giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, he had a lot of credit given, obviously, for their efforts. It's one thing to show the sweep, but you got to pay attention to that game differential and that score line to really see the full story. Keeping it extremely close throughout the series. I mean, you're talking, obviously, that first game was in favor of Space Station, but other than a couple moments at the very end, it was pretty much a 1-goal game. And then even in 2s and now in 3s again, 1-goal games coming down to the wire, both OTs. So, putting up a good fight. They should feel pretty confident. They're going to be dropping down to play Team Secret in that lower quarterfinal, which we'll get tomorrow. On the other side of things, you do have Anka and Rogue going up against each other. So still plenty of time to bounce back and a whole day to kind of recollect themselves. But up in our upper bracket final, chance to qualify, it's going to be Space Station versus Endpoint, our 2 #1 seeds coming through in 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and you know, I think unfortunately for fans that want chaos, the expectations for the most part have been met. I think there might have been a toss-up between Rogue and Team Secret, depending on how you evaluate those teams. But realistically, I'm looking at the bracket, and it feels like all the teams that I thought were going to win did. And so you get, you know, I think that upper bracket final that people wanted with Space Station and Endpoint there at the top. And that's going to be a fantastic match. And I'm hoping we see, as we go further and further into this tournament, we see more and more longer series where we start to see more of that 1v1.
Well, we're going to bring ourselves to an interview. We got the one and only Reynolds all the way from Saudi Arabia joining us on the call. Absolute pleasure bringing you into the broadcast. First and foremost, Reynolds, that's a big travel week going on, and you had another one just a little bit ago. Are you okay? Like, are you feeling all right?
We're okay. We're okay. We actually stayed in London after the major to make it a little less, you know, travel heavy. So not that bad, just a 6-hour flight here, but it's awesome here. We're so happy to be here.
Yeah, you could definitely tell. I want to talk about your twos game there with Daniel. How much did you guys know about this Heat squad, and how did you approach that 2v2 matchup in particular?
So we're a little familiar with this Heat team. We scrimmed them while we were in Europe, kind of to get used to them. It's definitely their best playlist. Razier's is an up-and-comer. Get ready for his name because it will be at the top soon. And once we took that, we're like, all right, it's a little ease off our shoulders. We knew we had the series.
Overall, coming to the series, obviously, I assume you guys are extremely confident, rightfully so, especially with recent performances in the spring major. But primarily for you guys, this event is obviously a big deal. I mean, it's 2 weeks before the major and the world championship for that matter, but it's also a lot of stakes, $2 million prize pool, a bunch of different play styles, and depth from other regions. How excited are you guys for a chance to actually get to play against other MENA teams outside of just the Falcons?
We're super excited to play anyone. You know, the MENA guys, their region has been kind of ignored for so long, and now to see, I think, 6 teams here is awesome for them. And all of them have been super nice. It's been really good, and they're all really, really good. So expect the depth from this region.
I want to ask you a personal question. In your opinion, just your thoughts on a format like this as a player. You know, you go from playing 3v3 in RLCS to having the option to play 2s and 1s. What's that like for you? Do you like that opportunity? Are you a little bit more nervous with your team? Like, how do you view your team in these types of game modes?
I think it's no secret that this format benefits us. While we're a great 3s team, Daniel is one of the best 1s players in the world and also one of the best 2s players in the world. Me and Arsenal not quite on his tier in 2s, but we're here to just give him the ball as much as we can.
Sounds like you're doing the same thing in 3s, my guy. Jokes aside, Reynolds, obviously we want to give you the floor to speak your piece. Say whatever you got to say, so the floor is yours.
Thank you to all the fans. It's been awesome meeting people here. Saudi's been great. Gamers8, we've never had this good of player care at any tournament ever. So I just want to thank everyone behind the scenes, and yeah, it's going to be a great tournament.
Reynolds, appreciate you taking the time, man. Obviously has some kind words to say about player hospitality, because at the end of the day, players want to be taken care of. So yeah, it makes sense. Hopefully they got plenty of snacks. I saw CJ has a fridge, so he's always happy if he has that.
That's the best. That's all he needs. He just needs a fridge. Nothing in it, just the fridge.
Got to keep his drinks cold. That's it. That's all he needs. Jokes aside, glad to see the guys having a good time and everything's going well. So Space Station 3.0, Endpoint 3.0, feeling pretty dang good, which wraps our coverage actually for the B group. They are all done. We've got our players all solidified, ready to go for tomorrow. But that brings us now into our next group, which is Group D. So a lot of stuff for us to cover coming on up. Corelli, early insight. This next group is got some pretty big names to it.
Yeah, definitely. Falcons and Dignitas. That's all I have to say about this group. Falcons and Dignitas, you're going to get the big boys here. Teams that I think are definitely benefited to this format the most out of all the teams here. A lot of eyes on Falcons, a lot of eyes on what Dignitas can bring, especially in 2v2 and 1v1. This group's going to be fun.
A lot of fun, but a lot of weight. We don't get them until later on. We got our next match, which is going to be All Mid versus Gladiators. But we can't go to that until we get back from a break. So we might as well throw to it. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022 for Rocket League $2 million prize pool. going on for this weekend. It's gonna be a fun time. Luller and Spaceman back on the broadcast. Welcome back, Sean. How you doing, sir?
Doing great. Rocket League's thriving. It's a good time to be here. I'm excited, man.
I know we're all excited to get back into these next matches. We did just wrap up Group B. We're going into Group D next. 6 different teams that are going to be joining us on the broadcast. So excited to jump into that. And some fan favorites, both locally and globally, especially after the spring major results. Talking about the Falcons. So a lot of fun that we get to see in this next upcoming group. Should be a lot of good times. But talking about our last series, kind of wrapping things up before we tie a pretty bow on Group B. Space Station and Heat was a pretty interesting one as we take a look at the highlights. A lot of passiveness actually from Space Station, deciding to play a little bit more defensive and letting the play come to them, but able to close it out pretty convincingly.
Yeah, I was surprised how close actually the Heat were keeping it, and even down to the final 3v3 we saw in Game 3. I thought that they were going to be able to sneak it through, but I think the passiveness from SSG is less about their inability to turn up today, for lack of a better term, but more so they're just pacing themselves. Like, I don't think they were trying their hardest, and that's not a negative. It's just the caliber of the Rocket League team that you have in front of you. And SSG were just kind of in cruise control. Like, look, we're gonna show up, we're gonna do our thing. We're not gonna treat this like it's a grand final, and it worked. They got themselves a 3-0 sweep, and they made it look pretty simple at times.
Yeah, we talk about a team being a second half team, and that's definitely, I think, what Space Station is. For some reason, whenever it comes to their adjustments, you always get a better version of them as they progress further along in a series. But despite that, still a lot of really good moments, some good pass plays, double touches, as well as setting up Daniel. Here's a prime one that came off of an Arsenal bump. So disruption and the rest is kind of the name of the game, but not to discredit Heat. Did keep it relatively close, forcing some overtime. So they're going up against one of the best, a top 6 team in the world, and they kept it close. So again, dropping down the lower bracket, you feel still pretty confident as they go into day 2 tomorrow. So gonna shift gears, gonna jump into this bracket and keep you guys up to date on what we're covering now. We just finished, like I said, Group B. We're going to be going into Group D now. But as a recap across the board, there's been a lot of action going on the A stream as well, and some pretty crazy results. Luminosity coming up, and actually bopping G2, who had to use Mist instead of JNAPS as he is not able to attend. So they punched their ticket into that upper bracket final. You've also got Complexity 3 over Twisted Minds, and Guild, a very close nail biter against Complexity, able to close it out. CRR getting the interview on the main stage.
I am really surprised that Guild was able to win it in Game 5 over Complexity, because Complexity were the runner-ups. They lost to SSG last time in the charity event, and they came in second. But this is a squad that usually handles their business in the middle of the pack teams, and I still consider Guild kind of around that area, as they've yet to prove themselves on the main stage. So the fact that Guild handled their business and move on to play Luminosity, and Luminosity doing the same thing against G2. Granted, G2 don't have JNAPs, but same sentiment, excuse me. In this instance, I am surprised that G2 and Complexity are both in the lower bracket, which I guess shows you the caliber of the European teams.
If you guys are just joining us here on the B stream, this is the group we just got done covering. 4 matches. Rogue over Secret, Heat over Anka, and then we just finished our top ones. Endpoint over Rogue, looking pretty dang solid in their 3s and 2s game, and then Space Station over Heat. A lot of teams deciding not to rely on that 1s, and I think it might just be a lot of respect as well.
Sure.
As Space Station having Daniel is just like, yeah, we're going to dodge that if we can. So might change as we get further on, but as we take a look at Group C, this will be going on the A stream. This is what's coming up. They've got 6 teams, a lot of talent, especially in F16, 2 young guns that are twins. Absolutely insane. So interesting luck for Semper there, as one of their star players obviously on loan, bringing over Exotic. So curious to see how that one plays out. You've then got FaZe Clan and Furia, top 6 performers. A lot of friends on Furia. And then last but not least, Group D, which is what we're going to be covering next, is going to be a lot of fun. Fan favorites and Falcons, Dignitas, Renegades with CJ. I mean, can you really go wrong here, Spaceman?
No, you can't. And the sad thing, I think, for Almed, Gladiators, and all the way down to 01 Esports, is that you win and your reward is either Falcons or Dig. Like, congratulations. You're now having to play, like, essentially the #1 seed in Falcons and a Dignitas squad that has been in the lab and Appjack with something to prove. So this is going to be a very dangerous series on your hands, because obviously you're going to try to win as much as possible, but you have to also, I feel, taper or keep your expectations in check. That's the way we're going to put it, because, well, you're going to have to get through one and then really kick into the next gear of your capabilities to go against a team like Falcons or Dig. Like, I'm already looking 2 series ahead. I know it's crazy, but this bracket stacked right here. This little section's nuts.
Well, I'm going to take us a step back. We're going to focus in on all mid, and what better way to do it than introduce the team? Let's take a look. So all mid, we got the rosters coming up for you guys. It's gonna be Flitz, Kiri, and Angel, who had a phenomenal run actually in our qualifiers. A lot of it actually was on the back seat of Chronic, who will not be attending. Obviously, it's a 1v1 match, so I'm curious on who's going to fill those shoes. But as we take a look at them in particular, a lot of the focus is usually on Flitz, but I was surprised most actually by Angel last time we got to watch.
Yeah, and it really was his performance outside of Chronic's 1v1 play that kind of propelled this team through that lower bracket run. Again, where they started was a sweep through SSG. They got absolutely smoked. And then from there, they made their journey through XSET in Game 5. Then they took down Oxygen in the same fashion. Then Rogue in the same fashion. Like, they had been going the distance and icing up. They just ran up a little bit short against Complexity in the lower final, but they made it to the lower final. This was a team that surprised everybody just with how consistent they were. Now, granted, we've seen teams like this in the grid before where you just have like constant, like middle of the pack teams that are able to land blow for blow, but when it comes to, let's say, like regionals or major performances, they struggle. This team seems to just have like a good recipe for when they need to perform and the pressure's on, when nobody expects them to do well. They just start one by one taking out top teams. So it's a scary squad to be going against.
Well, the next one in our path is going to be Gaming Gladiators, the first overall team in APAC South. Let's take a look at their roster. Welcome back, and looking at the Gaming Gladiators, a team that just got their first international experience as we take a look at the roster. LCT, their KBM player, Maxu, and OSM, not one many expected, but obviously the coach having to step in. So OSM, obviously a lot of talent and a lot of individual skill, obviously with the freestyling capabilities and otherwise, but overall just a solidified player. But curious on how much they're going to have to lean in on that. But like I mentioned, Spaceman, they just got their first international exposure. Again, we didn't get to see APAC South all season until they played Spoiler in that final qualifier bracket where they beat out Detonators and a bunch of others like Tokyo Verde. So really excited to see them get back-to-back LAN experience. It's got to be such a special moment for them.
Yeah, and the ceiling is high for the squad, knowing that the floor currently is top 16 finish. And that sounds like a lot worse than it actually is, because if your first LAN experience in an international competition in a game like this is you got top 16, back in the day, that was like you're a pro. Like top 16 is you're a pro, and top 8 is like you're like whatever league existed, you are getting paid and you're like really hitting your mark. So this team, again, lost 3-0 to Furia, but they got top 16 at the major. You can work off that. It's clear that the fundamentals that are here for the squad and the makeup, while of course Abs Crazy is out, having your coach in might help things, but also there's something good happening here with Gladiators. Now, they're going to be running into a very tough opponent in all mid, and that's where we're going to dive into.
Spaceman, how would you feel about joining my Ponzi scheme? We're going to dress up as staff, and we're going to be like, oh yeah, I need you guys' phones. And they'll be like, okay. And then we're going to have 6 phones and we can do something with that. Thoughts?
What are we going to do with the phones?
Stuff that's okay. I promise it'll be
okay. Cool. Yeah. If we're down to steal things, let's do it.
Yeah. Chat. Don't rate me out. Don't rate me out. This is between us, chat. Okay. I think it'll work. I think it'll work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who do you think it gives the edge to in this competition?
Honestly, I think it doesn't really matter. Being 100%, as long as it's not Dignitas. If you keep Jory's off his phone, that's a big difference. But for everybody else, I think it's pretty neutral. So
that's absolutely
interesting to see on who ends up taking it. But between these two, I think there's a lot of unknowns. I think brought in. Allmid in particular relied a lot on Chronic, both in 1s and 2s. Curious on who's going to fill those shoes. And then for Gladiators, you have the same thing with OSM obviously not fielding their full roster. So what is the performance going to be there? Or are they going to try to leave him out as much as possible as the coach? Will be interesting to see. So I've got open expectations this one. Not a whole lot that I'm relying on when it comes into it. I'm just going to kind of sit back, enjoy it as a fan, and watch it unfold, Spaceman.
Yeah, and stylistically for All Mid, I think one of their best attributes as a squad is their challenge game, especially through the corners. Like, they are very keen on taking those one-on-ones and using as little boost as possible to keep the play going, especially defensively. And if that is the case, they could pose a serious threat to orchestrating counterattacks down the field, and also just making it more difficult for Gladiators to find rhythm. So given their past history, and not only tournaments from Gamers Without Borders just about a month ago, but also what we've seen from this team in a variety of open qualifiers, closed qualifiers. I believe they made one slight appearance in the grid, don't count me on that, but seeing what they've been able to do, I think this team is insanely talented, even if Chronic's not here for once. Flitz, Kiri, and Angel, as a group of three, like if they're playing Rogue, I would honestly favor them to beat Rogue. If they're playing Gladiators, I'd favor them to beat Gladiators, because I think they're a great middle to pack team. And I think they're going to have the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's fair in assessment. But again, a big proponent of that was Chronic. Their ones game was a very big impact, and being able to, like, no matter what, you fall back to that. And I just, as much as I like Alt Mid, I don't think it has that same impact that it did with Chronic. So
sure,
very curious to see on how it plays out. Again, that's why I keep my expectations low. I'm ready to just go into this one unbiased and see how it plays out. So overall, I look at matchups and stuff, and I expect some big impact. Although I was impressed most by Angel, I do like Kiri's play style. Just kind of facilitates a little bit of everything and can catch you off guard. While there's a lot of times where you're like, okay, I'm expecting that shot to go in, and it may not always be the most consistent. It is those redirects and kind of that extra +1 mentality of like, okay, this direct touch isn't going to work, but the one after that will be. So that's kind of where my eyes are. And then Maxu, like, it's hard not to love the play style that this person brings to the table. So
yeah,
I'm a little bit of a fan. I'll put it out there. I'm okay with being that biased in that regard, but at the end of the day, I'm just here for good Rocket League. Let's be real.
I think we're going to get that in this series. I think the beauty of teams that are kind of hovering around, and if we were talking with respect to like the North American region, or any region, I should just say, like, you're looking at, you know, teams in the top 16, teams that are not in the top 8 in the RLCS, but they're ones that are constantly in the open qualifiers. They're the ones that are, you hear the names cropping up when teams are either making changes as a bubble, or they're trying to get themselves in contention for the likes of when the grid used to exist. Like, these are the types of players and teams that were consistently near the top of the list before other teams kind of made it out, like XSET and Alpine. And I just think, given the matchup between these two, given how it may seem statistically and seeding wise that they're in the same category, we could see some heavy hitting punches in this series. We could see some just tremendous goals from All Mid. We could see some ridiculous defensive saves from Gladiators. But I have been more impressed with what I've seen from All Mid recently with not only their gameplay, but with respect to the competition they've played, than I have been with Gladiators. Because at least at the major, Gladiators did what they had to do, but in the end, they did look a little outclassed. And granted, they're playing Fury. I mean, Godspeed. But I think that All Mid has had more time to sit at their level and get warmed up and acclimated, and that will carry them and benefit them in the series.
It is the beauty of what we're seeing with the latest format of RLCS. So, you know, we're going to talk and continue to talk about the narrative that I've personally been pushing about the fact that we are getting teams from more depth of each region. It's not just the top 3 from each region playing the top from another region. It is, hey, this is a team that's ranked overall like 19th in North America.
Yes.
Going up against the best team in APAC. Like, that is a conversation that I think is really interesting, because we've never really been able to answer that question in the past. Like, it just hasn't been a thing that we've been exposed to. And the fact that we get this as a precursor, and then in 2 weeks at the World Championship, we're going to get more, I think is really exciting. Unfortunately for LCT being KBM, he's got no mouse pad, so he's going to have to use his player card and his credentials.
Amazing.
It looks like.
Imagine just styling on someone and being like, yeah, I scored on you using my own player card. Like, this is what this esports made for. This is the calm, can you hear me? Get the trash talk going. Just channel it. I want to see it happen.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. So glad to see they're having good, and the vibes are staying in good spirits. But yeah, overall, man, I really like the fact that we are getting to see not just the cream of the crop, the very top. We are getting a little bit of everything. So Yeah. It is a chance as well for APAC on the south side. Even though it is not your standard 3v3s and stuff, you can kind of extrapolate some of that information when it does come down, because they are playing, you know, in a best of 5, 3 of them, how things would normally stand up. So it's a blessing, man. It's cool to be able to see this level of competition, this level of depth from all the different regions, like Reynolds was saying in his interview. 6 teams from the Middle East. It's absolutely incredible.
It's insane. And the fact that, again, hitting on this point where most of the Middle Eastern teams, they make up the majority of the players here. Granted, the location of the event, kind of the style of the event for sure. But the fact that we're in this position with Rocket League where minor teams are no longer minor. Like, we are getting the vast majority of new competition is coming from these other regions. And MENA having a fantastic showing through the likes of Falcons as a conduit at the Spring Major, showing that they absolutely can play. And now they have a chance to play on their own ping, on their own home server, at home. Like, yes, MENA is here to play. They are the real deal. They are legit. And their competition in Rocket League is going to continue to grow. But now it feels like, you know what? I'm going to say something that's very, that's a hot take. It's very, then again, it's me. Listen, okay. It used to be like, oh, APAC in South America and MENA in the oceanic regions, like, you know, they had something to prove all the time. I feel like a lot of those teams have started just proving it on land. And for America, like outside of like 2 teams and that's it, now it's time for America in the middle pack to prove that they can like hang with the best. Because listen, we've been getting stomped internationally, okay? I'm just saying.
I mean,
it's a hot take for a reason.
You know what? Fair.
Yes, let's go.
Not the first goal I was expecting, but I'm sure All Mid is all about it. Just a free shot downfield, and again, something that when I did my replay analysis a while back is something that seems to be a bit of an issue, that overlap. I talk about Rocket League being in different lanes. Left of far post is 1, in between the post is 2, and then to the right of far or near post is 3. And the only time that you should be doing something like that is when it's coordinated. Like Space Station does it a lot, where they're trying to, you know, follow up in tandem. One challenges, one picks up the possession. That's usually the only time. But when you have everybody overlapping, a pass or a shot crossed field is just so easy to punish. And you kind of saw that there. Everybody rotating back on the same side of the field, and it catches them off guard. So again, just want to spread out, make sure that you're not overlapping too heavily, unless it's one of those where it's like it's a pass or a pinch or something like that coming through. So
yeah,
good pass across field. It's a good shot on target. LCT back, able to make a save. Does have his mouse pad, so no issues now.
Those are going to be those small mistakes that you just kind of talk about, like crossing into each other and that kind of cluster game. Those small details that a team like All Mid might not make, a team like Gladiators might not make at times, but whoever makes, and again, welcome to my redundant book of just common sense, whoever makes the most mistakes in the series is going to lose, duh, but it is those small details, great save, that, you know, if you're crossing too much into your teammate's lane, especially when trying to make these saves, All Mid are going to take advantage of that. On the other side, Gladiators have to realize that they might not get that many chances to find a gap, and if they do, they have to find a way to score.
Just see how it plays out so far. Gladiators making some good adjustments, winning a bunch of these challenges, but make sure you connect on that one square, otherwise it can be punished. Luckily, actually was able to get back in time. Another touch and a good 50 from All Mid. But these challenges, very aggressive from Gladiators.
Yeah, and you're going to need that. I mean, you're not going to give All Mid as much space as they normally want. So I like these possessions off the side wall, running a lot of boost just to get it towards the back goal line, and that's going to force 2 defenders to commit for the save. But it at least keeps the ball on kind of your side of the field where you would want it. Back to midfield as both teams vying for a spot and jockeying for possession. Because right now it's been all of Gladiators with 2 minutes to play and some change. They're looking for their first goal to tie up this game. Good shot, and the continuation continues. That was redundant.
I mean, I wasn't going to say it.
It's 2-0.
Yeah, it's actually really good defense from All Mid. There was quite a few double commits on the back end, and credit to Gladiators for putting them in an awkward position with a low boost. But as soon as that one gets kicked out and it's a clear down field, it kind of destroys everything that Gladiators is building up to. And efficiency then for All Mid. It's unfortunate that Gladiators, you know, after all that offense, can't find anything. It's something that's really detrimental in Rocket League in particular, where it's like you put in all this pressure, you have so many shots on target, none of it matters unless you score a goal. There is no like economy or something that you're building upon like you are in other games that you'll get to see in the rest of Gamers 8 throughout the rest of the weeks. But Yeah, it is a frustrating one where, you know, either you score a goal or you don't have anything. And it can be a toll on the mental. I've seen it happen numerous times where, you know, we talked about in the press conference with Moist, you know, Joyo was talking about playing against version 1 and saying like, yeah, when they, you know, take a toll on the mental and they're chirping you want nothing more to score, and that way you can kind of chirp back. And when you don't get to, you start forcing things. You start being a little bit overzealous, and that stuff kind of gets over. And that can happen too when you just can't find the back of the net. You start forcing things and throwing stuff at the net, and eventually you put yourself out of position, and now you don't have a goal, and now you're down by one more.
Well, now it seems that the offense of All-Mid's become a little bit more comfortable. You're seeing Flitz move downfield, holding possession, holding the reset, trying to get a defender to bite. And that way, if the 50 goes his way, you have someone around. A couple of demos that do open up the midfield, but not enough to really circulate this ball back down to the ground. Certainly where Gladiators would like to keep it, because in the air they've lost to Kiri, and he can't find the pinch. It's a good save from Gladiators, but now it comes down to, again, being able to put a quality shot on target more so than just throwing the ball at the net. You're going to have to find something, because you're down 2 goals. Not a lot of time in game number 1. And already it's been a decent All-Mid performance. Like, nothing crazy, nothing outstanding, just they're handling their business.
Yeah, the big difference I'm noticing is while Gladiators does have a surplus of shots, they're not anything too threatening. A lot of them are just that immediate shot with power, which is great. The fact that they are getting behind it, positioning is going well. But they need to maybe take a little bit of a softer approach, as Angel's going to put in a third with 25 seconds left. Some of these shots don't need to be just immediately put on target. Sometimes you can go for that possession, or you can keep it a little bit closer for you. And that way it's going to force out some threat on defense. Right now it has been All-Mid primarily, unless they sustain the offense like they did right around the 2-3 minute mark, isn't really going to make anybody come out of net. So if they can find a way to, if they do get that sustain, you know, pair it with boost and eyes and demos, then maybe something. But as of right now, that direct approach isn't the one that's working. That may change hopefully when we get into 2s, when you don't have as much of a leeway with all 3 players. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way they go, as Flitz is going to put this one in the back of the net. But overall, I'm happy with Gladiators overall for like they're not making like really simple mistakes, right? Like they're not just whiffing the ball and stuff. So positive things coming out of the gate, but you're hoping they sure that up moving into the next queue.
Yeah, and now comes the question of, do you go to 2s or 1s in this spot? And I don't think, unless something is so outstanding, and I don't mean adjective wise, more of like verb, unless something is so outstanding that it calls attention to a need for 1s or 2s. In this situation, it's kind of 50-50, I feel, for both All-Mid and for Gladiators.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a favorable one for whether they pick between 1s and 2s, and I think that's kind of the exciting thing, is maybe there's a little bit more insight that they feel and otherwise. I feel most players, if they're going to have a favorite, it's usually 1s, just because they may be confident in a specific player as we take a look at the highlights. Sure. And hopefully we do get to see more than just some of these goals, but there was a ton of pressure from Gladiators that doesn't really get highlighted in this because it didn't lead to a goal. And that's the frustrating part I was talking about, is, you know, there was a ton of offense from them at one point right before they got the second goal from All-Mid, where for like a solid 2 minutes, it was all there, and they just couldn't find the back of the net because the defense and the shots were very direct. So all it took was an outlet pass, and then they cleared downfield, and it leads into a goal immediately. So those are the tough ones that hopefully they do come back with. But back to our conversation of 1s or 2s. Yeah, I don't know if there's one that you lean into specifically, but most of the cases when it gets to that, sometimes the teams have a very big confidence in like one player, and they're like, yes, this will carry us through. So with All-Mid, that used to be Chronic. Chronic's not here, so who knows?
Yeah, I think if you're All-Mid, you would have loved, obviously, if Chronic was here, it wouldn't even be a question. You'd be hoping for 1s. But in this instance, you know, I think Gladiators might end up choosing 2s. I don't know. They're going to go for 1s. Okay, so throw everything out the window. And you said you were impressed with Angel. Well, now he has this chance to put the series on match point.
I mean, interesting one. Obviously, OSM, also a lot of talent as an individual. So not too surprised by this. Just don't know if it's going to be like that much of a difference maker, as we see possession, big flick, and a good read by Angel. A lot of times during those circumstances, you want to cover near post, but then also apply immediate pressure, and this is something too. Unfortunate for Angel wanting to deny that boost. Obviously, put pressure on target right away, so they have to go make a save, deny their boost, and then you start to kind of go in this figure 8 formation where take a turn, shoot, take their other corner boost, and you just keep going back and forth. So
we've seen our fair share of wacky, wonderful, wild 1v1s.
Oh, no
before,
way.
right off the bar.
OSM, you got that?
There
Let's
you
go.
Well, Gladiators will get himself on the board first, and OSM capitalizes on a very dangerous flip, but hey, it pays off. With all that space, you're kind of crossing your fingers, but also like, yeah, okay, we got it. Like, you hope you finish the play.
Yeah, so far been pretty defensive for Angel, it looks like, in those initial shots, but it's just been a lot of control from OSM. So that's on me.
Control, you say?
I jinxed you so hard. My bad on that one. It's going for the wave dash and decided to get the little bit of the hop with it as well. It was such a good wave dash. The momentum of the car is like, yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
I love ones because you can go from like 4 minutes of just sustained, brilliant like positioning, and then the next play is just like you derp yourself to the side, and it's just oh well, unfortunate. Try again.
So no boost here for all mid. Gonna want to keep this one close and just trying to force something. That boost doesn't come up. That would have been great for OSM, and it's gonna sweep through, and there it is. So trying to keep this one close. Gonna just force something and throw that away. So should be able to at some point get back into the corner and putting it up high like this. Maybe a flip reset. No, can't connect. This is a dangerous one and should actually be a goal.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going to cut a little bit sooner, but even there, Angel was just so far ahead of the ball. All he needed was like one small pad, and this was gone. And he cuts it right in. Boom. He doesn't cut it. If he cuts it a little bit later, that's probably a save. He probably clang that one to the corner, but good heads-up awareness from Almid. Angel getting 2 goals already. Got a lot of time in this one, but the opening kickoff will go the way of OSM. He gets the boost as well. We'll see what he can do with it. Oh my god.
Overall, pretty solid flick, but Psionics please and hits corner and goes out. But low boost going to throw possession away back on that one. And it's kind of been the matchup that I've been paying attention to between these two in particular is the way that Angel approaches these is not always the most aggressive. Usually there's a little bit more composure, and this one should be punished. But there's been a lot of space that's been given primarily in the first couple minutes.
Yeah.
But there's been a change up here. Like as soon as I expect it to be one way, it's like, nope, I'm going to turn and challenge right away. I'm going to close this gap. So it does make it hard to kind of get a read and kind of fall into a play style, which is really important in ones, is being able to mix that up and change that up, because they don't have like game to game. It's not like they're playing a best of 5 in an individual series. So good plays by Angel, and OSM still keeping it pretty close. A couple things that could go better, but overall it's just other than that wave dash, and then I think it was on that last shot that got punished. I couldn't land the flip reset. So
yeah. Oh no. Yeah. So here's what I've been
I'm done
noticing.
talking. I'm so sorry.
Here's the thing.
I'll be back in 2.5 later.
Angel's been using a lot of his boost to initiate the offense on the ball and keep it on the ground. So like a lot of times when he catches the ball, he'll immediately he'll boost up to get basically up to top speed, and he'll just coast from there, and he's catching that timing for OSM off, and he's able to get just enough of ahead of the ball and ahead of OSM to where there's no chance for OSM to catch up and make the save. On the other side for OSM, he's burning his boost, going on the sidewall, trying to get like these crazy flip resets, and individually doing what he does best. Finally, he will flip it through to cut the lead down in half, but it's been a difference between the aerial game for OSM and the ground game of Angel, where Angel is more keen on just getting enough speed behind the ball quickly once he gets possession to get it out in front so there's no chance to save it and like use that lane.
Yeah, well, somebody just think needs to be very decisive on these, because anytime those initiations like you talk about, Angel coming in, using that boost to keep it on the ground and apply pressure, as long as OSM takes that space that's then provided and just, again, decisive here. Could have been risky, but a little bit of an ego check. Just throws it on and forces to make a save, and wanted to play that to the corner. I've got hiccups.
Yeah, he was prepared for it. I mean, I think that OSM was going to look for the dunk anyway, but Angel's worst decision was probably brake checking right there rather than going for a flat 50. Granted, you probably get dunked on regardless, but the brake check just set it up even better. Towards the backboard, now getting Boyd and no boost. Okay, we have ourselves a tie game. Lawler, you're not allowed to speak anymore because when you do, you get scored on. So
it's the beauty of ones, and really good rotation on recovery from OSM. Puts a shot on target, forces it up. But then the heads up play of understanding, like, I may not be able to go for this shot immediately, but if I get this boost, I'm going to be able to sustain offense. It's kind of the beauty of ones. It's just there's so many little minute things that you have to pay attention to that all add up to having success. But first time we're going to see Angel really take to the skies. Let's just try to pull this away and get an initial challenge. So they play it over the corner, get some boost, and now needs to be careful. Able to secure the own corner. So now cut inside, and it's good 50 by OSM. Gonna let the possession go down. Need to be careful as it could be a big touch here. Probably gonna take it to the sky with a flick and top left. Perfect.
Now he's keeping up with it. Like, that's the thing. OSM is now reading those little speed bursts on the ground from Angel that normally would cut into the lane, so there was no way to make a recovery, and that's an open net. This time, he's keeping pace, he's not getting baited, and he's making sure that he burns boost to get up on top of the ball, so there's no advantage for Angel. And immediately, once he gets possession, you got a playground in front of you. You can do whatever you want. That one is also someone on target. We'll get off the back wall, but still, the damage is being done right now. OSM's done a very good job of making a quick adjustment in this game against the reads of Angel. And Angel has kept the same style throughout. He's been looking for the ground game, but now it's not working.
That's what makes it so difficult. When I was talking about being decisive, that's what I meant with OSM. There's that little bit of time in between the challenge that if you take a shot there, if you apply that pressure, it's going to then trickle down on the defensive side. So it's been very good. On the other side of it too is when you decide to make those adjustments, say OSM keeps doing that. After a certain point, you're going to just be able to fake it altogether. If Angel's going to keep pre-jumping or being super aggressive with the challenges, as that one is actually going to get no. Okay, I have to stop. I'm so sorry. Start praising OSM, and then
been all 5 goals. You realize that?
Wait for it. Oop.
Now, I was worried he wasn't going to finish it, but yes, it has been all 5 goals. If you are a Gladiators fan, you hate Lawler right now.
I'm so sorry.
You're so mad.
I'm so sorry. But all mid fans love me.
It's true. There's a balance here.
Dang. Oh, what a save.
You should know by now. If you call it, it's not going to happen.
I mean, it's still a good shot.
Oh, it's a great shot. It's just not going to go in if you call it. That's not going in either.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of space. Fake it. Go underneath. Fake it. Just fake it. Yeah. See? Brain's huge, man. Brain's huge.
That's a good play, though. I mean, again, keep it on the ground where you have management. 21. Good save. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's got to keep it up. Just run. Literally, just run. Just run. You got it, bro. OSM going to close it out with 0 seconds. Finally, the ground game converts.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, you're expecting that last second effort to come through and be able to put a shot away. Again, trying to close it out, but a lot of time left on the clock. It's a good save that cranes across and then able to get underneath it and just carry it through. So, deciding to rely on the 1v1s. OSM comes in and is able to clutch it 6-5 at 0 seconds. And now we go back to 3v3.
I love that. It's so good. And he's right. I mean, it was what, like a 4-1 game at a point? To go from 4-1 to 6-5, folks, in like 2 minutes? Come on now. Don't play with
Glad to hear they're having a little bit of fun.
Yeah. Enjoying the environment. Well, if you noticed, when we jumped back in after the end of the game, all mid, not a lot of talk in those comms. Very quiet, composed, but you might think that this is a game that got by them and they're not too happy about it.
You know, at the end of the day, man, it's one game at a time, and I mean, credit to us. I'm not down by that much. It's that understanding with ones that it is never over. We saw even with it was Knight and I forget who they were playing, Kuroko, where he went up 9-0 and they still brought it back within 5 at one point. Like it is kind of the scary thing about ones that there is always plenty of time left, is what it feels like. So yeah, not count yourself out. A lot of credit to OSM there, as we're going to jump back into 3v3s in game 3. And last time, well, in favor of all mid, able to shut it down and play primarily just kind of pretty solid defense, I would say. There was a lot of direct shots from Gladiators, but for the most part, all those kind of stopped away. Here's to see if we're gonna have some similar results, or if a little bit of confidence after that 1v1 win.
Well, All Mid built themselves a lead in game 1. They never looked back. They were to get 2 and then potentially 3, and so on and so on. But if you are Gladiators, you better be able to capitalize off of OSM's performance in that one-on-one. And from there, you're hoping that the confidence in those challenges and the positioning will be there. Great pass to the center of the box. Quickly denied on a double commit, and another win on the 50, and another double commit. Back to midfield, another 50 win. It's a remarkable set of events for All Mid. However, it doesn't really pan out to much as they find themselves pressured yet again.
I mean, your commentary describes exactly the gameplay, though. Trying to meet literally everything, even if it's a good idea or not. A lot of these challenges, as that one's going to go over the top, could be a shot opportunity. It's going to be placed top right, but what a save. As that one goes out, could have been a chance there for All Mid, but Gladiators able to keep it neutral. No shot on target, a lot of minimal boost here.
Yeah.
As third person in rotation for Gladiators. Just trying to find any sort of boost they can. OSM still left at 0. As All Mid spreading this defense thin. Off the ceiling, has a secondary touch, and it's a good save. After a certain point, big clear, just throws possession and goes right back.
This is the danger of All Mid. They can just take these shots one at a time.
Oh, dunk.
Never mind. You know, sometimes you try to get possession.
See, now how you get
sometimes
it. It's your fault.
LCT just, I mean, shout out to the pinch, by the way, in that 50. My goodness. A
It was
pinch
only a
off
matter
the
of time.
sidewall. Oof.
Challenging literally every 50 in mid. Like, every single ball must be challenged. About time you get a dunk on one, right?
It's like in their contract. You must challenge every ball in midfield.
And demo everybody as well. LCT,
And demo
you're a bully.
everyone off kickoff. Gives it right back, though. Hold on now. The quality touch. Jesus. They're going hunting, and I love it. It's just, my God.
What are you doing there? How'd you get there? What's happening?
He's still trying. There's another demo. Could we get another? Now you got Angel fighting with somebody. You got Kiri throwing absolute haymakers across the field. The 50 game's there for Gladiators, but the possession is not. Flitz trying to get over one. He's there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's illegal in 30 countries. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. We get like crazy challenges, non-step demos. Like, yeah, I'm gonna air dribble this. You're gonna be downfield, cherry pick this, put it in.
That
sounds good.
That's a moist esports play right there. That's nuts. Big time.
All Spaceman would be surprised if we get an extermination by the end of this.
Oh,
Based on the rate things are going, is there's another one in the corner.
They're little psychos, and it's great. But the conversation right now should be about Gladiators, because granted, they did give up a goal, but their defense has withstood what? It feels like it's been 18 shots. It has been non-stop in a great counterattack as Max give him the lead.
Slow play, decides to do a backflip and then just completely pancake it inside. And why not? Why not be in the right position to put a shot near post? Perfect.
It's 2 goals in a row where the ball doesn't touch the ground, and it's just, you're in the right place, right time. Here's a pass. Whew. All right, what did I tell you going into the series? It's going to be a middleweight fight. It's just going to be chaotic and weird and awesome.
And I think this is actually more credit to Gladiators. Like, normally if you are arguably the team that has, and we saw in the very first game, a little bit more solidified on the rotational play and all the like standard things that you expect. I think credit to Gladiators, because you are forcing this team to be susceptible to your play style. It is chaotic. It is all over the place. So having a really tough time of kind of controlling the pace and getting into a groove for All Mid is credit to Gladiators.
Yeah.
You know, putting a large emphasis on disruption and getting a bunch of demos on rotation. It is tough to, you know, come in with a good approach and have solid touches and shots and have boost because you're dead half the time.
Yeah.
So it's been really good for Gladiators. Might be able to get another one here.
This is the best sign too, knowing that you have 2s coming up. This one's going to waterfall. No idea what just happened, but it skirts away. you do have twos coming up after this for either team. So if you're on a roll right now with the team play like you are, if you're Gladiators and you're just making the right reads, you're getting great challenges, that's another poke free. You're going to feel happy going into twos whether you win or lose. And they have a real good chance of going up 2-1. This quality shot after quality shot continues to land. Gladiators doing what all mid did at the start of this game, but with 20 seconds to go, this is the most dangerous time right now if you are all mid. I think you send 2 up at a time, keep 1 obviously on rotation, but really, it hasn't been too overwhelming of an offense. They had their moment in the start with only 6 seconds now. Got to keep the ball up. Towards the back corner, alive, down to the ground, blitz, no touch, and it should touch, and it will. So Gladiators handle the pressure. They respond very quickly. Now they're feeling it. You can hear the comms. They're excited. They're happy. And you go into a 2v2 where you're probably feeling as confident as you were in this one.
No, and rightfully so. I talk about how they're able to facilitate that game. You want, and you see the difference.
Yeah.
That is not a good sign. Obviously, very calm and collected, which I think is the important thing. Like, the communication is still there, but you see the difference. And that is something that I hope Gladiators is understanding of too. Like, say they get met in twos and it just gets smacked, and all of a sudden all those endorphins that they're feeling just completely get dismantled. It is tough to kind of come back from that and level it out, which, you know, a lot of players do try to stay in their own bubble. Astral is actually famous for this over on Carmine Corp with his ability where he's in his own bubble. He wants to be focused in on his thing, and his teammates respect that. So it's never making sure that you're, you know, too high in mentality or too low in mentality, just even keeled the whole way through. So Gladiators, though, that last series, man, they played their play style. Very disruptive, a lot of demos, very chaotic, challenge everything. And it felt like Allmade could never really find their footing.
That's the thing. They just can't find their footing, and they're close. They're really, really close every single time. But given the situation, I mean, these are the types of moments where you would, like, you should love a tactical timeout, but your only tactical timeout right now is a 2v2, and you better hope that you have your best footing, because right now it's Flitz and Curie versus OSM and LCT, and we'll see how it plays out. Opening kickoff goes the way of Allmid.
Gonna be an important one there for Allmid as well, right off the kickoff. It's kind of just neutralize that feeling. But this is an interesting one. OSM and LCT on here. I'm kind of interested to see on how this coordination really works out, but primarily it's gonna be more demos.
I didn't want to look at it anymore.
Is this a Spanish? It is. It's a Spanish kickoff. What a savage.
I love it.
Oh gosh. First player not even going for it, just immediately passes the ball and goes to the demo in the second person, because then it gets possession kicked right back to him, and it's an open net.
Just keep it going, dude.
Man.
Just be chaotic. This is what I'm talking about. Unpredictable kickoffs are the best way to catch someone off guard. Shout out SSG. 4:37 to play. Plenty of time in this one. But already we got ourselves a tie game. A bit chaotic at the midfield. Is there going to be a save? No? Okay. Thank goodness that Flitz is there to secure the goal.
First 31 seconds of the spaceman, and it seems like nothing has changed.
No,
there's just
exactly.
There's 2 less players on the field, but still the same level of chaos, and I'm all about it. Here to see if they're going to either team settle in, or if that's exactly what Gladiators wants. Either way, it's a demo on the other side. Need to dodge one and a shot. Not able to get around it, but on the back wall, plenty of time. OSM taking it solo, and happy to dribble this one with his 0 boost. Goes for the 50, and it's a good win, but Kiri should be able to pull the one off and get the boost here. So it'll be problematic, but a good challenge. Bounces this all the way out, and it's played in the midfield. Shot a little bit high, gonna force one up, but perfect control from OSM as reads it off the back wall, brings it down, and gets a flick into the midfield.
There's a chance now. Ooh, it's an interesting little corkscrew to try to get it around Ben, but it just won't pay off. Around 1, Flitz doing a very nice job on that half hop. Almost gets it through. Great save from Gladiators. I'm surprised this is not a 3-1 game. You got to win this if you are Allmid, obviously, to send it to another 3v3, but...
Oh,
right over.
What a touch.
Right over. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And a demo to boot.
It's a great catch, and then solo dribble, pop over the top, and, you know, insult to injury. OSM might as well get a demo while he's at it. Pretty solid play across the board in our first minute and a half. Again, a little bit chaotic, but I think you and I are all aboard before this. As another 50, and then the follow-up is there. Again, the difficulty with twos, this is kind of how it plays out, is you have someone go for these initial challenges. They kind of just full send, and by the time they recover and get back in, your other teammate can just go in, challenge, be aggressive as well. It's just this constant onslaught. It seems to be working for All-Mid quite a bit, but Gladiators, that little bit of lull or that gap in between has definitely come back to punish them. So demo here, demo there, demo everywhere. As it is going to be possession in the midfield, welcoming one in. I'm trying to go over the top, he gets bumped off, because if you can't get the ball, might as well get the other player.
That's been the sentiment. If we can't get possession, just go knock him out. And it's worked, man. It really has. How long will the lead last, though? It feels like in this series, it could go either way within a split second. LCT was looking for the demo. Into the lane. There's a bump. There's another bump. Just get the ball to the net right now. Thank you. Okay. All mid. Make it 2-goal game as Curie finds it.
Yeah, it's a really good communication. Initially, that ball that comes across, it's a hard cut and forces one player to go the other way. And then at that point, the decision not to force it, it did look like you might have been able to have a shot on target, but having that trust in the communication with the teammate to slow it down and then just let you bully off that other player. So really well played there by All Mid. Up to Gladiators to try to find some footing back in this one, as the early disruption has kind of been stopped down. As we've been seeing a little bit more solidification in the play style. I say that, but a demo comes out and it's going to be an open net. Not off the respawn, picks the wrong way, and that's something that if you don't know, obviously the only RNG of the game truly is the spawn option. When you get demoed and you respawn somewhere else, you don't get to pick. So what players will do is, because you are basically floating and then you land, you have the ability to move your analog in a direction and preemptively guess in hopes of being facing the right direction when you respawn. The only time we've really seen that really come into play recently was that Rise save on Space Station. And he actually picked it wrong, but his reaction time was so fast, he was able to correct it in time. It's actually insane. That's just it.
That's no bueno. You know what's weird? It's a lot of the same types of goals. I mean, that redirect is just absurd, but it's a lot of the same types of goals, or the setups of goals that All Mid found in ones. Obviously, there are translations here. They're finding them in the twos, but you know, getting that extra boost to just get it right into the lane fast enough to where there's no recovery for Gladiators, and off the kickoff again. All Mid are finding themselves not only with possession, but a lot of time to make this one work. Great recovery and save from LCT. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now.
Why, you were right.
I was, but I was like, oh, all these things, and then they get scored on.
Yeah, but you said it was a great recovery, and then the recovery led to a goal. Good job.
So smart.
Too hard on yourself, man.
Every time I talk, it's like, oh, goal. Oh, crap. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's just twos. Let's be real.
It's Rocket League, man. God, if people only knew how many times we set something up and then someone just scores very quickly.
I was sitting down with a couple of friends. We were watching some like highlights of the spring major and stuff, and they found out how quickly it wasn't even the spring major because I was there. There was another tournament going on, and it's just like that prevalency of the caster curse. Even though it's something we all joke about, it is very much so a real thing. Like, no matter what you try and do, it is just a, hey, this thing is going to happen. And then the opposite, you're just like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, I promise it's not something I'm doing on purpose.
Yeah, no, it is a constant of the universe that we don't understand, but it exists. There's a demo. And, you know, we live with it. Just as right now, Gladiators have to live with a 1-goal deficit, and they have to score. The second was impeccable. Can they get back in time? That's the question. LCT now trying to fly in. And
that's a great 50.
Oof. Probably play this off the back wall. Yep.
Nice flip reset. Final 45 seconds. Gladiators just trying to find one more. They've had a couple really good chances and a good job here to control possession. It's in the midfield. They can slow this one down, go for a demo. It's pop over the top. Recovery not going to be there unless they can turn and win a 50. That one actually goes in.
That's insane. I mean, it's off the backboard. It's recovered, and then the 50.
Oh my gosh!
Again, a millimeter difference, and that doesn't go in. But if that's what it's going to take, it's what it's going to take. You got 27 seconds to kick off. Goes to Almond. That's a pass. Oh my goodness. That's an open net. And he missed. Oh no. Oh no. And it's right over. Oh my god, OSM's going to style on him. Is that a goal? It's a goal. Oh my goodness. Oh my. It's happening.
No. There's still time. There's still time. It's fine. It's fine if you're an Almond fan. If you're a Gladiators fan, there's too much time on the clock. You're scared. Nobody's safe. Almond has scored a bunch off the kickoff. Let's see if it happens again. This time, OSM with possession. He's probably going to take this one to the sky and delay it as much as possible. It's a good flip reset. No follow-up. Second rotation, actually a really aggressive challenge from LCT. Surprised he went for it. As it's launched downfield, it hits the corner. And the ball's still in the air. They're going to try to kill it, and they do. Gladiators 3-1 victory over Almond. Have got to been feeling great.
Absolutely impeccable. Coming in with the coach as well, absolutely impeccable. You know, I was a little bit nervous. The team pulls it out, and we were wondering what the midfield game was going to look like and whether they're going to meet a lot of the challenges of Almond. Almond didn't have a lot of pressure through the corners, a lot of frustration there as well. But yeah, you tip your cap to Gladiators. That was a clean performance through the ones. They carry that momentum back into threes, back into twos. Oh man, the resilience of this team, so fun to watch. And even with the corner in the end, it was just great.
Yeah, a lot of it I think has to come down to the mentality as well. You see how much of a good time they're having, and again, I think it's the mentality of like, hey, we're never out. Even in that ones match where it looked like it was pretty rough for OSM until I cursed it into oblivion, it feels like. But it's more so the recognition. I mean, you're talking about being given a little bit extra space because these aggressive challenges on the ground. It's like, you know what? If I just flick this earlier, you're out of position. You're giving me so much room in the midfield. So punishes it for that and then starts forcing some other things, and it ends up working out. And that honestly is the difference maker. We were wondering when we were going to see more ones-esque play come in and kind of tilt something in their favor. So it does look like if we are going to do our Ponzi scheme, we do have to give the phones back. So that's kind of unfortunate. But
sure.
Jokes aside, massive congratulations to Gladiators. Able to close it out in 4 and move on to be playing Falcons, which I don't know if that's a reward or not, but one step closer to making playoffs.
Do you know what kind of sweep this was?
Not yours?
It was absolutely mine. It was my sweep. How dare you? How dare you pull the extra corner and then not give me the sweep, okay? Listen, this was a terrific effort from Gladiators, all right? And shout out to them for getting, I assume, the first of my sweeps of the weekend. We'll see if that continues. But I'm interested to see if the Gladiators team can continue that very consistent ones and twos gameplay. Like threes, they look fine. But it's that combination of not only did they get the momentum in the ones, but they looked very competent as well in the twos. And there was cross-pollination there. I'm interested to see how they'll approach it moving forward because I think both game modes, they look pretty excellent, but we'll see if, that's it.
Exciting stuff, but I want to hear about the disruption of the man who clutched out that 1v1 in particular. We got OSM on the line talking to us all the way from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the call, my man, and congratulations on your victory. You guys have got to been feeling great.
Yeah, no, we're super excited. I mean, first LAN win at an international LAN, which it says volumes, obviously, so we're all excited.
Dude, first of all, as a coach who is kind of jumping in and kind of leading the charge, do you feel that there's an inherent responsibility for you to take over comms as an AGL, or how have you approached being on the field with these guys in the action and the performance you had in ones? Like, clearly it had an impact because you guys started steamrolling. Like, what was that like?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, coming in as a sub, I did take a bit of a captain role, just due to my experience. I do have quite a bit more hours and experience than the other guys. So yeah, I did take a bit of a captain role, in-game leading role. But otherwise, like, these guys are very experienced. They know what to do. They know what is expected of them, and in twos and threes, they're fantastic. I think for them, the difference between having their main roster and me being here is that confidence in especially 1v1s. Is that they knew coming into this that we were going to have quite a strong position, at least in ones, and we were very confident in twos as well. So it all worked out pretty well.
Well, you say that, OSM, but that game at the beginning didn't look the most confident. So I think that's maybe where it does come into play, right? Is the capability to recognize, like, hey, it's never over, and being able to recognize, like, you were given a lot of space and you punished heavily for it. Can you kind of take us through the mentality and kind of the steps that go into being down in a pretty large deficit in 1v1 and then bringing that back for the team?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I did feel a bit nervous during that game. Obviously, although my experience with 1v1s is quite a lot, it's all primarily online. It's my first actual LAN playing, so I was pretty nervous that game. But the mental side, that's where the experience will really shine through, is that you always recognize that it's never over, regardless of what the goal score is. You be 6-0 down, and it doesn't matter. There's still half the game left, 3 minutes left, and you can still come back at any time. So it's just about having that sharp confidence and knowing that at any point, the tide can turn. Like, you can absolutely come back from pretty much any position in once. So it's just recognizing that and being able to play off of that, really.
Brother, final question. I just want to get an idea of, we get so many teams and we have so many different players and rosters that we look at daily, and you know, there are personalities of teams with resilience, and certainly you guys have that as well. What is it you want to tell us and tell the viewers and the audience and the teams that are watching about this squad, about Gladiators, that maybe people don't know? Is it something intrinsic? Is it something that you work on that nobody else does? Is it just something between the chemistry? What is it about Gladiators that makes this team what it is that doesn't get talked about enough?
Well, I think, honestly, it's just our personality. The fact that our chemistry is so high after being together for so long as a team. We're always looking to have fun, no matter the result. We're always just looking to have a laugh during the Rocket League games. And I know some teams don't take it that way. Some people take it very seriously, but we're here to take it seriously and have a lot of fun. I think that's the main difference between us and a lot of other teams, is that kind of chemistry and that bond that we have, that no matter if we're losing, we're still going to laugh about it, just have fun.
Hey, absolutely love hearing that, man. It's the one thing I tell. There's a lot of young players that are coming into this space, and the number one thing I tell them is, even though it's a big competition, there's a lot of money, like a lot of money on the line for you guys. At the end of the day, you have to enjoy this experience.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you guys are having fun. There's all laughs and some of the banter as well that we heard on the broadcast. So again, OSM, floor is yours if you want to say your thanks, any shout outs, and we'll let you go celebrate with the boys.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say a big thanks to Gamers8 for inviting us to this event. It's a huge privilege and an honor to be able to play in this event of this magnitude. I want to thank my team, obviously, and I want to thank my organization, Game Gladiators, for bringing us out here. And thank you for all the fans that supported us. Appreciate it a lot. And on to the next one.
Much love, obviously, to OSM and the rest of the guys at Gaming Gladiators. And a phenomenal interview.
So
well
nice,
done to
dude.
OSM.
Oh
First time on
goodness.
LAN and in front of the camera. Let's go. Let's go. We love to see that. So
I love it, dude. I love that we get interviews with these people. Like, again, we get to put faces to names and names to faces, and we get to really see their personalities. Everybody just seems relaxed and like happy to be playing Rocket League at this event. That dude is so nice. I wish Gladiators not to put the best in this tournament.
yeah, absolutely fantastic. But unfortunately for them, they do punch that ticket and go next against Falcons. So going to be a tough one. But before we get into that, we do have to talk about Renegades and 01 Esports. But as we take a look at the match highlights, a lot of it did feel like, okay, this first series, very disruptive, a lot of demos, trying to mix things up, and it ends up working out. And they carry that off of ones. A lot of their ones game, because the OSM down by 4, able to bounce back. Talks about that mentality. You know, the big thing we recognized is, hey, a lot of space is being given after this initial challenge.
Sure.
How are you going to utilize that? And never counting yourself out is the first step. And then they carry it through with some more demos in the twos. So, yeah, disruption seems to be the game for Gladiators. Maybe they took it to heart a little bit too much at that spring major.
I mean, we saw more demos in this one game, in this game of twos alone, than we saw throughout the majority of the series we've seen today so far. And I think that what he hit on was, yes, like obviously keeping it loose and having fun is big, but it seems that there's a trust. And I think that goes a long way for all these players, that there is a trust regardless of the game mode, if it's 3s, 2s, 1s. They're going to find a way just to keep the mood light, keep each other involved in the game, and, you know, don't count yourself out until the game's over. So it seems that it's going a long way, and right now it's working.
Hey, man, looks like they're having a great time as well. Obviously, that's a big focus, and something that I reiterate, a lot of the times that these guys do not get this kind of exposure or the opportunity to do these events. So the fact that they're getting this as well as Spring Major, and then they have obviously the World Championship coming up, is going to be a really cool feeling to get this level of of competition in such a quick period of time. So pretty awesome stuff. Congratulations to Gladiators, as they're going to be moving forward to play Falcons. But our match coming up next, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got Renegades and 01 Esports. You won't want to miss it.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري. اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back into the Gamers8 broadcast. I'm a Spaceman, that's Corelli, and this is time for more Rocket League. You just saw us, and well, it was an exciting one as Gladiators got their first international win. And first international win, I believe, for APAC, if records are correct, which just means that all the records are now out the window. And Corelli, that's such an impressive feat. And for this team, the way they did it, I mean, that's got to feel good.
A lot of credit over to Gladiators here. I think they played a great game, and a team that was definitely beatable for them. I think Almid, one of the weaker teams coming into this, and I think this was the one for them to win if they were going to win any of them. And so I'm really, really, really happy for Gladiators to come out on top here. I think we all knew that they had it in them. They actually weren't horrible at the spring major. I thought they were actually quite a strong team for coming in. I think it is about getting that experience on land. That's what makes this event so special for Almid as well. Teams just get that experience on land, to get that international experience. It's just so big for them. And so for Gladiators, this is one to be really happy for, really proud of, as OSM was in that interview.
Absolutely. Now, granted, their reward is they get to play Falcons. So best of luck, brother. We hope the best for you, and we'll see how it goes. But as of now, we can have to jump into the bracket because, well, matches have concluded and we've continued on. And there's been a lot that has happened, so let's jump into it. We're starting with Group C here. It was Semper who lost to F16 in a 3-0 sweep. FaZe Clan will be awaiting them currently in their matchup. Orlando Pirates and Al Esports head-to-head. And Furia waiting in the wing for the winner of that matchup. So far, other than, I guess, Semper getting swept, I mean, it's been pretty standard in Group C. Not much has happened.
Yeah, not surprised to see F16 come out on top there. That FaZe F16 Esports matchup, that's going to be an exciting one.
It certainly will be, and we just saw a very brutal one from the physicality standpoint as Gaming Gladiators took down Almid 3-1. And they move on to play Falcons, which is going to be another crucial matchup for both teams. The Renegades and 01 Esports are currently the match we're going to be jumping into, and they await to see who plays Dig. So again, you win, you play Falcons, you win, you play Dig. It's going to be kind of tough, but this is the matchup we're in. And speaking of Renegades versus 01 Esports, a staple of Renegades. Renegades is an organization. They are a staple of not only Rocket League, but of APAC competition in esports for every single esport there is out there. So with that further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at Renegades. there you have it. That's Renegades and CJ leading the charge with them. Fever as well. CJ, of course, we love him, we know him, but this is his time. He is now here. He's going to represent. You absolutely believe it. Curly, talk to me about this team and what makes them who they are.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people overlook Kami and Fever just because CJ's on the team, big personality there, but Fever is really one of those, young guns coming into this Renegade squad and has been really has had a big impact for Renegades. And I think this matchup overall is actually quite close. I'm very excited to see what Renegades can do because I don't think the OCE teams get a lot of credit. We come into a format like this where maybe they can get more credit depending on how their matchups go.
Yeah, and not only are they going to get an opportunity to play against some of the best in the world, but you're going to get a chance to play against some of the teams in the same caliber in different regions, so we all know how that might eventually play out. With that said, it is O1 Esports who wait on the other side of the field. Let's take a look at them. And that is 01 Esports right there. And I love that we have these player intros. They're so cool.
Yeah.
But the spotlight for this team, is there a specific player that stands out to you as this matchup goes against Renegades?
I think there's a couple players that I really like watching. Austin is one of them. Am's also a fantastic player. Again, a lot of these Saudi Arabian teams, they are triple threats. They really are. Like every single one is a threat on this squad, and that's what makes this format so favorable to a lot of these teams. Just the way these teams came together. A lot of these players are just good to play in any position. Kind of like when you look at like Falcons, it's like they could throw anyone out there and they're going to look good. And so for O1 Esports, I do think the threes will probably be the most difficult for them. Not to say that they aren't favored or that they are favored, but more so that they go up against a team that has a lot of experience on LAN, has a lot of experience internationally as well. And I think that's a matchup, just in that case, is one that I think Renegades should at least keep even.
You know, the scary thing is that now that Falcons are kind of the front runner in MENA, and they get their runner-up spot in the spring major, they got to the grand finals through the winners bracket. Now we're seeing all of the, for lack of a better comparison, second teams, third teams in the region, fourth team in the region. We're seeing all of the rest of MENA come out and flourish. And if Falcons are already setting the bar that high, you know that everybody else is going to be somewhat on that same track. So it's a lot of like the middle of the pack of Europe, where we're always talking about, are they better than NA's best, or, how good that middle pack is. We're seeing that with the top side of MENA now, where Falcons lead the charge and everybody else is just as good right underneath.
Right. And I think, too, for a lot of the MENA teams, the grind really pays off, and the grind is very real for a lot of these players. Like, when you go to their player trackers and you look at what games they're playing, it's a lot of twos, like hundreds and hundreds of games of twos, a lot of ones as well. And they're all high-rated in threes, of course, because I think there's a lot of transferable skills. So for all of these MENA squads, because of that grind, it builds up their skills in all of the playlists, which is why I keep saying that I feel like a lot of these teams from MENA are favored in a format like this, because they built those skills up so much, where you talk to a lot of NA players, for example, and they might come out and play ones a lot, and then they stop playing ones because they want to get used to the threes or whatever, in their own words. So they don't do that in MENA. They keep grinding, and that's just what they have to do. And so those skills are just so built up from these MENA squads, and that's why they're already so deep, or that's what it feels like, at least, because they've just grinded so much, quite simply.
And really, when we look at the most mechanical teams in the world, like if you're looking at the Moist Esports, you're looking at the BDSs, you're looking at Falcons, you're looking at Liquid, Carmine Corps, like these are teams that individually they have players on their squad that are like some of the best ones players on the planet. And I think that, to hit on your point, which is absolutely correct, that the MENA teams in the region has really honed in on twos and ones, and their mechanics are kind of setting the tone. And we're seeing that as they transfer those skills into threes, where, you're looking at a team like Falcons, where Ahmad and TRK are able to just outperform entire teams of threes on their own, let alone you put all that together with the amount of grind that these players put in and what they've wanted to prove and how long they've been putting in the work. And it's all coming to fruition now. And I just think that the mechanics of this region are often overlooked, but now it's becoming more understood. Like Falcons kind of set the tone. but everybody else is just as mechanically gifted because they had to put in the work in twos, et cetera, et cetera. So we're seeing a flourish or a evolution of Rocket League in the most unexpected regions, but for the right reasons. And right now, it's going to be an interesting matchup. But with that said, Corelli, as we wait for this game to get going, is there anything, we'll keep this rather general, is there anything that stands out to you for 01 Esports, given the situation they're in, who they represent, kind of where they're at? Do you think there is a tactic they can use to attack Renegades that other teams have done so successfully?
Well, I do think that speed is always going to be a good tactic, no matter who you're playing, and especially against some OCE teams.
Sure.
But I do think that for 01 Esports, the most important thing is to understand how to get your feet wet without just getting smothered in the first few seconds of the series. Because again, I do think the experience is on Renegade's side. I do think that Renegades are going to come out the gates hot. And I think it's on 01 Esports to do a good job of kind of mitigating any damage that Renegades might create, but also to kind of figure out how to break down this Renegade squad, which again, I do think is the speed, which I do think will be in favor of 01 Esports.
It's always great getting a look into the players and just getting an idea of how they're feeling. We saw it in the last series with Gladiators feeling very confident and being vocal about it, but you have to imagine that Renegades will be using their confidence and their comms to the fullest extent if they start to get on a roll. However, on the other side for 01, a big opportunity for them to take down not only a legacy name in the Rocket League series, or I should say the Rocket League world and the entire esport, but to prove yet again that the region is here to play and it's not just Falcons who can hold their weight. So if they win this, again, they will move on to play Dignitas. On the other side, Gladiators playing Falcons. This is a big matchup because I think that if you build some momentum here, whether it's in threes or ones, you have a very good chance if you catch Dignitas on an off day to be able to take that series as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to catch Dignitas off in an off day, especially with this format, maybe in threes.
Sure.
Because I don't think their threes have been all that great as of late, but off days for twos and ones going to be hard to come by. And like you said, looking forward into that, into those series, this group in general is going to be very tough to break through to those upper bracket finals if you're not Falcons or Dignitas. It's just plain and simple. Those two teams are just absolutely disgusting for a format like this, and it almost feels like they were built for a format like this in a certain sense. So there's no really big prize for winning this series because you got to go up against Dignitas afterwards.
Yeah, there is no, we can celebrate for an hour. Now, granted, you could be like, okay, we did it. That's great. But your reward, again, is a much more difficult opponent. And this just gets into the different dichotomies of what Dignitas do really well, which the further you go in the bracket, welcome to esports, the harder it's going to get. And it's going to continue that way. So we'll see how those things play out. But for the moment, just some kind of quick updates as we wait for these players to get situated, just giving you an idea of currently where we sit. With Space Station 3-0 Heat, again, they sit against Endpoint. They will await that challenge. But as for now, we do want to take a quick look into Renegades because we saw kind of their intro. We know who the players are, but we have a speed session video that we want to show you. And with that, let's do it. Let's take a look in.
The most important thing to have as a pro gamer is, I reckon you need to just be a good person. Particularly in Rocket League, I think you need to have the good people skills, and you're on a team at the end of the day. So
yeah, I was thinking more of being youth. The earlier you start, the better. But in saying that as well, it's tough because growing up online, it's not the most friendly environment, I'd say. But yeah,
resilient.
Yeah.
I would say you've really got to work hard. There's no real, magic sauce, magic secret to getting to the best. It's not like if you do a certain training pack or a certain thing. There's no real fast track to being the best. I think you look at the pros and the hours, we're looking at 10,000 hours for nearly all the pros that are here at the moment. If you're finding the grind to be tedious and you're not enjoying it, then maybe it's not for you. I think you got to really enjoy that part of it.
There's no shortcut around it really. It's just grinding and hard work, and you get the experience, you see your improvement, and hopefully one day you'll be here.
If I wasn't a Rocket League pro, I don't know, I think I'd probably go for something like Valorant. Me and K-Dog have been playing a little bit of League of Legends lately, but I don't know if that's where we want to go, down that sort of track. So maybe Valorant, Counter-Strike would be alright.
Yeah, I think any FPS 5v5 shooter, I think it'd be interesting to see a bigger team environment, or even Overwatch or something where there's 6 players. I think that'd be really interesting to sort of put yourself in that position?
Rocket League is such a good game because there's no other game like it. It's so unique, and everything you do, it's on you. It's not like you push a button and the computer decides whether it's going to be a good shot. Like, you're in control 100%. So if you make a mistake, it's on you. At this tournament, I'd nearly go FaZe Clan, just given that they've got they've got some 1v1 and 2v2 experience with First Killer and AJ. So they'll be a little bit scary, I'd say, in that format. And obviously the Falcons boys. Obviously Furia, the easiest opponent. We've got them all day. Shout out to those boys. It's all love, but it is funny that we just keep beating them, and they know about it. Favourite place for me to play Rocket League is anywhere on stage in front of a crowd, I think. Like, literally, there's nothing like playing in front of thousands of people live. Like, the adrenaline you get, so much fun. So, yeah, anywhere where a few people can watch you live, that'd be me.
Yeah, I was thinking like country-wise, but yeah, that's a good point. Anywhere on stage and like in front of a crowd is, yeah, that's the most amazing place. And right now, right here, Saudi Arabia.
You know what? I really loved hearing that they're approaching other esports as well. They're taking other games because you learn things from playing other games, and I think that you could absolutely apply it to Rocket League. But again, the vibes seem high. It seems every team we've talked to today, they're like, we're just here to have fun, man. We just want to zone out, enjoy each other, and like play some Rocket League, dude.
Yeah, I mean, their first answer to the first question was, yeah, just be a nice guy is really what you got to do. And they certainly are.
Yes.
Everyone on that team is super cool. And the personality really shines on that team for sure.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this multiple times, but, the mentality of a team matters a lot. And not just confidence in yourself, but confidence in your teammates, but also just the mood of the team as well, that atmosphere. You can have confidence, you can be confident in yourself, confident in your team, but the atmosphere, the mood is also very important. So I truly believe this. Teams that have a good kind of mood atmosphere to them are teams that will have more success.
Yeah, they're usually going to be, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, more successful than the teams that don't. And that's been a consistent fundamental for sports, for esports, as long as time can remember. If you have a good organization around you, you have good fundamentals, and the chemistry is there, and the synergy to trust each other, and to make corrections, to go through the hard parts, and to get back to a winning mentality, that will carry you rather than three individually talented people who really want nothing to do with each other, and that's it. Like, how many different times or teams have we heard about where it started off really great and the vibes were there, but at the end they just wanted to win and they didn't really enjoy being together, and that eventually led to the downfall of the roster. It happens everywhere. It's inevitable, but it's very important to capitalize on that synergy when you have it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And again, just talking about the matchup here too, you have a team that is, very experienced here in Renegades, right?
Yeah.
They have gone through the boot camps over and over again on many different teams. They've been around for a long time as well. And that's we're really going to get a good primer into this series based off of game one. And it really is on 0-1 Esports to kind of figure that out.
Sure. Yeah. And they're going to have to essentially set the tone early, and you'd think would be in the opening threes. And if that is the case, then, well, you got yourself a decision to make if you're Renegades, and we know that we've seen different versions of ones and twos in that second slot today, but you're guaranteed at least a third game mode, which would be threes again. So if you're just joining us, this is kind of how it works. You get threes for games 1, 3, and 5, and then the players that lose, or the team, I should say, that loses, will eventually get to pick a 1 or 2 spot in the second game and fourth game. So there's opportunities here for any team in any situation, but for right now, we will wait to see how those things play out. But what we do know is that 0-1 Esports did have an opportunity to play some basketball, and with that, we will take a look in at how they did. I'd be a little stunned too. He had a
He
great
looked like he was in
start.
shock.
Man had a great start, and then all of a sudden it just went down. Listen, it's a hard. We can't overstate it. It's a difficult game. I think record's still 6. I can't believe.
I think
that
so.
it looked that easy when it started. But my God, I've appreciated this side content. This is great. Like we just get a quick look into how players deal with stuff under pressure. I would love to know. With some of our like more clutch statistically players, how they would fare in this. I'm assuming it means nothing, but it'd be great just to get an idea nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to watch, and I do think they did the couple of them did a good job of kind of putting away 2 or 3 in a row, get that in that that groove, that rhythm. As we looks like we're going to get things kicked off here. Game number 1, of course, always going to be a 3v3 in this format. 01 Esports taking on Renegades. OCE and Mina facing off here.
It's a matchup we all wanted. Finally, we do get it. If you're just joining us, this is, I believe, our 5th series of the day. About halfway through our matches for the allocated slot. Tomorrow, we will again return. We'll have about 10 that we get through. So if you're looking for some quality Rocket League between all of international competition, you came to the right place. Early on, though, it was the kickoff win for 01 Esports, but resurgence from Renegades back to the midfield line. We'll give them possession for now. We'll see if they can do anything with it.
And again, very curious to see what 01 Esports brings to the table here against Renegades. And like I said earlier, I do think it is speed that will be the difference here. And that's obviously on the ball and off the ball as well. You know, a lot of players, you talk about speed, and a lot of that is actually just your positioning, not so much the actual speed. And for 01 Esports, so far given some space to work with. You certainly want to shut down Fever there, as now Kami wants one on target, and a good big save there on the goal line. Renegades trying to threaten early.
Speed is a mentality. You just gotta have it. Probably be successful if you do. A lot of boost burned. Renegades were looking for the extra touch, but they'll meet a demo instead. Nothing in the tank as of now before Ames is able to pick up some. Individual hits right upfield, dealt with quickly. 01 Esports denying the opening push as Renegades yet again mount the attack through the corner. And this time they will hold it from CJ's POV as he tries to get the second tap off the back wall. Won't be successful. Good clear from 01, but they failed to hold on to the ball.
Yeah, tough to hold on. And a couple of good passes coming out from Renegades, still threatening, but a good out here from 01. A flip reset from Austin, trying to get that going. The offense from him. I haven't really seen too much offense from 01 at the moment, as it has been Renegades controlling a lot of that midfield. And it certainly is the key for a lot of teams, locking down that midfield, especially the midfield boost, because it's a lot of times that's the outlet for teams to pick up those midfield boosts when they gain possession. If you deny those, you can take away possession. And how about this? A wide open net for Fever. Renegades on the board first.
I was wondering if that demo had something to do with it. It probably did. Yep, opens up the back wall, and unfortunately that commit meant the back line was open. And there was nobody back to rotate. It happens, but Renegades pounce on the opportunity very quickly, and they leave nothing to chance. Already 1-0.
And again, I do think that Renegades are slightly favored here. Or
sure.
And I do think that they, at least the threes, I think the twos might be a different discussion depending on what we see. But again, I think there's just a lot of experience here from Renegades. Even if you think that Renegades pound for pound aren't as good, the experience coming out in this type of event is just unmatched for a lot of teams here even.
It's good clear. There's Renegades though. Poked back out.
Oh my.
Wasn't sure if I know the demo went through, but I didn't know if he got okay.
Yeah, I think it was a Renegades player trying to demo Masa, but then he got the demo on him. So it was a little Uno reverse on him, yeah.
Okay, not usually seeing that kind of demo, but I love the creativity from it already. Minute 50 to go, couldn't find the redirect. Fever was up for the ball regardless. Great pre-read downfield as CJ will fall back for boost towards the midfield. And right now, numbers continue to push up. 01 looking for an opportunity to put their first goal on the board in this series, but quickly met and denied as Renegades looking for the second shot.
Decent attempt there from Renegades, and you see that ball kind of trickling out without a 01 player getting after it. Renegades certainly going to take advantage. Another half chance there from Fever. 01 Esports trying to put on some offense here. It's been tough for them to keep possession the final third, but here comes an opportunity off the back wall. Follow-ups there, save from CJ. The shot wasn't on target. Am's also trying to get a piece of the offense as well, as Renegades doing a great job of preventing things, and Zonix accidentally pinches that one to his own side.
defense has been here before. They've met the challenge. Granted, they give up basically a backline goal, but still, that demo could potentially open things up. You needed to clear. Finally, they do find it. Not a lot of time left in game 1. Whoever loses this will get their pick of a 1s or 2s matchup coming up in game 2. Another demo at midfield. Numbers now for 0-1 Esports, but momentarily, we're back to full strength for Renegades. Circling through the corner, it's Fever. Looking for the cross. There's Cammy. CJ denied. And the demos are coming up big, but now they need to go down and score.
Maybe a chance here for 0-1. They've got through that midfield line. Renegades only have to just throw it downfield here. 0-1 trying to get a hold. That's a great demo from Kami as it slows down the transition from 0-1. Now a chance back the other way for Renegades. Huge stop from AMS. Still in a dangerous spot here. Renegades trying to put this game to bed, just throwing it to the 0-1 side. And now they got to go the length of the pitch. Kami to stop it. Still tough for 0-1 to break out. CJ, the next one in line. 0-1 Esports able to keep it alive, looking for the backboard now. Renegades a little stretched out as Fever wants to carry this one down and end this game, but it just won't die. 0-1 Esports still keeping it up, still trying to threaten. Now the chance is there, the shot's high. Still 0-1 threatening here. 0 seconds. It stayed up for probably another 20, 30 seconds here, Spaceman, as it finally dies, and Renegades able to take game 1. You can see CJ and everyone else there kind of happy to see that one drop, as a little nervous there in the 0-second time.
A little scary for sure, but hey, in the end, they do eventually kill the ball. But I think the takeaway from that game is the demos were the factor. You get one demo that leads to an open goal. Other than that, every other swing that Renegades had was cut by a demo. Every other swing that 0-1 had was cut by a demo. The physicality from both teams was excellent. It was one small mistake that ended up punishing 0-1. And unfortunately, it comes at the start of the series in a very inopportune time.
Couple of options here for 0-1 Esports, of course. They get their choice of a 1v1 or a 2v2 now. Curious to know what they'll choose, as I think Renegades will be decent in either matchup here. But I do think that these two matchups 0-1 might have a better chance in. Although the 3v3 there wasn't bad from 0-1. You got to give them a lot of credit. They did a great job. I think you did see a lot of control come out from Renegades, which I think was expected. But 0-1, they kind of got back into it and did a good job of keeping that one close.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to know what eventual pick will be. I would assume in this instance, you might elect just to go 2s, given how close 3s was. And, well, it seems that at least 0-1 looked comfortable enough to be able to take a lot of the challenges that they were thrown by Renegades. They were very quick to respond with the physicality. But the beauty of this now is it just comes down to a guessing game for 0-1 and whether or not they choose to go that second route. Granted, if you were in this spot, Corelli, given everything you've seen so far, it's only been one game, sample size is small. What are you thinking? I think it's going 2s. I've never been really right about it, but
I don't think either option is bad here, as we'll find out the decision. It will be a 1v1. I was going to say AM's 1v1 would be a really fun one to watch, as Fever is going to be his opponent, and he'll get the better of him here in the first 4 seconds.
Good, solid kickoff win, and I've learned that as soon as you get excited in 1s, you better be prepared for the absolute opposite, because it's going to swing back hard. We expect that to happen. And you talk about AM's prowess in 1s, and surely if you want anybody in this position to obviously get the lead right back, but to get this series tied up 1-1, it probably would be him.
This is going to be exciting 1v1 here, I think. AM certainly on the leaderboards there. I think he's like top 50 at the moment right now in 1s. And he's certainly in control here with this ball, as he's giving Fever a little bit of a loop there on his own goal line. Fever certainly don't want to give him that much time, and now AM's looking to cut this one back. Fever trying to be slow with it, and AM's whiffs the ball there. Fever was trying to read the back post shot, and good work there from Fever to stay with it.
Already a goal to boot. Renegades find themselves on the board first. Quick cut down, and if he recovers, that's an open net. Just off the back wall. A little bit off target for AMS. Had an opportunity there, but denying the extra push and the extension from Renegades, which is what kind of helped them get into those positions for those clean demos that led open to a break in game 1. 1s is a very different beast, though. We'll see how it plays out as AMS will take it off the sidewall. A lot of boost to burn here. Can he get over Fever? Looking for the dunk. Will not.
I definitely think AMS is favored in this matchup. OCE definitely not known for their 1s. Not that Fever isn't going to be a worthy opponent, and certainly in the lead at the moment. AM's looking for the dunk here. Won't find it. Now has to recover. Fever getting bullied off the ball. Ams does get that boost. Unfortunately, couldn't carry it away. He had maybe an opportunity to put that one on target. He's now Ams again. Look at the control that he has. Just to keep this one away from Fever. It's been very tough for Fever to hold on to this ball and put something on downfield.
He's gotten both back pads as well, so resources are here for Fever. You're gonna have to wait this one out if you're unlucky, but you're also gonna have to try to dive for that save. Fever plays it off the ground perfectly and uses all the boosts to this one.
And despite the control that you're seeing out of AMS, Fever certainly taking advantage. First the kickoff goal, but this time definitely outplaying AMS here with a fantastic shot down and away to the corner. 2-0 now with just over 3 minutes to play. AMS certainly has some work to cut out for him, but it is 1v1. So plenty of time to get back into this in a dangerous position here. Flip reset, far post. Yes, sir. AMS certainly going to put that one away with the space given.
That's a great win as well, and not wasting a lot of time to get back onto the ball. Hits the reset, extra little roll. Was looking for that for about 2 minutes. Finally does find it, cuts the lead in half. Plenty of time in game 2. Just joining us, it was essentially a 0-0 affair all the way down the wire in game 1. Demos led the way, and eventually Renegades found their spot, but in this instance, it has been back and forth. Renegades have the lead for now, but 0-1 on the back of AMS is making a resurgence, and he will get himself the second goal.
Great work from AMS. And kind of getting into his groove here. I think he might have been a little nervous in this first half of this game, but doing a good job of getting back into it. And I think he's starting to find his flow here as he ties things up just over halftime. Getting things going in his favor, especially the challenge game now. You can see the mechanics on him in his first goal. That's something that Fever will certainly have to look out for. Now boost list here. Am's going to pick up full boost. Dangerous spot here. Wants Fever to go. And he surely did. Now the follow-up. Ams needs to get the dunk to keep this one from countering. Good work here for Fever.
Fine.
A little dicey, but it works.
I apologize for just going out loud. I was a little bit scared, I'm not going to lie.
You got to trust the process. Got to trust the process in ones. As you can feel the pressure here from Ams. Definitely doing a good job of backing Fever off. And you can see now Fever respecting him, or giving him too much respect, and Ams will take advantage.
Yeah, once he had a lane, I mean, he just absolutely executed. We heard in the last series from Gladiators coach OMS, I believe if I remember correctly, talking about just kind of the cadence of ones, and really it's like it's a mental thing, right? Like you can have nerves and get ahead of yourself too quickly. Learning how to slow it down and build back into this game is huge. And so far we have seen that as Ams took the opening shots respectfully and has done a very good job of, you know, getting some respect back on the field and kind of forcing the defense to commit itself backwards.
Yeah. OSM, right? You meant OSM.
OSM, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of 3-letter names.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of a 3-letter name, Ams able to put another one away. This time you can see, even though Fever gets the boost, Ams knows that he can cut this one downfield, and that's great work to get that shot off. As Ams showing his skill here in this ones. Again, I do think he's favored by quite a margin here against Fever, although Fever certainly has the mechanics to keep up. It is a different ball game even with the mechanics. One's just a different beast. And I think this is a very comfortable matchup for 0-1 Esports, and I think that's why they put out AMS.
And he was able to avoid a demo twice as Fever circled back into the play. And now the recovery on defense is going to have to be as quick as it was on the offensive side of the ball. Playing it all the way back towards his far corner. This may or may not work out. We'll see what happens. As 100 boost is a lot, but not enough to recover. And Fever gets right around the ball very quickly.
And this is why I don't want to discredit Fever too much, right? Because obviously I think Ams is the better one player, but look at this move here from Fever. Speed, control all the way across the box, and while it looks like it gets away from him, he can recover quite nicely to put that shot on target, and that's the speed that you got to look out for. Fever could put that on. He does it quite a bit in the threes matches, showing it off here in the ones.
That cut is just, my God. It's so tough to guard against. It's almost impossible, just kind of given the position you're at if you're AMS, but certainly a chance now for Fever to make this a 2-0 series lead for Renegades if he gets an open break. He might just have found it. Hold on, can he recover? He's got boost, he's got time, and it's just going to be an assist anyway as Fever will tie it up.
That's a fantastic chase there from Fever. Had 44 boost or so here coming into it, and a great job just to get up and after it, and just quicker than AMS. Obviously, it went over his head, so it was tougher for him to recover. Able to tie it up here, 48 seconds left.
Good kickoff one as well. He can play this through the corner. He has boost right off the side while we go.
Unfortunately, that one wasn't towards the net, but Fever certainly dangerous from a position like that. That's a quick shot from AMS. That one's on target. Well done from AMS reading that play as he just catches Fever out on the rotation.
Right there, right when he cut into the ball instead of going for boost, AMS knew he got him. He immediately has the angle he wants. If he puts it out right in the front of the box, there's really no way that Fever can catch up to the trajectory. And with that, it's a 5-4 game, lead right back. We'll see what happens on the kickoff. Won by Renegades. Will they maintain it? Good bump. Covering, not a lot of boost. Gonna have to play it towards the corner to get a full tank. He'll do so.
Oh my. Not the pinch that Fever want to use those chain dashes to get back. Tricky spot here from AMS. Doesn't want to force it. A good job there to kind of make Fever show his hand by going into that. He's able to keep possession. That's what's important. 10 seconds left now. AMS holding on to his 1-goal lead. Renegades and Fever trying to make the difference here, which is a pick from 0-1, and it'll come out victorious here in game 2. A great counter in this 1v1, and good work to get back into this series. And I think that is kind of the bread and butter here for 0-1 in that 1v1. That's one that they can rely on a lot. AMS is certainly capable and does a good job to kind of fight off Fever, who I think put up a better fight than I would have expected.
Yeah, it was much closer in terms of in respect to the ones we've seen so far today. It was much closer. It was a 5-4 game, and didn't really stray away far from that. Back and forth we went, both teams getting a lead respectively, but to Fever's credit, he kept it close all the way down the stretch. It was just a couple of small instances where AMS was able to find that gap and really punish. And with that overcommit, it was one small cut in, but Fever had his share of great goals. And man, did he start off well.
Yeah, some great work here from Fever. I definitely want to highlight and give him credit because I think he played 0-1 very, very close. Or excuse me, AMS very, very close. It is not an easy matchup for him. And again, when we talk about mechanics here for Fever, I think that really kept him in this. But AMS really showed, I think, better one prowess here because you could see him just catching Fever up just slightly in a lot of these goals, just kind of poking it by. And that's the difference in ones. You can have all the mechanics in the world, but I think AMS really showing his ones knowledge here and taking advantage.
Now, looking at the conversations we had earlier, Corelli, looking at the teams that have had, standout ones players, standout twos players, and the ability to kind of choose and pick what you want. Looking for Renegades, do you think they're happy that they get ones out of the way? Because it seems that they are a better threes team and potentially a twos team than what their ones has shown, but already 0-1 do find themselves with the lead.
Yeah, like I said, I do think Renegades certainly favored in 3v3, so I think that's where they're really going to focus. Not that they're not focusing in the other ones, but those are the ones that they're going to sit down and say, okay, we're going to win these ones. These are the ones we should win. And honestly, I mean, look, I don't think I'm really disappointed in Fever. I think he played a great game there. So I think Renegades, obviously, you're going to have to look forward to taking out a ones or a twos game, but they can rely, because of the format, on the threes game and close out series if they have to.
It'll be interesting to see. Again, welcome back to threes, standard format for all ones, threes, and fives in a series. And already it's 2-0, 0-1. Wasting no time, getting great possessions, a great setup, a 50 win, and a collapse on the offense. And there you go, it's a lead.
Yeah, tough challenge there for Fever. And 0-1 did a great job of collapsing, and a fantastic start for 0-1 Esports here in game 3. 2-0 the first 30 seconds is exactly where you want to be, especially coming off that last win. See if they can hold on to it. Renegades surely not going down without a fight here. They really haven't had a chance to get into this game. They've just been scored on twice in a row.
Now would certainly be the time to potentially cut this lead in half. Great pass to the midfield. A little bit off target, but I like the idea. He's burned about a minute here in game number 3. Series tied up in ones. That's a great save. Almost an unfortunate goal. But 0-1 were able to respond and looking to go up 2-1 in the series, as right now they are fighting back at midfield.
Plenty of time left on the clock here. CJ trying to work his magic out from his own side, but it's 0-1. Great passing play across the box. Unfortunately, no one's there now. Double commit comes out, but they do win the challenge. And CJ gets Renegades out for just the moment, but you can see some great follow-up here from 0-1 to prevent the counter.
I guess really the only thing I'm noticing right now is as everybody trades possessions, it's another great flip. They've 0-1 has burned another minute. And they're finding ways to keep the ball in play, to constantly challenge Renegades on the backboard. Another great interception is Ames will make it 3-0. About a minute ago, we got essentially a goal a minute here, and for Renegades, it seems like there hasn't been a sustained drive downfield.
Yeah, and I think, again, if you want to beat this OCE's team here in Renegades, it's speed that will take them down. And you're just seeing that from 0-1 Esports. Not only the speed behind the ball with the challenges, but just speed to the ball in the air as well. Sure. That's really what's beating Renegades right now. And it's just smothered them on defense. 0-1, they don't even have to work that hard. They just keep throwing it in an awkward position. And 0-1 can take advantage of it.
Well, if you're going to score and try to get this game back under control, if you're Renegades, I think you need to do it in maybe the next 30 seconds or so. Granted, there's a lot of time, but to establish a rhythm, to kind of swing the momentum back and force at least the offensive 0-1 to respect you a little more, because right now they're challenging you right on the point of contact, on your own defensive third, right on the goal line, as that one will fly down. A little bit interestingly, CJ trying to get a redirect potentially for center, but no one will be around. Double commit up towards the right side of the field.
Oh, whoa.
Fake. Oh my goodness.
It's good work from Fever, but they need the shot. That's another good drive towards the net there. Quality shot coming out, but again, the defense, everyone's stacked in the box there. Makes it tough to break through. CJ wants a back post shot. It was a decent attempt. Lawson there to clean it up. 0-1, starting to feel the pressure here. But instantly, as soon as I say that, they break out.
Chip Reed just kills the momentum of the play. Another instance where Renegades go down the field and they don't really find much, not able to get through their progressions, as we need a quick shot and then we have to get back and try to get possession again. Haven't been able to have a long offensive push. As that one looked dangerous, front of the box once more, easily saved. Scary at times, but not too much. As dealing with the pressure, 0-1, denying every single look that Renegades have.
Renegades really need one to drop here. They've been painting the sides of the net here. Another one skates across the box. Kind of painful if you're a Renegades player and fan as you watch so many chances kind of get away from them. Some good setups, though, and that's important, but you've got to at least have the opportunity with the shot. 0-1 with that 3-goal lead. It's going to be tough to overcome here in the final minute.
Yeah, 50 seconds. You need it now. Great shot. Better save. And if you're 0-1, I mean, this is a victory lap here. You got a 3-goal lead. Going to continue to challenge and push the pace like they've done. And I think you're absolutely right, Crowley. Like, to beat Renegades or to beat kind of the versions of the APAC teams, it's the speed. They've just had it all game. They got a little bit in the end of game number 2 when Ames was able to find that rhythm. But right now, the dictation of pace has been all of 0-1, and they have not looked back.
And I think this is kind of the rebound that 0-1 needed in threes. Again, I do think they were a little nervous or a little slow at the gates, whatever you want to say. I don't want to assume too much for them, but I don't think you got the real 0-1 in game 1. I think you're seeing it here in game 2. Or, excuse me, game 3.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. It was one-sided, a 3-0 affair in the end in game number 3. And it's only fitting that right now, 0-1 Esports are up 2-1. And a potential chance to send Renegades down to the lower bracket. Now, granted, many of you probably predicted correctly that 0-1 would be able to respond nicely in the ones gameplay if that's what they chose, given how game 1 would go. But in this instance, I think it is somewhat surprising the offense has been so quiet from Renegades, and they just really haven't been able to find their footing at all in that game 3.
Yeah. Again, speed really came out and took advantage of Renegades. So, you know, if we get another game here, it'll be something that they're going to have to work on. Of course, now you're going to get a 2v2 game, as we've already played the 1v1 here in game 4. Curious to see who gets sent where from both sides. That'll be kind of an interesting matchup, especially from the Renegade side, where they come off a 3v3 game that I don't really think anyone particularly looked good. I think Fever is going to be part of the twos team, so it just depends on which other 2 player will join him for the Renegade side. But for 0-1, I mean, there's a couple options here. Curious to see what they actually do.
Well, they're going to have to go right into twos. So if you had your pick, I'm going to ask you another question. If you had your pick, who would you put into this two spot? I was going to say, okay, I'm going to answer for you. I was going to think Fever and CJ. Okay.
Yeah, Fever and CJ was, I think, the more obvious pick. But I would have picked Mawson and Ams to go in the twos. So Zonic coming out. Not that it's a bad choice. Better than what I was coming up with, I suppose.
Do you think they didn't put AMs in just because they felt like they maybe got by with one in the ones? Or is there something else we're not seeing? Because right now it's already a 1-0 lead.
No, I don't think it's a bad choice. I don't want to criticize it. I think it's fine. I just, usually a lot of times teams want to include their player that they use 1v1 in for twos. So
yeah.
But again, that's what's so awesome about these MENA teams and the MENA representatives here, because they could plug in anyone and they feel confident. Twos is a very popular playlist over there, as it is everywhere, and that's the one that they grind a lot. So I would say that they're comfortable with any permutation of their squad.
Well, if they keep this pressure going, that's 4 unanswered goals in, what is it, 5 minutes and 40 some seconds of Rocket League. Like, it has kept going. Now they have a chance for another. That's an open net. Not before eventually Fever will come off respawn and be able to find that. Another demo. Now it's 2v1. Do we start putting pressure here? We do. Just can't find the angle.
Good control here. Something very popular in twos and in ones is dribbling all the way to your own back wall. Typically in threes you don't do that because you have a third man that you can pass back to.
Sure.
But a very strong play to kind of gain possession and sometimes bait the opposition to moving too far up the field and then kind of going over their head and beating the first man, which is oh so important here in twos, getting by that first guy. Even if you get tackled in the next challenge, getting by the first man is so important.
It's really do or die for your offense at that point. If you don't get past him, you're going to have to try again. But if you get lucky enough, you might just find the opening that could lead way to a goal. As now, Fever tries to fall it off the ceiling. Here comes CJ. And panks it off the right post, and it's good enough to find the goal.
And they needed that one. You're talking about how many minutes it's been. It's almost 7 minutes, coming up on 7 minutes of Renegades not scoring. They finally do here. CJ, a little dink off the post there. Well done. Great placement, I suppose, in the end, as that's where he was aiming for the corner there. And for Renegades, I think a welcomed goal here in this 2v2. They certainly don't want to go down so quickly as they did in the last 3v3. That's just such a big hole to dig yourself out of.
Absolutely not. And you would love to get another one. Right now, it's only been 1 goal. Can they put more together? If any team can do it for Renegade, if any team like Renegades can do it, probably is them. That's not English. We'll roll with it. A lot of time on the clock in this one. Great shot and recovery. That is just absurd.
And this is just the small gaps left open here by Renegade. CJ, I mean, that clearly is just giving the ball away. I think he tried to keep it a little bit there, and I think Fever trusted him to get another touch and tackle as he was facing the wrong direction, or rather in mid-turn to get around to the right direction. And a quality tackle there from Zonics to put that one away.
That's the scary thing of the 0-1 squad is, you know, when you think you're kind of getting them in rhythm and you're able to hit their ebb and flow, they pick up the pace on you and very quickly find themselves an opportunity to put a shot on target, let alone score. It's 2 goals in about 30 seconds. And this great read and 50 win is just disgusting.
And that's a tough challenge there for CJ. Mawson just coming in above him. And great work just to win that challenge. Keep it awkward. I mean, obviously that's best case scenario to score there. But that tackle is just going in there to make sure that Renegades can't put a counter on, or counterattack on rather. Still down by 2 for Renegades. Plenty of time though left in this game. It's really more about Renegades getting their offense going. I think everything that 0-1 Esports is doing is working just fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's worked up until this point. It's continuing to do so. We'll see if that is the trend moving forward. 2 minutes to play, down by 2. Demo clears the back line. Exit strategy right now for Renegades is get a touch, get back to midfield. It seems that will be the call, as they are circling around for a chance. That's going to ping off the corner. Great redirect to clear the ball away, and that is huge.
There's an opportunity for Fever to get something going offensively. A good touch off the corner, but still CJ can't really get in there. Just trying to play it patient, making sure there's no counterattack to be had for 0-1, and that's what you got to do a lot of times. Sacrifice maybe the half chance just to assure that there's going to be no counter. Now Masena looking for a second touch. He did get it, and CJ to kind of poke it away. I don't know if that one was going to drop, but a good effort here. As now another chance for 0-1. Once the air dribble bump, not going to happen. Fever to turn it away, but you can see just unrelenting offense here from 0-1 Esports.
Yeah, and they know that they have the lead, and the fact that if they can put a third through, it's probably the game in the series. Fever was all by his own. And a great 50. That's just mean. That's just mean. That's 3 goals on 4 shots.
And another one coming out from the challenge game here. It's Renegades just trying to clear it out and taking the challenge, but Masset again has been so strong in that challenge game. And has led, I mean, what, 2 or 3 goals here out of their 4 have just been coming off of the great quality challenges inside the Renegades box.
And outside of the opening pick, it was at least 2 more that were either a brutal 50 or just a huge challenge to intercept the pass. And that's the thing, is that they can pick up the pace on you, but they can also get physical if they need to. There's a bomb, and there's an open
the placement. Oh, man. I mean, the bump was bad enough, but this placement is the dagger in this goal. The bump on Fever here, fantastic from Mawson, and then look at the placement, left side shot. Fever was bumped near post. Impossible to save. 5-1 now for 0-1 Esports.
Anything is possible, I believe. Then again, I've seen a lot. I'm a little worried, as Renegades have yet to find that second goal. They get one, right? They get one, they break a 7-minute streak. But after that, it's dead silence. It's just been relentless offense, constant pacing. And for Renegades, they just weren't able to find their footing.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of Renegades not finding their footing, but really not be given the chance to find their footing here either. And I also think it's just a challenge game diff. Like, I think that 0-1's challenge game is just far superior than Renegades. You've seen that a couple times with the goals, but you've also just seen it in the midfield as well, just winning possession simply. Even if it doesn't lead to a goal, 0-1 Esports, definitely the stronger team in that aspect. Closing this game out, or the series rather, in 4 games, and looking quite strong as well. You know, again, I think Renegades was favored in 3v3, but everything else was, I think, in favor of 0-1 Esports here, as they're trying to get one more for the road. Why not? As it's thrown into the box and finally dropped. 0-1 coming out on top here in 4.
That's an impressive recovery after that game 1 loss, which was only a 0-1 scoreline, and they only lost because of a demo that left the back line open. But in the end, outside of that one game and that one instance, it was non-stop pressure and control in this series. And, well, 0-1, proving that they are absolutely here to play. They are the better team in this matchup, and they'll take it 3-1, and they will move on to play Dignitas in the upper semifinals. Winner of that will get a chance to play the winners of Gladiators and Team Falcons. So there is a lot on the line. You get more money the further you go, but already the upper semis, 2 MENA teams, and for Renegades, they'll have to take a trip down to the lowers.
Yeah, and I think this is a really strong showing from 0-1 Esports. This was fantastic from them. Again, I think that first game was a little jittery from them. I think they had to get into the flow of things, but fantastic looks ever since. And that 2v2 game was just world-class from them, just shutting down any offense, any chance for Renegades to get out. And they got the job done, especially in the game modes that we said they were certainly going to be favored, which I think was 1s and 2s. Got the job done in 2s in certainly convincing fashion. I think AMS took a little while to get going that 1s game, but certainly cranked it up and took care of Fever.
Yeah, it seemed that once they had found the key, or I guess say like the rhythm of Renegades, they never looked back. Like, they were just relentless. They didn't give them a lot of time to breathe, and they didn't really respect them defensively, offensively, and in a good way. They were able to find what they needed and capitalize on that. And with that, they took, again, the series 3-1 in pretty dominant fashion. The 1s game was a highlight for AIMS, but other than that, it came down to just kind of the consistency, and the offense continued. It's goal after goal after goal, and Renegades did not have an answer. However, when we look at the majority of this series and kind of the totality of it, for Renegades, you know, a bit of a disappointing performance for sure. Now, for them, they dropped down to lowers. They still have an opportunity. Is it just about them getting a better matchup, you think, or is it something more fundamental like the speed that you had hit on earlier?
I mentioned the speed, and I definitely think they lost that part of the game, but that challenge game was pretty poor as well. That was kind of a big thing too, and I don't think they're going to get any less of that going forward, even against, you know, other teams like maybe an all mid or something, right? Like, I think you're going to get a lot of high challenge games coming out, so I think that for Renegades, picking that side of it, or that part of the game up too, is very, very important. Of course, Renegade's going to be on the bottom side of that bracket, but if they were to play all mid, that's just another example. So I do think that they are stronger than what they showed, but I do think you can say that without taking anything away from what 0-1 Esports did, because I think they did a great job of shutting them down.
No, they absolutely did. And now with that said, they do find themselves again playing against Dignitas. So you have two MENA teams in the upper semis, Falcons, 0-1. There's a chance we could see both of them. Who knows though? But for 0-1 looking a little bit just ahead for the moment at their series against Dig. It's going to be a different situation for ones. It's going to be a very different situation for threes. We know what Dig brings to the table. Quick thoughts. What do you think they're going to have to do against Dig that they did against Renegades? What's the key?
Got to have a hot start. It's got to be a hot start. Got to be a good threes game, especially because those ones and those twos are going to be a lot more difficult than I think they got in this Renegades matchup.
Absolutely. Well, with that said, we have ourselves an interview, I believe, with the coach of 0-1 Esports. Let's jump in, because I'd love to know what you're thinking. Brother, welcome into the broadcast. How you feeling after that 3-1 victory?
Hey, thank you. Feeling super great. Thankful for the opportunity, and I hope that we can win the next game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for coming on. It's great to talk to you. I just want to kind of get a general thought. How much did you guys know about Renegades? Did you prep for these guys in a specific way? And what did you think about this OCE team?
Okay, so for me, I'm a big fan of Renegades. I used to watch them since season 1 of RLCS, and I know that they are good, but I know that we are better. So, especially with the format 2v2 and 1v1, it helps that a lot. Sorry.
Dude, I love that. I love the confidence from the team, and you know, hearing that you followed Renegades in season 1, and clearly you were able to pick up on some of their tendencies. Now going into the game specifically, we saw the momentum swing in ones, and you guys carried that, and it was brutal. You guys were relentless with your attacks. When you found that you had figured out Renegades halfway through this series, were you basically just telling the guys to continue to put that pressure on and keep the pace up, because it just seemed like they took over?
Yeah. So I told them that. I keep reminding them that they are the better team in threes and twos and ones. They showed us that in the match.
They definitely did. And I tend to agree with that analysis. Now, I want to ask you, just looking forward, you guys have to play the European squad Dignitas coming up. Just your general take on that team. Do you have any takes on how this squad's going to take down a team like Dignitas? Because, of course, they are one of the teams here that's pretty scary, especially in those twos and ones.
Yeah, so we just need to win the 3v3, the first game, so that we can choose, or they can choose whatever. And hopefully the boys can do it. I'm hoping for a sweep.
Oh, I love that.
I love the confidence. It's so good. Cresper, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations to the team as well.
Thank you.
If there's anything you want to say to your players, the fans, your family, whatever you want to do, your floor is yours.
Just I want to shout out my team, 0-1. They are the best.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it, and we hope that you guys have a good run for the rest of the tournament. That is 0-1 Esports. I love the coach, the confidence. It seems that all the coaches today have just been really enjoying kind of the performances of their teams for sure. But I love the confidence, man. Like, look, we're gonna do this. We're gonna 3-0, and I like that.
I've been loving the interviews. Everyone's got, like you said, so much confidence, but also ego in a good way, right? Like they know that they're playing well, and they can kind of say, you know what, we're gonna play well in our next match, and I love that, especially when you go up against a top team like Dignitas, saying, you know, you're hoping for a 3-0 sweep. I love that type of confidence, and it's something that I think is important as a role as a coach in that team. Having that type of confidence and just instilling that in your players, super important here at Atlanta.
Yeah, and the confidence came from all of these plays you're now seeing on your series highlight. It was consistent throughout. Granted, game 1 was a little bit rough from both teams, but again, it was a 1-0 game, and Renegades did walk away with it. But in that game 2, it started off with a 1's performance from Ames, and from there, they carried that into the 2s and into the 3s to follow, and it didn't stop. Consistent pressure, and 0-1, like the coach just said, proved they were the better team.
Yeah, and I do hate that I was so right here with 0-1, just putting on the pressure, because it's something that's plagued a lot of the OCE teams for a long time, which is why I said it. And you can see here, especially with these MENA squads, boy, do they put on that pressure. And it's it really is true here in Rocket League. The best defense is a strong offense a lot of times, and that's exactly what you're seeing with a lot of these MENA squads. They just pressure, smother the offense, suffocate their boost, and there's just nothing they can do afterwards.
I mean, you see it in the best teams in North America, the best teams in Europe, the best teams in South America, the best teams now in MENA. The teams that can push the pace and consistently put pressure on you are usually going to be the ones who find the most success. For APAC, still a bit of a ways to go, but they're getting there, and Renegades kind of had some cold water poured on them from that series, but 0-1 are here to play, and it's nice to see that a team from MENA, on other than Falcons, is capable, not only an international event, but like this is an international win. They took down Renegades in APAC. Like, it's impressive nonetheless, and we are so glad that these teams are here to show us how good they really are. But for as of now, that wraps up this series. When we come back from this commercial break, we will continue on with the rest of our day here at Gamers8. We'll see you guys in a second.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gamers8 2022. Lawler and Corelli holding down the broadcast. And unfortunately for CJ, another loss in international competition as 0-1 Esports looks absolutely phenomenal. Dude, this MENA team, man, every single one of them, there's so much depth in that region. I'm glad they're going to showcase that, not just in threes, but also in twos and also in ones. So much talent over there. It's easily one of my favorite regions to watch play in the RLCS, and getting to see it here in front of everybody is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, 0-1 gets tip of my hat, because look very good.
Yeah, lots of individual skill. That's what makes it so special and so much fun to watch as well. And it's why every single game mode for these MENA squads is so strong. It's just every player is proficient in almost every single playlist. And again, why I think a lot of them are favored in a tournament like this with the format that we have.
Without a doubt, but we've got to shift gears into our upper semi-final matches. We've got probably the favorite team, another MENA roster in Falcons, that has made some waves lately. For the first time, they ever debuted their full starting roster in international competition, taking second place. So a lot of people looking at Falcons, but I'm pretty sure we got a hype video for them. Let's take a look. Not yet. I lied. I'm jumping the gun. I've lied to all of you. I was getting into a groove, and I'm trying to keep production on their toes. They are paying attention. They yelled at me, so we're good. It's all on me. I'm just ready to talk about Falcons, man. I'm so ready to get into it. Either way, let's take a look at the bracket and actually show you where we're at right now, you guys. and then we'll get into that stuff. But again, we're focusing in here on Group C and Group D in the second half of our day. Over in the A stream, again, if you guys want to pay attention to that, up at the top of your URL, there is a B. Just delete that, and then you're good to go. But on the group stream, a lot of people have been watching that Orlando Pirates and Owls game, really hoping that Orlando Pirates can play some upset, but it is going to be Owl that does take the victory. And before that, the F16 squad with the two youngins, the twins, as well as Basil, looking absolutely cracked, beating out Semper. I am arguably really excited for that FaZe F16 game. Currently, I want to watch it so bad.
That's an explosive matchup there between FaZe and F16. Definitely one to watch if you're going to watch the Group C here, because you have players that can just do it all. You got the twins, of course. You have AJ over there, first killer. I mean, it's just so scary. Both sides presenting so much threat.
Yeah, 100%. They say you don't need 4 monitors, but for that series, I do, because it's going to be on the top one up top, like just sitting there in the corner of my eye. Jokes aside, we're going to jump over to Group D and tell you guys about where we're at so far in the Group B stream. We do have our final half, and it is halfway through. So 2 more matches to go here before we close it out for the day. Start off with All Mid and Gaming Gladiators. A lot of chaos, able to close it out. Wonderful interview with OSM. And then we just watched 01 Esports take it to Renegades. They were going to take that first 3v3 match, but eventually 01 does close it out. So Team Falcons, Gaming Gladiators up next, Dignitas and 01 to follow. And we're going to jump in and focus in on our next one that I completely jumped the gun on, which is Falcons and Gladiators, Crowley. I mean, if you want to just be very candid about this one, you know, no saving face on it, just tell it to me straight. Like,
it's pretty lopsided,
how much trouble are Gladiators?
I mean, look, it's no secret if you pay attention to the RLCS or even just in the last major, you know how good Falcons are, or how good they have been leading up to that major, and where Gladiators sit among the rest of the pack. This one on paper is definitely the most lopsided. I think it will be the most lopsided series that we see on this stream. You have like the Mina Avengers here on Team Falcons. They are just so strong individually, as a duo, as a trio. Every single one of these players can be plugged into any scenario, and they will be one of the strongest players. And that's what makes Falcons so strong, just in the 3v3 world, but of course in a format like this, in the 2v2 and the 1v1 as well. They have a player for everything, and if for whatever reason they lose a player, they got one just as good to back them up.
Yeah, it may look like it's not on purpose, but Ocala not having a picture is 100% intentional. That boy is an anomaly. We don't know how to figure it out. The scientists are on it. Jokes aside, yeah, that team start to bottom. Like when you watch them play, it just feels like everything is perfect. Like they're always in the right position. They always have the mechanics to make up for something, but then they also play as a coordinated effort. It's like taking the best things of Monkey Moon and making 3 of them. It's actually insane. And then they also have the peak capability of someone like a First Killer. It is a very special team, and we are very blessed to be able to sit and watch and partake in their matches. So really looking forward to get into this one. But again, Falcons, a very solid team. And production, correct me if I'm wrong, do we have the ability to showcase them now?
Maybe not.
No. Okay, we don't.
I think the biggest thing for this matchup is obviously, I think Falcons are favored in every single game mode here, 3v3, 2v2, 1v1. Like, there's just no doubt about that. So it really is on Gladiators to kind of dig deep and find something special, especially if you want to talk about like the 2s and the 1s, because I think that's maybe even more lopsided than the 3v3. That's what's really scary, because I think the 3v3 might be the best odds for Gladiators, if you even want to say that. So again, they have to really dig deep here on all these game modes, especially when it goes to the 1s and the 2s, because they're going to have to pick one of them if they lose that first game. So, and they don't really have like the saving grace of maybe having a solid chance at 3s, because again, I think Falcons are just so good in every single one of the game modes.
Well, it's crazy, right? Like you look at it and you would assume, okay, probably O'Callaghan on the bounce dribbles and 1v1s. And then OSM comes in, he's like, yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. You know, we've got a much stronger 1s game with me here. I mean, you did. Like not anymore. You don't. You're not favored anymore. So it is a unique circumstance. But let's talk about them. Obviously, Gladiators. We got to see them earlier today. We did see a lot of exciting things out of them. Primarily that disruption. As we take a look at the team spotlight, a lot of credit I would say to that roster in being able to disrupt their opponents in all mid, and finding ways to make it awkward, finding ways to make sure that they can't get a standard formula going, which I think is going to be super important, right? Like, I think it's kind of iconic to the Falcons roster that they never look distraught. There's never a moment where I watch them and go, oh yeah, they're out of position, or they look uncomfortable. And if Gladiators can find a way to do that while no one else has in the world, I think it's a good start.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, why not, right? I mean, that's a good start. But even then, even if, let's just say Falcons are doing poorly in 3s or something like that, I mean, they have so much to fall back on when they have 2s and 1s so strong. And OSM, I was actually quite impressed with his 1's gameplay. I thought it was quite good. Yeah. Don't know if it's on the level of Khaled. You know what I mean? That's just so tough to make an argument for the other side.
Let's answer this in a different way. Who would you say right now is on the level of Falcons?
Like on Gladiators?
In any capacity.
For a format like this, no one really, in my opinion. I think Falcons are the best team here for this format. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they are invited, favored to win, like across the board. So yeah, let's focus then into how do you go about beating a team like this? What are the characteristics that you need in order to find a way to get around it? Because we can talk about how great they are. We can always focus in on, yeah, they're the best, they're the favorites, they're amazing from here. But how do you stop that? How do you beat that?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because you could go a couple different ways. I think that trying to outpace the opposition is very tough, right? I don't think that's a good way to go, especially for Gladiators. I do think, though, having a higher quality touches when you bring that ball down and finding ways around the Falcons is probably your best bet, especially if you want to absorb some of that pressure. Not ideal, but that's probably what's going to have to happen, just based off of how Falcons play. It's going to be a counterattack style that will come out. We've seen, a team like Space Station just in the last spring major show that the counterattack style against Falcons can be quite lethal as they brought back that series.
Well, we know they're really, really good at Rocket League, but does that translate to basketball? Let's find out. Still very good, Corelli, but I honestly believe if he didn't have to go fetch for some, he would have had it. So close. Yeah. So close.
Yeah, good effort there. And like you said, I think that he probably could have gotten 6 there had he just not fumbled a couple of those as he picked them up. But a good effort there from Ahmad, and probably one of the better efforts. He didn't score the most, but probably one of the better efforts.
Now, I've got to say, Corelli, we're going to go to another basketball video, but when we come back, pet taxes on you. Sound good?
Okay, sounds good.
Let's take a look at Gaming Gladiators in basketball.
Okay, got 1, 2. Not 3. Almost getting it. No, not quite. Just gonna go 1 by 1.
Take them out of the basket.
Oh yeah, really? Okay. We got 3 so far. 4. Clumsy. Okay.
Three, 2, 1, time.
No! Can only get 5. Not quick enough.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it. He was looking good. He was looking clean, and then he fumbled a little bit there, and a good effort though. It seems like a lot of them start off really hot in that, and then it's really cools off near the end. I don't know if they just start moving a little bit faster or what, but good effort there by OSM.
As soon as they start counting down that timer, there's like, oh no, and it's always something that nobody remembers. Like they have to be told, like you can take them out of the hoop. It's fine. I don't think they realize that it's being like counted in the background. So. Taking a look here at Falcons and a very solid roster altogether. Excited to see if they can recreate some of that magic that we got to see just a few weeks ago at the RLCS Spring Major. And on the other side, Gaming Gladiators, obviously with Coach OSM sitting in the middle, helping with the confidence. A team that the disruptive behavior paired with a really good time. Like it seems like mentally and everything else, they're just happy to be there and are kind of living it up. It's been awesome to see.
And that's important, right? And that's what you're going to need when you go into the games like this, because you can go in with the best intentions and with a good mentality, but you know, when things don't go your way, which I mean, obviously everything is going against Gladiators here. They're just going up such a high caliber team here. You're going to need those good vibes because it could get ugly here real quick for them.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see on what approach they decide to take if they do end up losing that first round. And that's kind of the stepping stone that it matters for everybody else, is making sure that you come out of the gate swinging, you find the way to get that first game and then build off of that success. But again, we're going to talk about it over and over again. Falcons, the favorites here across the board and trying to do everything they can to start off on the right foot as well. So coming in early, we don't even need to bother doing predictions. I think you and I are both pretty aware of where we would go. So primarily, I'm going to ask you for something a little bit more strict. Score lines. How many goals? Also,
I don't know what he was doing, but they're giggling over there.
He was like hiding behind the sidewall. I don't know. Like these Falcons are all like, we're getting warmed up. You know, we're practicing. We're getting in our mechanics. And then you've got LCT like hiding behind the wall. Like, what?
On the Falcon side, you can see how serious they are. They're here for business. I mean, I think this tournament means a lot to them, and it really should.
100%.
You know, you're kind of in home turf, and also you're against a lot of your own, peers in MENA as well. So there's a lot of proving grounds against international teams that you kind of want to show off here. LCT is going to go hide behind the wall again, I guess. I'm not really sure what's happening. I think there's something wrong with the court or something, but you could see laser focus there on the Falcons side, just kind of warming up and getting set. They know they're the favorites. They know what this matchup is, but they also know that it could get away, because let's not downplay Gladiators too much, right? This is one of the best teams from their own region, and even with OSM, they have already done a decent amount of damage against a team like All Mid.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, that should instill a bit of confidence as well as trying to get wins on international experience, whether it be the standard 3v3 or otherwise, does not matter. It shows that they can compete at an international level, which I think is really impressive, and they should be very confident in that. So, again, you always have to start somewhere, and for a lot of teams, I mean, I think the best example I can give is probably Team Liquid and their circumstance that happened in spring. They tried to come in the very end of winter and got an exception to play in the main event, even though they were 14 and would have been 15 by the main event, but they didn't qualify. They didn't even make it past. And as soon as they started getting wins in the main event and mentally proved to themselves, like, hey, we are that good, smooth sailing. So I think the same thing can apply to Gladiators. It's like, hey, we are good enough to beat these teams. So I think that's a confidence instilling moment, and hopefully they can carry that through. But again, tough task ahead of them. But at the same time, zero expectations. They can come in with a clear conscience to say, hey, let's put our best foot forward.
Lawler, I'm not gonna lie. I'm watching the keyboard and mouse gameplay, and I'm getting arthritis in my fingers watching it.
Oh, poor LCT is not gonna last till he's like our age. There's no way.
He's hitting those keys hard, and that's kind of what you have to do with keyboard and mouse as well. There's a lot more movement there, because your fingers aren't just sitting on the buttons there, especially when you have to move down and up. So interesting to see that one, because I don't think we get to see a lot of keyboard and mouse close-ups.
No.
And at the end of the day, I always say, Lawler, I think maybe people might disagree. It doesn't really matter what you use, as long as you're comfortable with it. And certainly LCT is with the shots he can hit. But we'll see. Look, they're in good spirits at the moment here for Gladiators. And I think that's going to be very important coming into this series because of, how favorited the Falcons team is.
At the same time, for how long is that going to last, Crowley? That's the real question. At what point did those spirits get dampened? But yeah, that man is about to push through his keyboard on that W key.
Look
That's
at
all
where
I'm saying.
look at his
Like,
thumb. His thumb is reaching under his hand to hit control sometimes. That's insane.
like he's
There it is,
wrapping-
right there.
Wait, what?
Look at that.
What-
Look
what?
where his thumb's reaching.
Use your pinky, bro. What are you
Look
doing?
at that. That is wild.
Yeah, he uses his thumb to go underneath to hit shift and control. That is insane to me.
Wow. That is insane.
Dude, these
I don't think my
youngins
thumb
build
can bend
different,
that
man.
way. That's actually really interesting. I'm actually curious now how a lot of the keyboard and mouse players actually use that collection of keys, whether it's control or shift down there. Because now seeing him use his thumb and going across, I would naturally want to use my pinky, but
yeah,
maybe there's some merit. I'm trying to do it right now on my own keyboard, and like my thumb is having to stretch. Maybe he's just got a longer fingers than I do, but
Like I
that's
can do it,
interesting.
but it's not good. Like
Yeah.
it feels like I'm playing lefty flip on like Guitar Hero right now. I don't like this. Like it's not ideal. It's not ideal. So I do know some KBM players just completely remove the mouse out of everything. Like the mouse is usually used for sometimes, like I think right mouse click is jump and left click is boost. So they just switch that to the arrow keys instead and do stuff that way. But not everybody is in that circumstance. I know obviously longtime OCE caster and in front of ours, Yummy Cheeseman, his setup, I know his like layout is completely wonky, like it's all over the place. So I know everybody's got their own preferences and stuff, just like, you know, controllers have different key bindings for air roll, left, right, or, you know, whatever they're doing. So arguably there is some that are better than others, like for controller removing all of the mechanics like air rolling and boost and everything off of one hand and bringing them to the other side of the controller. But
yeah,
keyboard, I think you get a lot of freedom. So
again, it doesn't matter. Like I don't really care how you do it as long as you're comfortable, right? That's what's important. That's the point of controls. That's why you're able to customize it, right? Is that because you want to find the thing that's most comfortable for you. I mean, you know, the best example that we have in Rocket League is something like Rizzo's controls, right? His controls were
Don't even
wild,
get me
using
started on that
stick
boy.
to go forward and stuff like that. But that's what was comfortable for him, and that's what made sense. And he still played at pro level doing that. So I never judge people for how they play the game, especially with their controls, because it's just what's ever comfortable, man.
You know, he's not the only one who plays with that layout.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, Memory is also one that that did it for a long time. He actually switched off of it, played worse, and then he's like, "No, I'm going back." So fair enough. Fair enough. And the reason he did it is because he started as a KBM player, and it felt more natural. So
interesting,
crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff on how that all works out. But jumping into our 7th match of the day, we got Falcons and Gladiators. Obviously, Falcons the favorite and hometown heroes for a lot of these players, as they went a perfect 9-0 in their RLCS qualifiers and regionals, and just pure dominance is what it's been. But the most impressive thing recently, Charlie, is that that second place finish at the Spring Major.
Oh, most definitely. Although that was not the best start there for Falcons. A big whiff in front of their own net, but luckily able to capitalize on it. Or, sorry, Gladiators weren't able to capitalize it. They were able to get out on the Falcons side. And now they're threatening a pass across the box. More like a shot from TRK. Khaled wants up as well. And a good clear from Gladiators to at least buy some time and get out.
Yeah, it's going to be an important one for Gladiators. Most of these touches just need to be lofted extremely high and in a place where Falcons are not. Forcing them to move out of position and expend a lot of boosts is going to be really important. But this one, a big clear down the other way. It's going to be a half flip from Ocala, no issues. And recognizing, hey, we've got a player approaching. All I got to do is play this right around you and just get past 2. But still in the midfield, it's met by Gladiators before TRK gets behind it. And it should be a good 50 back the other way.
And you're really looking for Gladiators to kind of get into flow here against Falcons. And the longer it stays 0-0, the more that benefits Gladiators, of course. You don't want to start the negative thoughts of Falcons. Oh, okay, here they go. They're going to run away with it because they know they're not favored. And they know how strong this Falcons squad is. So the longer it stays tied up, whether that's 0-0, 1-1, I do think that benefits Gladiators, keeps them in a better mood. Mentality's still there. And of course, they're still in the game. And I think so far they're doing a good job playing at the pace of Falcons, putting on some good pressure. They're not instantly getting smothered here, and maybe that's some good confidence from Gladiators after their last win.
Yeah, I think it's been great. While they're still playing with a lot of space and capability, they've been pretty patient. Like, they're not challenging everything in the midfield because they don't need to, but because they're in a better position on the back line, which allows them to then cut off some of these plays and clear back downfield. It's not for an extended period of time, but it's still enough to keep them in the running, and I think they're happy to play that, like you're saying, Corelli. Like, if they play a bunch of boom ball and it comes down to a 1-goal game, that means they're still in the running at any given time. So I do like the approach from Gladiators right now. I'm just curious if they can hold on. So far, it's been good for 3 minutes. And just needing to clear it out again here quickly, but all on the same side could be dangerous as this one goes up. Is anybody on the backboard? No.
Oh,
LCT almost gets a save, but it is Ahmad who ends up putting it away.
I had Ahmad get around this one. That was great work. TRK, quality challenge there just to keep it dangerous. Ahmad coming off the back wall. Beautiful. Well done there. LCT, got to give him some credit. He was in the right spot. Did make the initial touch. It wasn't necessarily a save because it still went in, but good work there to at least be positioned properly. Unfortunately, just didn't get around it enough. And now this one running away on the kickoff. TRK up 2-0 for Falcons.
Just trying to watch what happened on this kickoff, and it is a slow cheat up, and then OSM just going around. Not sure if he was trying to find the demo or otherwise, but again, when you're doing such a hard cheat up, you have to commit, and sometimes you do get punished for it. So again, hopefully this isn't the floodgates opening for Falcons, as they are going to change up their kickoff as well. Is a fake to give them back possession before it falls onto their back wall, and a couple good 50s make it another one. Should allow Gladiators to stay upfield, and OSM just barely off on that timing. Almost had the boost deny.
Still good work here from Gladiators. I know they gave up the kickoff goal there, but sticking it in on the Falcons side. Unfortunately, Falcons come roaring back the other way, and TRK Ahmad have so much space to take advantage of. That air dribble so deadly, and Ahmad going to take that one away from TRK. 3-0 now for Falcons.
Again, you just see the threat on that back wall too. Ahmed, he's just chilling, waiting. He's like, do I get to redirect this, or are you taking it yourself? Which one is it? Either way, it does fall to him, and he is able to put it away. As Gladiators with some boost deny in the corner. It's a good shot on target. Somehow saved and pings off the crossbar. Good chance for Gladiators as they go high flying.
Yeah, high quality chance and a decent shot there. Placement was okay. Power was fantastic. Falcons just able to get to it in time. Gladiators, I mean, you got to give them some credit here. They had a couple good looks. They should have at least had one, honestly, especially with that last attempt. See if they can get a couple more. LCT trying to work his magic. Ahmad trying to get a flip reset. He almost got it through Maxu, but Maxu able to kind of push that one away.
Lid touch and a good pre-flip. Immediately down, and what a redirect. That's a great transition into the corner, and just immediately the spatial awareness is something that always impresses me with watching the Falcons, is they somehow always know when a player is challenging or attacking, and like, again, on the side wall, ready to cut it back inside. But just kidding, I'm gonna one up you. I'm gonna hit it immediately, play it back in, and we're gonna turn it into a goal scoring opportunity. It's always impressive, Crowley.
And it's so dangerous too, because if the space is there, Falcons will somehow find the touch to then put it on target. And then that's exactly what Ahmad did there. I mean, there wasn't a ton of space for him to work with. It had to be kind of the perfect touch past the defender, and he hits it perfectly. And a beautiful goal. He makes it look easy even. Falcons now sitting comfortably at a 4-goal lead, maybe 5, as a flip reset pass to himself. Ahmad trying to get a clip for himself. As time ticks down, Gladiators still scoreless.
And good sustain on the offensive side. A couple more shots come in, but with only 5 seconds approaching. And up by 4. Just a matter of this one as a formality, killing the clock. See if they can get one more for the road. Big high left touch, and it's going to fall right in front of the goal line. And Team Falcons held off for a little bit, but eventually do open the floodgates and go up by 4.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was going to put it. Is they started off good. Honestly, they kept the game close. I think they were getting some good challenges in that stopped Falcons from just instantly countering them. But then, like you said, the floodgates kind of opened. That kickoff goal was a big demoralizer as well. And the choice here is not an easy one if you're on, if you're OSM especially, because the Gladiators might want to pick 1v1 just to get it over with. But curious to know. It really is kind of like a pick your poison type situation where neither option is very good, but you have to pick one. And interested to see what Gladiators think they have maybe just even the slightest higher percent chance in between 2s and 1s.
Yeah, I think at this point you just go with whatever you're most confident in, because who knows if you're going to get another chance, right? That 3v3 obviously in favor of Falcons as well. So just pick the one that you're happy with. OSM, they were feeling pretty confident in, so maybe we see a 1v1. Maybe he has the ability to pull something off of Vocalid. Just for the capability of the experience that OSM has might be something that they lead into. Maybe put the team on your back as the coach, you know, who knows what happens. So We get a look at him here. There's OSM, a coach, and arguably one of my favorite interviews I've had in a really long time. So massive shout outs to him.
No, he's great. And that man on your screen there, TRK, he could be the one to do ones. Okay, yeah, it is going to be TRK. I was going to say, he's been playing more ones than Khaled has recently. And
he's just so good.
Ahmad's not really the one to go between the two of them. So seeing TRK isn't surprising. I know everyone's probably more familiar with Khaled and just kind of his legacy in ones, but it has been TRK recently. Which is why we're seeing that. Oh, well, hold on a second.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was confused. All right.
OSM's doing such a good job of playing keep away that he ends up keeping it into his own net. Like, he's just like, all right, I'm going to bully him out. I'm going to clear it back. Oh, wait.
That is not what you want if you're OSM. You're kind of beating yourself there, unfortunately.
You don't say, Corelli.
I hate to state the obvious, but against TRK, you're going to not get a lot of freebies. And another one here, kickoff goal for Mr. TRK. And that is exactly how the 3v3 game went. As soon as Falcons scored one, they scored a kickoff goal to follow up.
Well, is it fair to say that they scored one because it technically, like, TRK didn't touch it at all?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, we'll see what happens.
You could see in that last kickoff there just a couple seconds ago, OSM
there we go,
wanted to go slow into it, and TRK was not fooled, but OSM getting one back here, and well done. As 4:20 left on the clock in the first 40 seconds, 3 goals already put away, but I think OSM could be happy to put that one away. You don't want TRK to kind of run away with it.
Yeah, trying to keep it within striking range, but as he noticed again, he was down by a pretty hefty amount over against all mid. So understanding that, ones can be anybody's game. There's plenty of time on the clock, but again, TRK, one of those with a lead that comeback potential not as likely. So early challenges, and curious on how OSM is going to approach this one too.
Wow.
I expect it to be extremely aggressive and not giving any space, because we've seen what happens when anybody on Falcons gets space like this, and you're probably going to get an aggressive challenge. Yeah, immediately off the sidewall and off the ceiling, but now needs to be careful as the demo comes out. Should have a lot of space to work with.
Now, the one thing that you do have to watch out for if you're OSM, especially throwing yourself off the ceiling like that, is if you don't win that challenge or it stalls, you go flying as he did before, and you're not able to catch it up as TRK puts away his third. That's a tough save for OSM. He did the right move, but unfortunately caught the lip of the crossbar, and it really was just a pass to TRK in the end.
Yeah, the big thing that I've seen any MENA player in 1v1s really excel at is the firm understanding of how to apply pressure. So you're probably going to see a lot of initial shots, which forces the boost up. So he's going to then sweep through, get the corner boost, and then put another shot on it. And eventually it's going to be kind of like this slow, methodical dwindling down.
Oh, there you go.
But a good play from OSM, a good shot there. It kind of leaves him dead in tracks, and he's able to get underneath it and get a goal. Well done.
And you got to give credit over to OSM. He's doing a great job of taking advantage of just the minor amount of space that he has. And a good little flip with the ball towards the net, and then getting the demo is what was crucial there. Within one again. 3:21 left on the clock. Kickoff's definitely not going in his favor at the moment. He's low boost here. Wasn't able to get the mid boost. A good little poke. Did he get to the net? TRK racing back. He will at least get the clear. Another demo now.
Great play.
It's a tough one to deal with, though, for OSM. And another flick. He's playing with TRK now as he ties things up.
That's a really smart play by OSM. Obviously, only 16 boost off of that kickoff, and recognizes, you know what, if I put pressure on here, it's going to force him to make a save. Carry it through, get the demo, get the boost, and then immediately turn it back in. Even with the respawn being close, an immediate flick to play it high doesn't matter. He should be able to sustain that offense. So OSM, again, that confidence and the mentality that he has in ones, there's a reason why the guys were feeling good about it, but big challenge here, and a good save, should be able to carry through and get his own boost.
And that's what's important, especially on these clears, to not only make the clear happen, but then push it towards a boost that you could pick up and get to collect the possession as well. OSM did a good job there, and you can see he is just disrespecting TRK with the challenges at the moment, and you kind of have to do that. TRK is going to expect to be given some space. I think OSM doing a great job of letting him know he's not going to have it. And so far, it's paid off for OSM, and you're kind of looking towards TRK to make those adjustments.
Smart play by OSM there as well. A lot of players would accidentally go and turn and get boost on that one. But because he expended so much boost to force him into the corner, he has to play it to himself in space so he can go and actually have a chance. As this one is shot, a beautiful save again, kissed off the top. Not going to have anything. Going to have to slow play it and wait for a flick opportunity. It's on target, but easily saved by TRK. So on another demo, going to have to turn on this one really quickly. Probably going to take this one high.
Oh, what a spawn. Perfect spawn there for TRK to defend that one nicely. No boost for him as everyone's racing back for that corner. And you got to hand it to OSM. He's doing a great job of handling TRK at the moment. The pressure's there, and the demos have really stopped TRK from getting anything going.
No, he's been playing it really intelligently. Again, you're talking about how a lot of people would give that respect to TRK and say, hey, I'm going to give you a little bit of space. But I think OSM understands that if I give him space, I am in danger. So again, the ego challenges and the super aggressive play is really smart. It stops TRK from getting anything developed, and it kind of caught him off guard a couple times. That's why it's all tied up right now. So very decisive, lack of hesitation, and the decision making has been pretty stellar for OSM, even in the little things, like right off of that respawn, playing it high because he knows he's going to have the last boost. Yeah, the spawn is perfect and he's able to defend it because, you know, TRK things, but at the same time, like, very happy with the way OSM's playing right now.
Final minute. TRK looking for something special off the ceiling. Wants the block, eats the fake. OSM can't get the touch, and TRK able to put it down.
The one time he's not able to challenge directly, he's got to wait and play passive, and he's like, all right, I just got to make an attempt to put a body in the way, and it doesn't even matter. Well played by TRK, up by 1, but still plenty of time. Curious how this kickoff's going to go, Corelli. And it's a delay.
And he might get rewarded for it. TRK, he's so quick to get back. That's so smart from OSM. That's the second time he's attempted it. And I don't know, maybe TRK didn't see it the first time because it was kind of awkward. TRK just kind of barreled through it. Now, dangerous spot boost here. He's going through, gets the fake, puts it away. TRK up by 2.
So smart from TRK as well. Finally gets some space as the player's retreating, and OSM recognizes if I don't challenge, I'm going to get flicked on. But TRK one step ahead, recognizes, hey, he's been challenging me aggressively every time. What if I just don't go for it? Up by 2, 34 seconds. Replay by TRK trying to put them on match point. As for OSM, trying to keep his team in the running.
I remember OSM own gold here, so it would have been within 1 in this final 30 seconds. You could see so smart here from TRK. Pushing this one to the side and then wanting that pinch. And honestly, probably would have been good if OSM didn't get a touch on it. But some good game management here from TRK. OSM can't really do much. That's a great pinch out. As OSM can't turn it around. TRK, maybe one more for the road. Gonna run out the clock. TRK in the end's gonna come out on top, Lawler, but you gotta hand it to OSM. He made him work for it, and it was a lot closer than you would have expected.
No, it was so smart from TRK. Again, that's like, what, 20, 30 seconds on the tail end that he just completely denied. And it was smart because it was still a goal opportunity, right? Like, he controlled possession instead of trying to apply the pressure. Brings it back to his own side in hope of baiting in OSM, which he gets almost close on. And then that Cookser pinch, you know, that goes in and potentially, you know, it applies pressure. It still plays it the other way. And he kills like 15 seconds off the clock. So really smart play, way to close it out. And now we go back to 3v3s where Falcons obviously favored here. But still, a lot of respect garnered to OSM in his play.
Yeah, I think OSM's getting a lot of fans here with the way he's been playing. Because
and his interview, yeah, he's been killing it.
I think he's been doing a good job, except for this. Why
look away.
Minus the own goal. It was a good series, or a good game rather, from OSM. You got to give him credit, and I think we're so complimentary because we know how favored TRK is.
Yeah.
Of course, he's the better 1v1 player. Of course, Falcons were supposed to win that. Expectations were met with TRK winning that one, but you got to give some credit over to OSM. He did a good job of keeping it close and making it a good game.
Yeah, 100%. And again, the reason why a lot of people have been waiting to see 1v1s. There's just so much that goes into it. We try to bring up, there's so much more that you can really pick apart in that series, but again, if you really want to get better at this game, ones is kind of the way to go. It'll teach you so many different things about when to challenge, when not to challenge. And you can go back and look at like this game in particular and just see that chess match evolve again with the mind games and stuff. So excellent stuff as we go back to 3v3s. Team Falcons, Gladiators. Falcons on match point trying to close it out in a 3-0 and move on to that upper bracket final where they will wait for the winner of Dignitas and 0-1. And as for Gladiators, trying to fight for their life and stay alive.
And again, kind of the expectations have been met so far. Falcons taking care of business in the first 2 games. They're expected to win this 3rd game as well. Gladiators could surprise us, though. Maybe some inspiration from OSM's last effort in the previous game. Remember, at the beginning of game 1 was very close between Gladiators and Falcons, even though it was scoreless. Gladiators did a great job of putting on pressure, and that one's going to come clean off the backboard. Demo comes out as well. Gladiators just can't capitalize, though. Still trying to keep the pressure on to go. Now 3, and no one gets a touch on it. It's home free now for Falcons. They get a freebie downfield.
Yeah, really smart play, drawing everybody in. As soon as those challenges come in, that last one not connecting just makes it easy, and it's what makes them so dangerous. Not only do they do all the great offensive things, but on defense, they're really shored up, and the counterattack play. You saw O'Callaghan, I think, on his way cheating back. Potentially could have went for a bump either way, but ends up being free. Tries to get that one underneath. Potential chance for LCT. Plays another corner and back inside. Read well by Ahmad. As again, a clear downfield. Could be a potential redirect if you don't get a touch on it. Need to be careful as boost is low for all these players. 12 at most. Second touch to delay. Should be able to snag the corner boost and get right back in.
Falcons only up by 1 here. I think for Gladiators, you really look into them, see if they can at least get 1 here in this threes game. They're still within striking distance for the moment, and they put on some decent pressure to go here from Falcons, but unfortunately the back pass will put an end, and now some demos come out. TRK beat to the ball, though. OSM does a great job of kind of preventing that counterattack from happening. Falcons now having to play a bit of defense. You really wish Max connected on that one. Probably the best look that Gladiators have had in this game.
Yeah, really good opportunity there to play that one down and almost a shot on target. And then some of the risk that comes with these demos, obviously Falcons playing extremely aggressive, is able to get back in time. It's a big clear in the midfield, but need to be careful as double commit here. It goes a little bit further. It makes it awkward for TRK. Has a flip reset. Can he use it? No. And try to look for a bump on OSM. So they break out momentarily, but it's immediately thrown back in. A lot of these big touches is the respect from the pressure of Falcons. Got to find a way to keep it close, though.
Just coming up on halftime, Ahmad, a bullet towards the net will put away any doubt of Falcons' stance here in this game. What a pass from TRK as well. You can see everyone from Gladiators kind of got sucked into that side following the play, and then to just rip one across the field and then a bullet to the net. Falcons able to double up their lead.
It's such an impressive play, too, because you have 2 players on that side as well. I think it was Ahmad who had that goal. He was actually rotating back from the top right corner of the field, and he had a teammate, I think it was O'Callaghan, in the middle, and just calls him off and goes, hey, I'm going to turn on this. You go back and play safe. Beautiful pass infield and a good heads-up play, but it's a even better flick. What a flick from OSM. So much power.
What on earth was that? Look at the control. That was from midfield. That was behind midfield. My goodness.
Jeez.
Just yeeted that one downfield. Well done. Falcons, I mean, I don't blame Falcons for not expecting that. That was crazy.
Hey, important play. It neutralizes that last one and brings it back within 1. And shows that they can be scored on as a second touch here. Not able to connect. Would have been a good pass in field. But 0 boost. TRK just going to throw that one downfield and has the confidence in his teammate to go and get the boost and get the goal. Again, you talk about the confidence in his teammates and you see it. He pops it up and he's like, no, I'm going to go deny boost, and this one's just going to fall into my lap.
Yeah. And well placed there. And Falcons, again, going to work there on offense, and that's kind of the type of play that's very, very popular with them, just kind of playing inside the box and putting it across the net. Gladiators, they have 2 minutes to work with here. They've proven to be a bit more lethal than they were in the previous game. But you just have that feeling that Falcons are just never going to let them get close enough. They kind of dangle the carrot in front of them, but it's just not going to happen for Gladiators if they can't break through. Falcons, again, the challenge game going in their favor and tough for Gladiators to break out.
Good 50 from LCT. Going to follow it through. No boost, but still able to wall dodge as much as he needs to get back as quickly as possible. Offed it up high again, and it's a beautiful drop down. Could have been a good read and opportunity from Gladiators. The demo, again, the disruption has been coming through. Makes it so tough to get something going.
Ooh.
Has a potential redirect. Challenged in, and Again, you hear the candid reaction from both Corelli and I of like, oh.
You can see the clip right there. He was so close to hitting it. It's still good work here from Gladiators. Still trying to deny as much as they possibly can. It's just really lacking in offense at the moment. And Falcons now threatening again. Khaled wanted to push that one by LCT. Not going to happen at the moment. Coming up on 30 seconds left. The Gladiators need something with time left on the clock if they want to make this one a game. And ultimately, Falcons looking for that 3-0.
Great second touch, and also to lean back so it pops a little bit higher rather than going straight down the line. Allows his teammate to actually put a solid touch on target. This one pinches out and all the way downfield. I don't know if anybody's back, and it's going to be another goal here for Team Falcons. That should lock it in.
Oh, it definitely does. It was locked in before this, too. Falcons just so much in control. 4-1 is the scoreline here in Game 3. It's going to be a 3-0 for Falcons. They've done a great job. Again, the expectation was that this was going to be a 3-0. You got to give some credit over to OSM. Did a great job. And for half these games, I think Gladiators did really well in the 3v3 department. I don't think it was a bad effort. When you're going up against a team that just finished number 2 in the world at the last spring major, it's tough to ask much more than what they've put out. Ahmad wants one more for the road. Falcons, a clean 3-0 here over Gladiators.
And looking dang good doing it. Honestly, we talk about OSM and his efforts in that 1v1, but as a whole, Gladiators, some things that they should be proud of as well. Able to get some scores in, able to keep some pressure, and actually shut some of these things down. In the past, it felt like normally when we'd go to some of these APAC teams, it would just be so one-sided. But the fact that they're able to come in and actually, go toe-to-toe and keep up with the pace is actually something that they should be happy about. So again, stuff to kind of refine and look back on going into tomorrow as they drop down to the lower bracket. But overall, Falcons looking like the favorites and living up to that expectation.
Yeah, they are definitely an extremely strong team. I don't even think you really saw their final form. They did enough to take down Gladiators, but ultimately, absolutely, Falcons are built for something like this, and they are certainly my favorites, at least, and I think a lot of people's favorites here in this tournament just overall.
Yeah, it's kind of an expected trait out of this team right now. Just the fact that we still didn't see their 2v2 game, which is also absolutely impeccable. So as a region, MENA is doing quite well across the board and kind of keep you guys up to date as well on everything else going on. F16 is winning right now over FaZe Clan. So one that I've been keeping my eye on significantly, and something I really want to pay attention to as they go into their next game. It is a 2v2 between AJ First Killer versus RD9 Killers, rightfully so, and then back to 3v3. So let's take a look at the highlights from that last series and really dive into it, but primarily all Falcons here for us on the highlight reel.
Yeah, definitely. I think the most of the highlights you're going to see from Gladiators is going to be OSM, obviously, from the 1v1. I think he did a great job of keeping that one close. I think Gladiators only scored a couple goals between the 2 3v3 games. And again, I mean, there's not much more to say other than I think Falcons, they met expectations here. They took care of business. This was a game that was theirs to lose, right? This was not a game
you just got to take that one out.
Yeah, they keep doing that to poor OSM. And that is a highlight. It counts. It counts for him. He puts away a good goal there. But in the end, though, I think OSM has actually proven to be a formidable 1v1 player. I mean, This was a good game against TRK. I know it's only one game, but he had previous games too in other series that I was quite impressed with.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I think the exciting thing about OSM is knowing that they do have that in their back pocket. You get rid of that own goal at the beginning, you're now talking, hey, I'm only down by 1, and who knows what can happen when that pressure's on. So the credit to me in the 1v1 at the tail end is just TRK's time management, recognizing exactly what he needs to do. And we're going to get a brief look of it after this fake, where he's going to bring it back to his own side and then go, just kidding. All right, production, fine. Fine, I don't care.
I mean, look, with the passing and the shots like that, you got to show it. And how about this one from OSM?
Such an insane flick, yeah.
I mean, just insane to find that much power, especially taking that type of shot from well behind the halfway point in the field there. So, again, Gladiators, I think, did as good as they possibly could. I don't think that this was a series to really be too upset with if you're a Gladiator or a Gladiator fan, rather. I actually think they played them a lot closer than maybe some expected. So I think that's good signs for Gladiators going forward.
Yeah, rightfully so, and they should be proud of that outcome. If you're Falcons, obviously, with the 3-0 victory as expected, but for Gladiators, not something that you're going to be too distraught for, and luckily they still have the ability to bounce back tomorrow. So tomorrow, long day ahead, obviously dropping down to that lower bracket. They're going to be playing, I'm pretty sure, Renegades, if I'm correctly on that one. So
I think you're right.
I think it's Renegades.
Yeah, it's Renegades.
Yeah, because it does swap. So should be a little bit more confident on that. I think going into Renegades, that is a team that does like to play fast and chaotic, but I think Gladiators has shown a lot of good pace. They can show that they can be disruptive, so it could be a potential upset. So excited to see how that one plays out overall, but Gladiators not done just yet, Corelli.
No, absolutely not. And Falcons not done yet either, by the way. They sit in that upper final. Definitely a scary one. They await the winner of Dignitas and 01 Esports. I'm sure they would love to see 01 Esports there, but that's a matchup that is also going to be quite exciting.
Well, that has it for this series. Falcons, again, 3 over Gladiators. Massive congratulations to them. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we have our final match of the day. Dignitas and 01 Esports. Winner goes on to play Falcons in the upper final. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. Lawler and Spaceman on our final match of the day of Dignitas and 01 Esports. Winner goes on to play Falcons in that upper final. Gonna be a doozy, but Spaceman, welcome back. Good to have you. How you feeling, buddy?
You know, I'm here and I'm excited for it because it has been a gauntlet of a day, and I'm so happy to be with you and Corelli. And we've just been holding down the fort, seeing some incredible games, but we've also seen a lot of 3-0s. Now, granted, not disappointed by any of that because we're seeing good Rocket League. But Falcons just annihilated, and I think we expected them to do so. They're probably going to continue to do it. So whoever wins this series, GG's, brother. It was a good run. You had your chance, but it's not going to continue because Falcons look too good.
You never know, man. Again, in this format, while they are the favorites, I think this Dignitas squad is also yet another one. So let's take a look at Team Dignitas and what they have to offer.
It feels really good to be at Gamers8 in Riyadh. Like, the hospitality is really good. I feel really at home here, so feeling good. The hospitality's been amazing. Like, we've been welcomed really well. Everyone's really respectful. They're really nice. The food's great. The catering's great. So yeah, I mean, only good things. The roles of the crew battle format, like, I think Jack and Yoris will probably play the ones. Like, Yoris is like just a ones god, and Jack as well. Like the 2v2, we don't really know yet. Like, it could be me, it could be Jack, Yoris, it could be any of us. You know, and like if they carry me in ones and twos and we win in threes, I don't care. I don't really care if I only play threes, you know what I mean? Like, if they can carry in ones and twos, that's good. Yeah, missing out on last major is obviously really disappointing, but like, me and Jack are actually at the major watching, so I think it's kind of like inspired us a lot. You know, we're just grinding harder, like, we just got the will to win more, you know, like, it's like the drive, like, because everything, like, just comes down to this moment. It's kind of like bittersweet because you're watching the games and it's great gameplay, but you want to be there, but I think it's good because it just motivates you even more. Like, when you're watching from the sidelines, you just think to yourself, like, I should be up here. So it kind of gives you that drive when you come back home. When I see, like, the Moist and stuff and all these teams and, like, everyone's cheering the names and stuff, I'm like, I can beat these guys, you know.
Scrub couldn't have said it any better. I got to sit next to them during a lot of the tournament, primarily Jack, and then Scrub somehow appeared out of nowhere. People are like, Scrub's here. I'm like, he is? And then I turned and he was there. So he's one of those that just happens to be there when you need him to be. So excited to see that motivation kind of come back into action. This is going to be basically their boot camp is what it feels like before they get into that world championship. But you know, it means a lot to him as we take a look at the roster. We got Scrub, Jack, and Jorius, who will be more than a shadowy figure. He will be a real person, I promise.
He's ethereal.
Travel and stuff. There's a lot of things that have been going on to get everybody here. So happy to see that he will be on the field playing. But a very solid team that is built off of the individual efforts, I would say, of Jack and Jorius. But it is kind of just their playstyle altogether. Is this like, hey, we're all 1v1 players. We all know what each other wants to do. Let's enable it.
Yeah, there's nothing more terrifying than a determined Jorius in an Appjack who realizes, like, it's time to get serious. And I think that they kind of sparked that fever to get back to a championship form. The spring major was a huge miss for them, but Dignitas as a core roster, like, they have more talent, in my opinion, individually than the likes of like Complexity, but Complexity's gotten over the hurdle and they've stayed there, whereas Dig has yet to do that. And they have yet to prove that, like, they can finally be the Dignitas we know they are. But now is the time. The world's coming up. You got your tournament here right now. Is the grind paying off? Is all that talk after the spring major really going to work? I hope it does.
We'll have to find out because they're going up against a dangerous 01 Esports team. Let's look at what their team brings to the table.
صراحة نحس نفسنا نقدر نتطور أكثر وأكثر فهذا اللي يخلينا يعني مع بعض طول السنين هذه وإن شاء الله نقدم مستوى يعني أحسن أكثر في الأيام القادمة إن شاء الله أو بالبطولات الجاية. إن شاء الله نقدر يعني نجيب مركز كويس أو نحقق البطولة فهذا اللي جالسين نحاول نسويه إن شاء الله. الأفريقيا صراحة أحس تتنافس يعني مع بعض يعني ما أقدر أقول التوب 2 يعني الفريق هذا كلها نفس أفريقيا بس أفضل تيم قال فات هو أحسن. البطولة هذه أتوقع أن أكبر بطولة صارت فإن شاء الله نقدر يعني نجيب مركز ونصير يعني يعني ناخذ راحتنا في القراءة الجاية.
A lot to prove from 0-1 Esports, obviously talking about the chance that their region finally gets.
Yeah.
But still a lot of respect given to Falcons being that team, and that's what they're playing for as we take a look at the roster. Zonix, AMS, and Monson trying to get to that point where they get to play against that favorite team. That is what they are up against. But a strong Dignitas team in their way, Spaceman.
Yeah, and look, this squad proved that they had a core three that absolutely worked against Renegades. Granted, Renegades didn't have their best showing, but you look at what AMS was able to do often in the ones matchup, Mazen and Zazonix into twos, how quickly they took over that series. And as threes, they got better as the series went on, and they played better as a squad, and they pushed the pace, which I think will be an interesting matchup against Dignitas. But I like that. They're like, look, we know Falcons is the best team, but we're coming. And that's the conversation I have with Corelli is like, it's not only a conversation about the middle pack of Europe, but it's also a conversation of the teams behind Falcons and Mina that now have their chance to show it. What are they going to do with all of the grind that they've put in as well? So we're now seeing the fruits of those labors, and it's certainly paid off.
Excited to see how it plays into, though, this Dignitas roster, because although I would say, ironically enough, threes has been their weakest play style in the past, they're grinding to not only improve that for the potential in the RLCS coming up, but the twos and ones are something that they can always become reliable of. So I'm excited to see this way and how it's going to evolve as we take a look at our head-to-head. There's two players that really come into mind for me. Obviously on 0-1 Esports, AMS and his involvement in ones, but apparently Jack, who is, pun intended, a jack of all trades in his capabilities, kind of just does it all. Obviously, we focus a lot on Joria's and his individual efforts, but I think Jack in ones, twos, threes, whether they need him or not in ones, I assume they're going to play into Joria's.
Yeah.
But for twos and threes, I think he's going to have a pretty large impact.
Oh, 100%. And it's weird to say that this team struggles in threes because it's more of just they've had inconsistencies and they've struggled to put it together. But Abjack is a lot like he's like the Garrett G of Dig. Like he is the one who brings everything together. He is, I believe at this moment in time, the longest standing outside of Joris, obviously. But this is a player that when Scrub Killer was going to this team, when the announcement was made that he was picked up by Dig, I think everybody was really excited that he was going to a team with Jack. We're like, oh, if all the players to have, all the leaders you could possibly ask for, having Jack on your squad will do way more benefit than most would assume. And he's proven that he can still be a winner at a top level.
Yeah, Scrub has never been shy about his feeling towards his teammates and how he vocalizes towards his past. And for the longest time, he always gushed about, two former world champions and Fairy Peak and KDOP. And he now has that same level of I guess, respect that is garnered towards Jack and Jory's about. He's like, they're so good and can't speak highly enough of them. They also did, as we just saw, bring in their latest addition in their coach in Nick, former of Team Queso, who is now Moist, to help in with some of the mentalities as well as the confidence and everything else, as well as gameplay otherwise. So a team that was without a coach for a long time as they were trying to form this identity of who they were, but decided, hey, it's time that we get some help. So got to hydrate as always, something that's been instilled by their OG coach on Vitality for Scrub with Reagan. But jokes aside, joining us on the broadcast on the A stream. So shout outs to Reagan.
I love seeing Abjack back on LAN. I know it's been a while, and for Dig, the fans, it's one of the longest standing organizations and the most storied in Rocket League up until this point. But this is a big moment for this squad, and I think it's vastly important for not only this core three to have a successful weekend, but to also kind of put some of the naysayers to bed, whether it's threes. We know what we're going to get in ones and twos. We know what Jorius is going to give us. We know what Abjack and Jorius and potentially, whatever they decide to do in twos. We know what we're getting from the individualism of this squad, but putting it all together has been the biggest question. On the other side for 0-1, it was a very strong performance against Renegades, and the ability to recover and make small adjustments in the middle of the series is what really stood out. They were able to push the pace of play. We talked about it, dictating the constant speed and pressure. You're not going to catch Dignitas off with that like you were against Renegades, but it's absolutely a way to get them to respect you more on the field, and with that you might have chances to make Dignitas uncomfortable. So it's going to be a really interesting series. I think the fast pace and the nature of 0-1 has an advantage against Dig, but it depends entirely on what version of the threes roster we get from Dignitas, because we know individually they'll be just fine.
Yep, I'm excited to see on how it plays out as we're going to be jumping into our 3v3s here in just a moment. But the big focus for me, like you said, is eye test tells me that 0-1, it has nothing to do with who they're playing. Whether it be Renegades or Dignitas, they're still going to play fast and aggressive. They're still going to make a lot of really good plays and be able to get and match the pacing of the game. But is it going to work as well as it did against Renegades? I honestly don't know if that even matters. So as we jump into our 3v3, our last one of the day, I'm excited to watch this one unfold and am curious if 0-1 can go and play some of their rivals in that upper bracket. Either way, first 10 seconds, Dignitas on offense.
And of course, the winner of this will move on to play Falcons. So if we do get a double MENA upper bracket final, it would only be fitting given the ending of the spring split and the ending of the spring major as well. But for Dignitas,
Also makes everybody in that wild card fear.
yeah, oh my goodness. Of all the ways for this to go, I think it would be huge for 0-1 to prove that obviously they're here for a reason. Great shot from AppJack. He's able to find the connection. And Dignitas already find themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is a great passing play between Jack and Jorius. Jack actually rotating back towards his own side, just lofts it up high on the sidewall. And Jorius able to get right back to it and play downfield. But we're going to have a temporary pause. And hopefully that goal doesn't get taken away. Or if it does, there's a reason for it. Either way, we'll try to keep you guys informed of what's going on. But as of right now, going to be a temp. So first look, first 35 seconds. It seems like the pacing is there, but the working of the field from Dignitas seems to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, already you got Jorius challenging up on the sidewall, a place that he's familiar with, gets a great 50, and the pinch just sends it downfield. Like, that is the extent of the Dignitas offense that we had known and loved for many, many years now. And this iteration of this roster really does that well when they're clicking on all cylinders, something they didn't really have towards the tail end with Violent Panda. There were times where it was almost there, and they were able to get a lot of like solid drives down the field, but spreading the defenses out and spreading those possessions towards the sidewall is what Scrub Keller kind of brings to the table. He's very good at the midfield, and Jorius gives them that freedom to play in the space, which is what Dignitas loves to do. So it'll be interesting to see if they can, again, put it all together in threes early on. And if they do take a 1-0 lead, Lawler, I feel like in that situation, if you're Dig, you're probably 99.9% confident that you're going to end up taking game 2, because we would assume Jorius is taking that one spot.
Yeah, I'm curious on if they'll play into the ones just because they know they have a strength in it, or if they stick to twos, because I think Jack and Jorius is a fantastic duo to work with. So curious on what iteration they'll go, but obviously still need to take the first game all together. Primarily, I would assume if 0-1 does drop, they're going to probably go to ones with AMS. But yeah, again, I've been wrong before, so I welcome it this time around. But my focus is actually on Nick. What's his implementation? Is he trying to get these guys to try some different things? Because again, by missing a major, yes, they are there and in attendance and trying to like use that motivation. We talk about the land buff, not only for those that are playing that kind of rival in it, Scrub definitely being one of those players, but also the motivation factor that Scrub talked about in his interview. He's like, when I am sitting there watching, I want to be on that stage so badly. I want people cheering for us. And having that motivation is part of the reason why we see some iconic names in the scene like Rizzo, who did have to sit out in season 1 at RLCS. And then immediately the next season, like, I'm never going to miss out on this. So it is a very true feeling. And I'm happy to see the Dignitas boys back on a LAN environment. Can they live up to the hype though? So far, so good in the first 35 seconds, but a lot of gameplay left to go, Spaceman.
So much, like 4 minutes of gameplay, a whole series, folks. But if you're just joining us, this is the last match of the day, and you picked a good time to tune in because Dignitas has been waiting on a bit of a role lately, just missing out barely from the spring major, but trying to prove themselves. And that's an interesting spot to be in for Dig, given the caliber of these players sitting here saying, yeah, they have to prove themselves. But for 0-1, handle their business, continued moving through, and both these teams sitting in the upper semifinals. Winner, of course, will move on. I think that just off the opening rip, what we saw in the first 20 seconds was, if we're going to count it as credible as it seemed to be, was Dignitas feeling very comfortable, not only just matching the immediate speed off the kickoff, but they wanted to set the pace early. They wanted to get out and completely control the possession, and Jorius is usually the facilitator for that, and so far it worked out to a goal.
Yeah, keeping you update along the rest of the brackets in Group A as we finished out earlier today. It is Luminosity and Guild uppers, Dinner Complexity lowers, and Twisted Minds G2 lowers. We've got Endpoint and Space Station, as you guys saw earlier today on this stream, with Team Secret and Heat in lowers, along with Anka and Rogue. And then in Group C, the one that I was really paying attention to, that FaZe F16 game, F16 3-1 over FaZe. FaZe has dropped to the lowers. They'll be playing Pirates.
F16, man, my goodness, look at them go.
It's a team, man.
FaZe again. Look, I've
such a good team.
I've had my whole rants about FaZe. I won't do it again. But what I will say is, every time, this is completely non sequitur. Every time I look at at Minds roster, because I keep thinking Tainted Minds, Twisted Minds. So every time I look at Twisted Minds, I think of Tainted Minds, which is the old Apex squad, that organization that used to exist back in like 2010 to like 2016, I want to say. That was a great team. That's all I have. That is my whole point of this discussion, was just to tell you what I remember, and everything else is stupid. So
Yeah, they were Twisted Minds was with us in RLCS season 6 in Vegas.
Yeah,
with CJ and Express and Shady and those boys. I got to hang out with them at the Luxor in Vegas and hang out, and like we got a practice room and it was vibes, and got to do some interviews with those guys. Really good time. It's crazy to see how far even Rocket League's gotten since that point, because I know that's when my casting buddy over on V1 with Supersonic, he lives in Vegas, so like that was his first event and exposure. We brought a lot of people out from the agency to come and watch in Vegas, and for a lot of people, Vegas was kind of the first event that like exposed Rocket League to like people outside of just the Rocket League ecosystem. I saw pro players from other games and stuff were tweeting about it and everything like that, and to see like how much it's changed in even that short time, in since season 6 now to we're on season 11 at the tail end. It's a lot different. There's a lot more people watching this game, man. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it's what's fascinating is, of all the games that exist outside of like maybe like League of Legends, it seems that a lot of like newer Rocket League members and a lot of people who start watching Rocket League are like RLCS fans first, and then like the game second. Like they learn about the RLCS and like, oh yeah, like competitive Rocket League. When they think of Rocket League, they think of the highest level, and that's essentially kind of how I found out about it, because when Rocket League first launched, I of course was playing it, but the biggest thing that caught my eye was the RLCS, and it's amazing that the esport is as big as it is in the community, because oftentimes that's not the case. But back into this series, finally we're ready to go. We're gonna keep our fingers crossed. Already Dignitas with a 1-0 lead. They scored before 2 resets ago, and they will get back into it. Let's see if they can make it a second.
Yeah, it came off of a really good back pass that went to the side wall from Jack to Jorias. Jorias blasted it downfield to Jack for a redirect. So it is going to stand, as it looks like things have become shored up. Is Jack going to pre-jump in the midfield, grabs the boost, and played to the side wall. A lot of aggression and a demo. Should be able to get back in time. No, it's going to be Mosset. Plays it over the top. All tied up for 0-1. A ton of pressure and paired with the demo.
Just missed it. Apparently Jack just whiffed by. And I think he was trying to wait for Mazen to cut into the lane, but it just never came. And Mazen takes advantage.
So just like that, tied back up, game is neutralized. Scrub showcasing some of his own mechanics, able to delay and force a 50 as it plays into the corner. Big touch high and stayed the weight. So should be a clear in the midfield and a shot cut off, and that's something that's gonna be really important for 0-1. If these shots keep coming through, you got to find a way to challenge it in the midfield, because expect Dignitas to go for just about everything. As you see Jack again there, an outlet pass goes right to Jorias. He's got his one-on-one. It's a flick top right. Whether he scores it or Jack, doesn't matter. That duo is going to be in your nightmares.
That's a great setup as well from Jack. And not only does this get it on a back pass to Jorias, who catches it, but he falls back into the play, has enough boost to be able to meet it towards the upper 90 and secure the goal. And that's the danger of Dig, right? Like once they get kind of a faltered shot towards the lower post, they're going to be right back to secure the possession and set themselves up once more. They don't give up on these plays. The battle of the second and third touch is ridiculous, just like that pinch was. Still alive. Center it again. Apparently Jack sending it high to the left bar. Now trying to find Jorias back out on the wing, and he will back pass it to Scrub.
Everybody getting involved in this team, whether it's intentional or not, ends up just working its way down the chain. As it's a clear in midfield, should be a redirect. And again, Dignitas working the field. This is a lot more passing plays than what we're used to with them. It used to be a lot of solo individual efforts, but when you've got that much space to work with, why not?
Yeah. Look, the individualism is going to come through the creases. It's going to happen when the game starts to break down on the goal line, and you need someone to make that kind of heroic movement to set up a goal, like what we see teams like BDS and Queso and G2 do. The meta of Rocket League is, yes, individualism and mechanics matter, there's no question, but the best teams in the world are the ones that know how to pass correctly to one another. And they've always done that. It's been a highlight this entire season for some of the best teams. And that's what Dig has started to work on, is just being able to trust one another and find those inner lanes. And finally it's working, because they have enough mechanics to beat essentially anybody if they're playing their best, but it just came down to the teamwork.
Well, so far so good. And again, sometimes it's not the direct passes, but it's what comes after it. You know, efforts from Scrubkilla and everybody else. Joria's leads the initial charge, denies boost in the corner, rotates out. Scrub comes in for a challenge, and then eventually it falls into the lap. So well done by Dignitas. A lot of pressure, and was curious on how they were going to respond back after that initial goal from 0-1. And turns out they've got 3 more of their own. So why not make it 4?
Good demo, great recovery, and as soon as Scrub picks up this demo, he just parks the bus. He knows that Joris is going for the challenge, and that's just trust all the way through. That is the type of style that Dignitas have been working to find for 3 months. Finally, it happens. Like, that is the danger of this team. That's very reminiscent of Oski and Atau when they would get demos upfield and they would just immediately stop and wait for a pass. It's a beautiful thing.
Again, the evolution of this game comes so quickly, especially with whether it be a bubble team or otherwise getting exposed to that high-level play. But only 1 tournament left in the RLCS this year, and it's the World Championship, which Dignitas will be at. So we talk about a $2 million prize pool. Why not back-to-back $2 million? So going to be a whole lot of cash going into some Rocket League players' pockets in the next month. Must be nice to be really, really, really good at a video game.
It must be nice to be Falcons or Moist or anybody else.
Okay. All right,
Scrub's
boys.
feeling
All right.
himself. Love to see it.
That's just a great touch.
There's the individual.
All times the backboard meta. Why not off the ceiling use that the same way? Good fake underneath.
That's the individualism right there. When the game breaks down, no one has a clear possession, and it's up to you to make the play. He does it. It's not taking anything away from what 0-1 have done because, like, unfortunately, they haven't done much because they haven't been allowed to. But it's not like they're playing a bad game here. They're just getting outclassed completely on the offensive side of the ball, and that is just credit to Dig.
Yeah, Dig's playing this extremely well. Not only are they challenging everything really readily, but the other side of it is they're working the field. The biggest thing that you want to pay attention to right now to Dignitas is just watch where they position on the field. While it may be supportive and kind of in a single file line behind each other, it's when they start to break down field that it really spreads out.
Yeah.
And it's what allows them to kind of have that heads up play. Not only is it the trust that you mentioned, right? The ability to, hey, I got a demo, I'm going to sit here and wait for this play. But the faith that the teammates behind him is going to be able to back him up. And if it does end up working out, which it has so far, hence the 6-1 lead, you've got someone you can just dish it to on the other side of the field, and that spreading thin of 0-1 while playing fast and trying to challenge everything is never going to be able to catch up to a bullet pass downfield.
Yeah, they're playing for the next play. They're not just playing for the possession they have. They're not playing to force the defense to break down. It's wherever they are, they make the most out of that opportunity. If they're downfield and a demo happens, great. If they're downfield and it's a little bit congested, but they have a chance to potentially swing it through the corner, great. Wherever Dignitas find themselves, they are going to potentially set up a system of continuous assaults on offense. And right now it's a Brazil. We'll see if it gets any worse, but yeah, it's been a quality game 1 win. If we were wondering what the threes would look like from Dig, I don't think we have questions anymore. And this was a brutal game 1 for 0-1. Maybe the best thing though is that they just got nothing going. So you just kind of shake it off, go next, go into 1s or 2s. But the danger is with the way the Dignitas look now, I don't think it's going to get easier.
No, that's a very solid performance, and all smiles obviously over on Dignitas, rightfully so, as they're trying to punch their ticket into the playoff bracket and get into the real money, which I say that, but like even if they lose here on out, they're still getting $15,000. So there's not really any not real money, but top 8 is $95,000.
There's a huge difference, yeah.
It's a little bit of a jump, and they're one step closer. So right now, Dignitas, obviously, we talk about, their ascension and trying to play better. They are still the 4th team in Europe, and we're an invited team into this event, rightfully so. But a lot of things to solidify, and we're getting an early glimpse of that, Spaceman. You were talking about, good passing, working down the field, the follow-up, even off of, like, demos and stuff. So the core traits. Boost consumption is good, right? They're able to control boost. They're doing a really good job of spacing on the field. And then the other thing is the disruption side of things. Because I haven't seen anything like, there's a couple of individual efforts and there's been some good plays, but this is just clean gameplay. It's not like crazy double flip resets. It's just, you're in a good spot. You're disrupting the player open opportunities. That's the most mechanical shot we really saw.
Yeah. And it wasn't even that complex. It was just clean. It was just precise. I mean, what more do you want if you're a Dignitas fan? Let's be honest here. Now, on the other side, Zazonix and Mazin versus apparently Jack and Jorius. This is the matchup we expected. Scrub was like, look, just carry me through everything else. I'll get you through threes. And he basically did it. And now you have arguably one of the most dangerous groups of two in the world to go against if you're 0-1 Esports.
Yeah, these two seem to have the same like brain when they play. I don't know what it is, how they always know exactly where the other one is, whether it be passes or otherwise. They just seem to always be on the same page. So again, here's to see if 0-1 can disrupt it. They did a really good job, obviously, in their previous series, but a different circumstance here, as Jack and Jorius, kind of a famous duo at this point. As it's played in the corner, toss up high. And sweep on through, and Zanai should be able to get to this one early. He's going to do a self pass and off the backboard. Of course, Jorius is up almost immediately. Constant pressure, going to slow this one down with minimal boost. And it's just one after another. That's a great save, but again, all the pressure in the world trying to sweep through and get a demo. Need to be careful how much they exert, as it could be punished. Good recovery, though.
It almost feels like we're waiting for Dignitas to kind of figure out in the first minute, okay, how are we going to approach this? Like, you know, what are we given? What are we taking? What are we seeing on the defensive side that we can kind of manipulate? And then after that, they're just going to be off to the races. Now, granted, we have been impressed with what 0-1 have been able to do in terms of mid-series adjustments so far today. If they can continue that, this is a brand new ballgame. But as of now, they would love an opening goal, and they finally do get it. So that's a nice way to break the ice and break the stigma that Dignitas have just been outplaying you. As quickly they find themselves something.
Yeah, again, a lot of it is kind of almost over-aggression from Dignitas. There's been a lot of chasing for a demo. They're trying to open up opportunities and force some stuff. When I honestly think they could just settle in. I think based upon the control that they've had, they could probably eventually just whittle out this team and deny their boost. But as of right now, it's becoming a little bit telegraphed. A pass into the infield. 0-1's just sitting there waiting for it. They're going to intercept and punish.
I mean, Jorius made this about as easy to read as possible. Like, where else are you going to go with this ball? Apparently, Jack was ready for it, and heads up play by Mazin, who immediately cut down the play and get it towards the net. And that's the thing, right? Like, you have so many different weapons you can use if you're Dig, but for 0-1, you know what's coming. You know what they're going to try to do from the sidewall. If you make those reads, you will be successful.
Well passed down this time. Should be a good shot, and it's slotted bottom right.
We're talking.
Well done, and again, the difference here is they're catching the team off guard. You have one who's already up and challenging rather than both sitting in defense waiting. Because there's one on that sidewall, he's able to play it across, and the other one has to rotate back into a position to try to make a save, but at that point, you're given all the freedom. So, again, different circumstance, even though it's a similar pass. Good early challenge.
I think I only saw one commit from Dig on the kickoff, so that meant I think it was Jorius who went to the sidewall to be able to challenge it immediately if it was an aerial, which it ended up being. So it did help the chances, but still the pressure maintains. Great extra 50. Oh my God, that one bounces around. It's still alive, and Jorius will kick it back out. I thought we might see a secure there from 0-1, but didn't want to overextend themselves.
Right idea here from Dignitas. Not sure if he meant to miss that touch, but as soon as this player went to turn on the side of 0-1, and yeah, it does look completely intentional. You're leaving a one-on-one situation, and you know Jack and Jorius are communicating immediately, whether it be a bump demo or just to take it. Go the safe route, time back up halfway through game 2. Trying to put themselves at match point while 0-1's trying to neutralize.
You can't give him that much space. Not only does Dig have all of the boost in the world right now, and this is probably going to help him, but you can't give Dignitas that much space to find one another or make that decision, because the more you guess, the more wrong you're going to be. And it's been those quick cuts into the lane that have helped 0-1 so far, not only in this series, but in this game alone. Because right now, they're just fighting for possession, but it's quickly taken aback by Jorius, who will give it away. And kick downfield, Appjack ready for it. Looking for Jorius, won't find it, but you know, stalling the offense. 0-1 gonna have to try again. Quick shot from Jorius.
Oh my goodness.
He literally took a massive hammer to the smallest nail and blew this house up.
Again, it's just such a good find.
Oh my God.
Oh. Perfect placement on that shot too. Gets around it with power. What a play by Dignitas. It looked like a rough start, completely neutralized, and then some. Uh-oh. As they go straight to the net, trying to go underneath. It's not going to be there. Jack on target. And I think he's trying to read the additional touch, but the fake May have stopped him in the tracks. Let's take a look.
Got a shot and skirt. Yeah, I don't know if he was a little bit blindsided by the quick pause, but maybe he was expecting a challenge. Either way, it's rough.
If I had to guess, they went on the side wall, so they just had to dodge across. They couldn't like delay the flip or anything.
Yeah,
because the control was gone. But good double demo attempt, and it's just a perfect flick in. What a response!
I love this. This is so good. Good catch, stabilization, quick flip, right over Appjack. And we talked about that in twos. Crelly and I about how important it is just to get over the first defender. If you can't, you're not going to have a good time. In this situation, though, wasting no time just to get it over apparently Jack. They'll find a demo off the kickoff. Can they play this into a potential goal? There's a bump with Jorius, and apparently Jack now is fighting for his life in the corner, and he will escape.
Oh, no way. That's so unfortunate for the 0-1 team. Again, they played into the corner off of that play. And it's like, okay, we've got possession, we've got pressure. He's in an awkward situation. I denied his boost. They still recover, and then it doesn't even matter. The player just takes it as honestly a poor flick, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, when you got a player like apparently Jack or Jorius, and you're like, you can say like, oh, that's a poor touch. They're gonna make it a good touch. Like they're gonna find a way. It's rough. It's got to be tough to defend against. You got no boost, but Zazonix has all of it. Very quiet demo game. We've only seen like maybe 2 in this twos match. However, the series currently 1-0 for Dig. If they take this, which at the moment they seem primed to, they will go up 2-0. There's another demo. And that just means we're going back to threes.
Call it out, man.
And this is where Jorius becomes an absolute nuisance. And he knows it. He knows there's not a lot of time left. There's another demo at midfield. You're keeping 0-1 from getting boost. You're giving Appjack all the time in the world to kill this ball. Even if you stall out and win a 50, there's nowhere to clear it. Jorius is being a bully, and he knows it.
Yeah, a lot of it is also the trust and the capability on your teammate. Because of all that time that they can buy, the player in back who has possession of the ball is just basically dancing around it. There's no intention to play this downfield until they absolutely have to.
Yeah.
While the other person, in this case, Jorius, just goes around like a monkey, takes a bunch of boosts, goes for demos. And at this point, they're just playing keep away. There's no intention to really do anything with this. Obviously, they turned it into a team pitch and it kills the other way. But no, that's just great time management by Dignitas. Jack and Jorius being a bunch of rude boys at that point. That's just disrespectful.
They look so like, I'm trying to find the right word or phrase, but
they're in their element.
Yeah. They're not even bothered. They are unbothered right now in this series. They're like, yeah, okay, we're like, just get us to the next game, please. Just get us to the next series. Like they just want to go play Falcons, and that's how it looks, and it looks good. Now, granted, when we went into this matchup, and of course, when 0-1 won their last series against Renegades, we had talked about the winner gets dig, and that's a negative sometimes because if you get a good dig, GG's. In this moment in time, no disrespect, but it's going to take a 180. Just given the caliber of Rocket League that's being played, Dignitas are just currently on a different page.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the way that they're bringing it in. And this is where it has been problematic in the past is, you know, they start strong, they're feeling good, but now they have to close out the series. Over that, almost like a level of complacency has been shown at times. And I know that's not the case. It's more of like this mental thing of just like, they start chipping away at us and all of a sudden we can't close it out. We get our own heads, and hopefully with having Nick behind them, that's not the case as we take a look at the highlights, because it started relatively even. It was a really good play at the beginning. 0-1 starts coming in. They're like beating everybody to the ball. They're getting good demos. And then Dignitas decides to hit this.
And then this.
And then this. And then the last one that I want to see. Come on. All right, the gameplay is more important than threes, but that one was slotted top right. It was
disgusting.
Perfect.
Absolutely gross. Absolutely disgusting.
I swear production is just out here to bamboozle me.
They're like, listen, like Dig's ready. You just want to get this series over with. Oh my goodness! If Jorius scores that,
no, you're good. In production, you're totally fine. We're just having a good time with you guys. Don't worry.
Listen, we're as dumbfounded at this performance right now as I know that it's been a fast series, and this has felt like one of the faster series of the day. It hasn't drawn out. Dig have been here. They've claimed what they wanted, and they're keeping it going. My God.
Oh, you aren't even going to see
it.
Turns gets a demo.
Bro. What is this?
Scrub hits a flip reset and turns into a double touch by Jack.
Like, take a nap. ever get hit with a pool noodle? This thing's hurts. It hurts.
It's a pool noodle.
Those big long noodles in the pool.
Yeah, I know what a pool noodle is.
Yeah.
I was born in the 90s.
Yeah, big long pool noodle. You ever, dude, I'm telling you, it hurts. Abjack just smacked him with it.
Not very nice.
No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm losing it, man. I'm losing it, man. If this doesn't go in, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Do it. You said you would. Don't lie to the people at home.
I'm trying to muster it, but it's been a long day.
He's trying to like force out a tear right now. I can hear it. Jokes aside, Dignitas feeling pretty dang solid. Not able to get a goal on that one, but it's the threat. One player after another, clean rotations, and a lot of pressure. Right idea by Jack there. It looked like he wanted to clear, but he recognized, hey, there's two people back as a double touch opportunity. Not going to land. And good defense so far from 0-1, but a ton of offense from Dignitas. But Jack's touch, he ended up playing that back one. There was two people on the back wall, so instead of just forcing it, gonna wait for that opportune moment, and that seems to be the play for Dignitas. They don't feel like concerned or pressured like we have to score. It feels very, like you said, in their element. They're not, I don't know, it just feels comfortable almost.
Yeah, they'll take what they're given and they'll make the most of it. Like it's just, it's they're not having to work overtime. They're not overthinking the game. They're just in their element. They're on cruise control right now. They're just in the zone.
Yeah, we've seen in the past where a lot of teams, if they can't score off of a bunch of attempts, like we just saw Dignitas shoot a bunch, they end up getting a bit overzealous and they force it. But it doesn't seem like Dignitas is doing that. They're like, yep, we'll get it next time. No big deal. Just keep denying boost. We'll get it in rotation eventually. And some look better than others. And eventually this one does go in. But again, nobody's playing perfect. I think that's the nice thing for 0-1. There's still plenty of time to come back into this before they drop to the lower bracket.
Without question.
249 is a lot of time. But the first thing that starts is a lot of these challenges are coming in for free. Nobody's up meeting Dignitas from the positioning of like net and out. It's coming from the side. So credit to Dignitas on getting to these as quick as possible and trying to force these the way that they are. But again, they're just getting beat to the ball. The pace of Dignitas is insane.
Yeah, 0-1 are having to chase just everything. And that's, again, it's not a negative. It's credit to Dignitas' pace of play and the caliber of Rocket League Dignitas are playing. Like, you got Scrub Killer hitting like double resets. You got Abjack immediately getting midfield boost, and Jorius on a interesting counter swing on a back pass, just trying to find his own teammates. Like, whatever breaks down at Dig or for Dig at midfield, they're immediately like, yeah, like you said, like, oh, that was dangerous. They're immediately like, good save. Hold on, I'll finish that thought in a moment. Get that back out. It's still alive. Okay, finally, Zazonix will make it 3-1. Dude, I don't even care what I was going to say anymore. That was cool.
Again, that's the kind of pressure that they need to bring. This is what we saw 0-1 do against Renegades, where they were the ones controlling the pace. And I guess that's the best way to summarize it, is so far Dignitas has really had everything go in their favor. We talk about being in autopilot and cruise control. The boost controls are always there. Everything that they swing through on the rotation has been easy. And 0-1 trying to find a way to change that up. We got the first taste of it here. A lot of pressure, good shots, but it's broken out by Dignitas as they played it into the corner. Trying to chase and find a demo. Clear into the midfield. Met by Scrub. Slows it down. It's going to be a backwards touch. Popped up and nobody in net. Just kidding. Two able to get back in time.
I like these challenges off the back wall now for 0-1. Like, they're taking the ball immediately downfield and forcing Dignitas to have to come make a 50. Even though it's dangerous, good recovery from Jorius. Hello. Still alive? Good shot. Good save.
What a save.
Nice job by 0-1. They're taking these challenges right up the gut and forcing Dignitas to make a play.
A lot of teams do get intimidated by that level of pressure and that pace. As this bump almost catches Scrub off guard, but he's able to recover in time. But instead, they're stepping up to it. A lot of teams just kind of fall apart at 0-1, making that quick adjustment, able to get a goal out of it, and still, you're seeing how much more neutral the game is compared to what it was, getting a lot more pressure, as well as applying a bit more disruption. As the slow place in the midfield, 150. Probably going to slow it down. They do. As they deny corner boost. A big touch from Scrub, but potential shot. No, cut off, but it doesn't matter. Jorius all the way back as he plays it to the sky again. Has a secondary touch. And at this point, just delaying it even more so. This is something that we saw them do at the tail end of twos, where it's not even that they're toying with their food. They're just being smart with time management. They don't need to force these challenges. They're the ones that are up. So by just staying behind it and forcing a couple touches, Another 15 seconds goes on by, Spaceman.
And at this point, I think it's done. I mean, granted, you score a goal here, I shut up. But it's going to take a goal. You're going to have to put something on the board just to stop the bleeding that has continued. And I think with 10 seconds, Dignitas have done everything just to kill the clock. That was a 3-0. I mean, that was a whole 3-0. And it was not close. At times in the end, it was a little bit better. There's a couple demos, but GG's all around. Apparently, Jack looked phenomenal. Jorius looked comfortable, and Scrub Killa looked formidable. Dignitas will 3-0 and get a chance to play in the upper bracket final against Team Falcons.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking to do as well, trying to build upon the momentum that they had. And credit to 0-1. Again, a lot of moments that they had where I'm like, okay, this is what we saw against Renegades. But the question that we were trying to answer is, was it because they were playing against Renegades and they were given a little bit more space or things weren't as solidified? But Dignitas, everybody on that roster, Scrub as well, who doesn't really get as much credit for being the mechanical player that he once was, still has it in his back pocket. He also recently, I think, switched back off of directional air roll and went to like a dedicated one where he has to actually hold his analog stick for the direction he wants, just to get a little bit more of comfort that he was used to. So there is things that Dignitas are trying to accomplish. And so far, like that first game, that first 3v3 was impeccable. Like it looked exactly what I wanted Dignitas to do. It wasn't anything fancy, it wasn't a high flying, it was clean fundamental Rocket League. They then go into 2v2s and it starts a little bit iffy, but they bounce back, and then again passes into the midfield, shots on the other side of the field, top right, perfect. So the fundamental play for Dignitas is what I've always wanted them to really lean into, because they're so good at the individual mechanics. So fundamentally they look great. Individually, we saw what they were capable of. Double flip resets into a double tap off the backboard to Jack. All right, Dignitas, we get it. You guys are really good still. Cool. Good to see it. So, yeah, it's been very impressive from Dignitas.
Keep it simple, man. For Dignitas, that's been the motto forever with this group of three. Just keep it simple. The only complexity should come with the mechanics when you're hitting musties off the backboard and you're triple resetting on someone and styling on them. Like, that's the only time it should be crazy. Everything else should just be as simple as we saw when Scrub picks up a demo and then he waits for Joris to get him with a pass. That is as simple as it should be at all times. And when they play simple and they get out of their own way, this is what Dignitas can do. They can just manhandle teams. And finally, we are seeing that.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see how they've been approaching the game as of late. Obviously, we didn't get to see them at the Spring Major, which, you know, Scrub and Jack talked about in their interview about how, you know, you wish you were there. We did get to sit and watch, but we didn't get to play, and that's kind of that reinvigoration. So with that downtime, you're talking essentially about a month, 4 to 6 weeks to figure out the game plan. But rather than us hearing and theory crafting, it's always good to talk to the players. We got apparently Jack on the line to break it all down for us. We welcome him to the call. Jack, always a pleasure, my dude, but I'll let you speak for yourself. You guys look pretty dang confident out there. How are things going?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, we've been putting in a lot of work with Nick in the background, and you know, leading up to this tournament. So it's nice to be able to come out and show a strong performance in the first round.
Jack, you know, we've talked about it with a lot of teams today. The Worlds is coming up. Obviously, there's this last-second push. For you guys, given the caliber of the roster you have together and how it's taking this long to come together, but in a good way, it seems like you guys are starting to blossom. We were just talking about it here. We said you guys looked like you were keeping it simple in threes. You can trust each other in ones and twos because individually, mechanically, you guys are some of the best in the world. But in threes, do you feel that you've been able to simplify the game as a roster and you're more intuitive than maybe you were a couple months ago?
Absolutely. I think we've figured out a lot of mistakes that we were making. Nick's made a lot of adjustments to our, you know, positioning and decision making on challenges, and I've kind of simplified my mechanics down a little bit for threes. Still being mechanical, but also being a lot more solid. So it's looking good, yeah.
I mean, you can say that again. I don't think a Brazil is something to shy away from against a team like 0-1, who is primarily very fast at challenges and stuff. And I think that simplification is really coming together. For you in particular, obviously, we've talked a lot lately about, you know, your path and how things are going. But for you, this tournament in general, I think is pretty exciting for a lot of different people, because you do get to showcase not only the things you guys have been working on as a team, but also as individuals with twos and ones. I mean, arguably, is there any other duo that you think is better than you and Joria's here? Would you give credit to anybody else, Jack?
It's difficult to say. Obviously, you've got to have confidence in yourself and your teammates. So I'd love to say no. But of course, there are a lot of fantastic players here. I think every team, or most teams, especially the Middle Eastern guys, they're incredibly good at twos. Obviously, me and Joris, we've been scrimming twos against a lot of the other teams. And in scrims, we've been absolutely annihilating people. We didn't really transfer that into the twos today. We still won the game. We played well, but we're going to take a little bit longer to actually find our footing and be happy with the twos performance. So we've got a bit of work to do on that, but it's still looking good. And to answer your question, I think me and Joris are very good at twos, obviously, and it will be tough to beat us, hopefully.
Yeah, I'd say you guys are pretty good at twos. I think at this point, it's safe to say it's pretty well established. Last question for me, Jack. We all know you kind of wear your heart on your sleeve, and it's one of the reasons why you have such a huge fan base. And for players like Scrub who kind of do the same, and we heard him in the opening interview when we rolled it, like, you guys sat at London and you kind of soaked it in. We understand what that's like from our perspective in certain aspects of our field. For you, what is it like to kind of go through that again, to sit at London and just be there? And I can tell that there were feelings of, obviously you want to play, but it's a little bit of getting pissed off. What was that like, being there and be like, you want to be back on that stage? Can you talk to me about what that feeling was and how it's motivated you?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a fan of the game still, even though I'm a pro. I love watching the game. I love being involved in anything to do with it, more so than other pros, in my opinion. But still, sitting down watching the London games, it gave me a bit of like, I should be up there, or I want to be up there, and I will get up there. So I was kind of making a lot of mental notes, and subconsciously as well, when I was getting back home, I was making a lot of adjustments to my game without noticing, and implementing some of these styles that the players at London were doing, and I instantly noticed an improvement like that. So yeah, it was frustrating, but the times like those, they always motivate you more, and make you come back stronger. So it's all right.
Well, Jack, we're going to let you go and celebrate with the teammates. Maybe some of those dance moves you showed in London, you can also show to your teammates. Because that was
none of that, absolutely none of that. That stays between those. That stays between those.
All right, man. All right.
Thank you.
Hey, man, the footage is out there. That's all I'm saying. Get out of here and go enjoy with the teammates, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys.
God. What a king.
Love that boy. Apparently, Jack and Dignitas feeling good, but again, the humble side of it, obviously, smacking everybody in scrims, but still not quite where we want to be. So again, never good enough. Always trying to push to be better. So Dignitas with the 3-0 over 0-1 does bring them into that upper bracket final, where they will be going up against the favorites for a lot of people in Falcons. That should be a great way to start the days tomorrow. So across the board, Spaceman, that wraps it up for our day. That is all 8 matches of our broadcast. But before we get into that, obviously, we got to talk about this series as a whole, taking a look at the highlights and everything else with Dignitas and 0-1. A lot of credit, I think, to Dignitas. And I think the best part is the simplicity of it. Yeah. Right? So for sure. I think I'm getting a call for a quick break.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have highlights. We'll break down the whole day, everything else. And we'll send you guys on your way. Don't go anywhere. Hey everybody, welcome back to Gamers8 2022. Lawler and Spaceman calling all the action. We just wrapped up with our 8th and final match of the day between Dignitas and 01 Esports. Yep. And a convincing one it was for Dignitas, wasn't it, Spaceman?
Yeah, you know what? I would say it was just about dominant. I think that's the word I would use, Lawler. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it looked like they were in cruise control, as you said, or autopilot, whatever other way we want to associate it. But again, the focus for them has been simplifying and a lot of help with their new coach in Nick, former of Team Queso, coming in to change some of the positioning things and simplifying things, which we saw. Simplification seems to be the answer for them, being able to just get passes and moving things around. But we had a lot of Rocket League going on today. Let's take a look at the brackets and recap everything that went down for you all. We're going to be starting off with Group A, which was on the A stream. We had Luminosity take out Detonator 3-0 and Complexity 3-0. Twisted Minds, not to be confused with Tainted Minds from Season 6. Spaceman, shout out to you. We then went into the upper side of that bracket, and Luminosity taking down G2. Don't forget G2 playing with Mist from Optic because JNAP's not able to attend. And then Guild Esports, a team that had a pretty tough route in, and with the help of CRR, are able to close it out against Complexity. So, upper bracket match to qualify for Group A is going to be Luminosity versus Guild. We then jump over to Group B. This is how we started the B stream here on the day. And Spaceman, your favorites, Rogue.
Yes, my absolute favorites. Couldn't do anything without them. 3-1 over Team Secret in pretty dominant fashion from Taroko. I was very impressed, as well as Zinniel's performance defensively. And then Endpoint took care of business. Space Station Gaming took down Heat 3-0, and Heat, of course, got their own sweep. A lot of sweeps here on the B stream, and Endpoint will then eventually face Space Station Gaming in a very interesting and important final best of 5 before they head off to the playoff bracket.
Over to Group C, we've got a whole bunch more, and this one has been the one a lot of us have been paying attention to, and it's not done just yet. So again, if you guys are trying to watch more matches, the A stream up at the top where it says the URL for the stream, delete the B and it'll bring you over to those matches. Either way, you've got F16 going up against Semper. F16, the Young Guns, looking absolutely unstoppable. 3-0 there. They then end up beating FaZe Clan and moving on as well. You then have Owl and Orlando Pirates, with Owl taking the victory, but then eventually the #1 seed from South America, Infuria, trying to secure out. And then last but not least, Group D, which we just wrapped up here. We had All Mid and Gaming Gladiators. The disruption of Gladiators and OSM in that one's able to break on through. They had to go up against the Dominate Falcons team, our fan favorite here, which was able to close it out in convincing fashion. On the other side, 0-1 as well, showing the depth of Mina, able to beat Renegades, OCE's #2 or #1.
Yep. And
Dignitas, one step short of dominant, I think is what Spaceman said.
Yeah, like it was a Brazil. It was a whole lot of things, a whole lot of dominance. But listen, Dignitas is back. Everybody rejoice. Okay, I've already seen Reddit blowing up about it. Like, they're like, what happened to Dig? I'm like, well, they're here now, so stop asking. They're fine. Look at them go. They're gonna be just fine. Okay, they gotta play Falcons. GG's. That's gonna be that. I can't wait for that match, man. That is gonna be so good. I'm gonna scream, and it's gonna be like 5 a.m. and I'm gonna yell.
Your neighbors are gonna be upset, and I'm all about it.
So about it.
Yeah, Falcons Dignitas should be a stellar one, but again, we're still waiting. We might get F16 Furia.
Wow.
That sounds pretty good. Endpoint Space Station, Luminosity Guild. There's some pretty awesome things all around. So, Spaceman, we've had a pretty crazy day. We've been going since like 5 a.m. our time, 6 a.m. your time. So we've been soldiers and keeping it strong the whole way through.
Shout out production for sticking with us.
Massive thank you to Corelli as well as production for joining us along this journey. But it's not over yet. We still have a whole lot more Rocket League to cover over the next 3 days. On the B stream tomorrow, it's going to be us yet again, but instead of 8 matches, there's 10. We've got 2 more to add on top of it. We got to get through all that lower bracket and those qualification matches, which is what we're living up to. Again, top 8, $95,000 for top 8. So
nuts.
A whole lot of money. But before we close it out and send you guys to a fun recap, Spaceman, final words. What do you got for us?
Rocket League is awesome and Mina rocks. That is my final throw.
I have to agree with that sentiment. Mina, you're pretty cracked, and I'm excited to see how cracked you are. There's still a whole lot of Rocket League tomorrow, but again, On behalf of myself, Lawler, and Spaceman, Corelli, I guess, too, he's somewhere. We appreciate you guys taking the time to come and hang out. Massive thank you to production, as well as all the sponsors backing us today. But with that said, we are done. Enjoy the recap, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.